The man not. Race, class, genre, and the dilemmas of black manhood. Tommy J. Curry. Toward a genre study of black male death and dying. Addressing the caricatures that serve as theory in the study of black males. I see dead black male bodies, black men and boys, in the streets. Dead niggers made into YouTube sensations. I see their executions on the internet, the corpses of Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, little Tamir Rice cycled for eternity. I hear Jordan Davis's music and Sean Bell's vows. I feel black male death all around me, and I am scared that one day I will be forced to not speak. They shame me when I speak about black men and boys. They threaten me with the names of white men. I hear, patriarch, sexist, misogynist as they condemn me for identifying the murderers and lynch mobs of black males. They wear hoods with disciplinary embroidery whispering nigger under their breaths. These black and white faces stand guard at the gates of the academy, and I fear they will make me be still, they will kill me. They will force me to remain silent. I write this knowing that my words will not outpace the bullet of another gun transforming living flesh into rotting meat. I know as I write this that another black man or boy will die. I know as I think about their deaths, the end of their lives is coming to be. This America makes corpses of black males. It is simply the reality of our day that black males die. This death, however, is shunned, cast out of the halls of the university, and avoided at all costs by disciplines. This reality has not transformed any of the decadent theories that tie black manhood to the caricatures of the 1970s. Black men are thought to be latent rapists, the black macho of old violent patriarchs, a privileged black male, craving the moment he is allowed to achieve the masculinity of whites. These mythologies, of decades long gone, remain the morality of disciplines and the political foundation from which racist caricatures become revered concepts. I write this book from a 21st century in which black men and boys are still being lynched in America. Otis Bird was found hanging from a tree on March 20, 2015, in Port Gibson, Mississippi. And Lennon Lacey's 17-year-old body was found on August 29, 2014, hanging from a children's swing set in Bladensboro, North Carolina. 2. I write from a 21st century in which black men such as Matthew Ajibad are hit in their genitals with a taser and beaten to death. 3. I write to you from a 21st century where a black man named Kevin Campbell, a father stopped for driving on a suspended license, was confined to a cage for hours and anally sodomized by a Detroit police officer. 4. I write to you from a world where an innocent black man can be deprived of decades from his life and convicted of rape because his face came to a woman in a dream as her rapist. 5. This is the precariousness that has come to define what black men and boys endure as life. I write this book to give voice to the black male coerced into silence, his experiences denied within disciplines and his realities refused by theory. Theory is a fickle thing. The proliferation of discourses around sexuality over the past several decades has done little to clarify the relation between socially constructed gender categories, such as race and sex, and the biological bodies that possess them. Likewise, despite decades of debate, the category of masculinity remains indeterminate and somewhat vacuous, referenced almost solely by one's genitalia. 6. The appearance of more complex theoretical advancements articulated by the crest of race, class, and gender has come to conceal rather than reveal significant and empirical aspects of black, sexual, life. Imposing analytic categories on bodies as substitutable for depicting actual social or historical relations obscures both the quotidian and the repetitive phenomena that materialize as various social stratifications. It is not uncommon for complex theories of masculinity to stand in stark contradiction to the actually observable positions of the groups they aim to reference. Whereas masculinity studies outside the United States have begun the arduous task of assessing the presumed linkage among maleness, patriarchy, and domination, feminist theory in the United States has come to emphasize masculinity as primarily patriarchal and to claim those masculinities that do not coincide with this dominant gender hierarchy for itself as progressive and feminist inspired. 7. These masculinity scholars from Europe and its past colonies have insisted on the difference between hegemonic and non-hegemonic masculinities and argued for a more accurate account of white men that further facilitates the discovery and identification of equality masculinities, those that legitimate an egalitarian relationship between men and women, between masculinity and femininity, and among men. 8. They insist gendered power relations are dynamic, unstable, and ambiguous, and dominant forms of masculinity do not always legitimize patriarchy. Therefore the question of men's patriarchal oppression of women must remain an open empirical and contextual question. Gender and masculinity researchers therefore need to develop theoretical frameworks that can grasp changes, complexities, ambivalences, ruptures, and resistance. 9. While the male descendants of colonizers are recognized for the naturally occurring varieties of masculinities within their group, this insistence on multiple masculinities has often been denied to black men who are the descendants of slaves. Theories concerning black masculinity revolve around a fixed political idea in the United States that is deemed progressive by the extent to which it is sufficiently feminist and deemed patriarchal by the extent to which it is not. Unlike in mainstream masculinity scholarship, there have been few efforts to verify non-hegemonic black masculinities sociologically or conceptually separate from the already established norms in gender studies. Black males, who are stereotyped as hypermasculine and violent throughout society, are intuitively marked as patriarchal within theory. Instead of being similarly disrupted by the critiques of hegemonic masculinity's failure to account for the class and cultural diversity within white masculinities, hypermasculinity is proposed as the phylogenetic marker of black maleness. Consequently, black males are thought to be the exemplifications of white, bourgeois, masculinity's pathological excess. In other words, the toxic abnormality of a hegemonic white masculinity becomes the conceptual norm for black men and boys. Black males are often theorized as defective. As the gender theorist Arthur F. St. Aubin explains, even when black men are the ostensible subjects, they are, in fact, objects of workshops, special journals editions, etc., they are still marginalized theoretically and compared to a norm by which they are usually judged lacking. 10. Because black men are not subjects of or in theories emanating from their own experience, they are often conceptualized as the threats others fear them to be. This fear has been used to legitimize thinking of black males as degraded and deficient men who compensate for their lack of manhood through deviance and violence. As the social scientists Andrea G. Hunter and James Earl Davis explain, studies of black women emphasize how out of oppression a unique definition of womanhood was forged, one in which adversity gave rise to strength. However, the discourse around men and oppression focuses on the stripping away of manhood. It is a perspective that casts black men as victims and ignores their capacity to define themselves under difficult circumstances. 11. This paradigm is far too prevalent to not warrant remark. Racist accounts of black males depict them as lesser males who are lazy, unintelligent, aggressive, and violent toward women and children and who abandon their families physically and cannot provide for them economically, while nonetheless requiring coercive legal and extralegal sanctions to control their hypermasculinity and predatory inclinations. Racism against black men often results in their emasculation, criminalization, and death. Black men have not only survived but developed rich analyses of this oppression under the capitalist ethno-patriarchal regime we call white supremacy. However, their thoughts are not spoken of as positive programs capable of actually addressing their suffering. The concepts emerging from black male experience are often described as pathological coping mechanisms fixated on black males achieving their manhood at any cost, rather than liberatory ideas applicable to all blacks. Consequently, black men's experiences of racism are framed as one-dimensional, narrow, and devoid of any analyses that understand the horrors of sexual violence. Such claims, however, severely underestimate the complexity of black male subjugation under racist social systems and within periods of colonialization. As early as Calvin Herndon's Sex and Racism in America, there has been a realization that racial hatred is carnal hatred. Sexualized hatred 12. A phallicism or process that criminalizes black males as sexual threats like the rapist, while simultaneously constituting them as the carnal excesses and fetishes of the white libido. Racism is a complex nexus, a cognitive architecture used to invent, reimagine, and evolve the presumed political, social, economic, sexual, and psychological superiority of the white races in society, while materializing the imagined inferiority and hastening the death of inferior races. Said differently, racism is the manifestation of the social processes and concurrent logics that facilitate the death and dying of racially subjugated peoples. At the center of this complexity, the regenerative arc, so to speak, of this ideology is the caricature of racialized men as threats to the social and biological reproduction of white order. Simply put, one of the motivations behind European American racism as discerned for example in certain racial myths and stereotypes, in certain civil and criminal statutes regarding miscegenation and rape, and in the history of racial brutality like lynching is a fear of black male sexuality and a need to control black masculinity. 13. For the idea of an all-powerful white male figure to achieve cultural institutionalization and buy-in from the masses, the dominant culture needs its nigger boys, its ugly inferior, its other in order to construct itself as superior and beautiful men. 14. The black male the nigger was constructed as the white race's antipodal monstrosity, a sexual threat to the very foundation of white civilization if its savagery was not repressed. These speciations from the ideal, white, male type are examples of the test-eric condition that plagues black maleness generally in the United States. 15. Because testeria emerges from the disjunctive isolation black maleness has from the normative maleness that is represented as white, the test-eric, or the cool poser, or the eunuch manifests the repression of the social order corporeally in his flesh as Pavlovian peculiarities to stave off death. The death of black males is meant to prevent his reproduction, and impede his ability to reproduce. This is the boundary between the abject and the corpse the black male inhabits. It is the peculiar genre black males occupy and the place from which their perspectives emanate. The man not as a philosophical grounding for a genre study of black male death and dying black male death and suffering is thought to be generic, captured solely by the category of race. Race, however, is not an efficacious category of analysis under our present intersectional and post-structural arrangement. Race is a category under constant disciplinary surveillance, exposing it to a seemingly infinite number of attacks for being overdetermined and essentialist and therefore in need of any combination of experimental anti-essentialist solutions. This dispersion/deconstruction/dismissal of the race category has concrete consequences for black males attempting to situate and describe their experience and history, because race has been the only category offered by disciplines through which black men can theoretically articulate their experience. Consequently, black males find themselves articulating their concerns through alien theories rooted in this displacement. Because race is accepted as socially constructed, all cultural and experiential products from a racial perspective remain suspect. Race consciousness is problematized and rejected prima facie as narrow and masculine, while gender, as Oyuronki Oyuomi reminds us, remains inextricably tied to biological notions of the female despite the performative and cultural situatedness of the term. 16. Black and female allows for standpoints, histories, and experiences that serve to ground gender theory, while black and male is taken to be the historical perspective that must be disowned to free these other gendered, not male voices. It is routinely insisted that race and gender are socially constructed and illusory. Yet it is only race that is displaced, while gender, being synonymous with female, is centered as the dominant theoretical voice of black subjectivity and vulnerability, a centering technique that depends on the sustaining anthropological assumptions of white gender categories, not those disfigured within the negation of blackness, the non-human/non-being matrices authored within chattel slavery and colonialism. Gender becomes the symbolic representation of bodies, their intent, while race simply acts as a modifier and operates to overdetermine or lessen the power position of maleness. Consequently, gender studies becomes discourses about women, where racialized men are interpreted by the lack of power they have compared with real, white, men. Black men simply do not exist as viable social subjects or reflective entities, given their disfigurement within the established gender order. Rooting gender within the biological confines of the female body makes thinking about gender synonymous with thinking about women, the who and what they are. 6. Late to. In this biomythos, the female is taken to be the taxonomic origin of gender, knowledge and history, where that which is defined as not female can only be outside and barred from creating gender theory. Because maleness has come to be understood as synonymous with power and patriarchy, and racially codified as white, it has no similar existential content for the black male, who in an anti-black world is denied maleness and is ascribed as feminine in relation to white masculinity. If whiteness is masculine in relation to blackness, then blackness becomes relationally defined as not masculine and feminine, because it lacks the power of white masculinity. Thus, black maleness is, in fact, a degendered negation of white maleness that is feminine because of its subordinate position to white masculinity, but not female, because black maleness lacks a specific gender coordinate that corresponds to either white maleness or white femaleness and, as shown later, relates to the white female primarily as rapist. Maria Lugan similarly emphasizes the anachronism of attributing gender to the colonized and enslaved bodies we now think of through the frameworks of black masculinity and black femininity. As she remarks, under the imposed gender framework of colonial modernity, the bourgeois white Europeans were civilized, they were fully human. The hierarchical dichotomy as a mark of the human also became a normative tool to damn the colonized. The behavior of the colonized and their personalities/souls were judged as bestial and thus non-gendered, promiscuous, sexual, and sinful. 17. The colonized/racialized subject was denied gender precisely to define the boundaries between the content of the human and the deficit of those racially speciated. This is not to say there was no sexual differentiation between bodies and the roles assigned to them. Rather, it highlights that colonized people become male and female. Males became not human as not men and colonized females became not human as not women. 18. The black man, deprived not only of an identity but also a history and existence that differs from his brute negation, experiences the world as a man not. Man not, ness, is a term used to express the specific genre category of the black male. Genre differs from gender by this distance black males share with Western man a priori, and, by consequence, patriarchy. Whereas gender asserts that historical and social orders, defined by the biologic marker of sex, are in fact synonymous with the historical and sociological location of black males, genre expresses how the register of non-being distorts the categories founded upon white anthropology or that of the human. Popular categories of analysis such as class, gender, and even race suppose a universal human template upon which they imprint. But what is the applicability of human categories on the non-human? The black male is negated not from an origin of human being, but from nihility. Frantz Fanon's reflections on objecthood and non-being are not simply descriptions of negation, they are not terms of proxemics but terms of register. Non-being expresses the condition of black. 7. Male being the nihility from which it is birthed. Away from the bourgeois order of kind expressed by man, genre is specific to the kind, the type of existence expressed by the black male. For Sylvia Wynter, genre indicates the disruption of the order founded on European man and woman, which is expressed by the term of gender. The contact of Europe with non-Europeans reordered the gender schema, because the primary code of difference now became that between men and natives, with the traditional male and female distinctions now coming to play a secondary if none the less powerful reinforcing role within the system of symbolic representations. 19. Insofar as blackness expresses the indeterminacy of being as non-being, gender too is reformulated. This is why Wynter coined the word genre to replace gender. She writes, genre and gender come from the same root. They mean kind. What I am suggesting is that gender has always been a function of the instituting of kind. 20. The man not grows from the incongruity I observed between what theory claims to explain and the actual existence of black men and boys, an actual reality that remains excluded from its purview. Simply stated, analyzing black males as the man not is a theoretical formulation that attempts to capture the reality of black maleness in an anti-black world. Because it is rooted in the colonial formulation of sex designation, not gender, the man not recognizes that racial maleness is not coextensive with or synonymous to the formulations of masculinity, or patriarchy, offered by white reality. The man not is the denial not only of black manhood but also of the possibility to be anything but animal, the savage beast, outside the civilizational accounts of gender. To suggest that black males are, in fact, gendered patriarchs is an erasure of the actual facts of anti-black existence and a substitution of the white anthropological template at the core of negating black, male, existence as its end. Michael Brown's death, like that of von Dritt-Myers, Oscar Grant, John Crawford, Jordan Davis, Alton Sterling, Phil Andrew Castile, and Stephen Watts, represents the accumulation of an intellectual failure to grasp the complexities and the motivations implicated within the genocidal logics of American racism beyond the categories of modern taxonomy. The Negrophobia that drove white America to endorse lynching as a technology of murder is the same anxiety and fear that now allow the white public to endorse the murder of black men and boys as justifiable homicides. Black males are often killed by police officers because the officers claim they fear for their lives that black men have life-threatening weapons or guns. This phobia is a normalized and institutional program used to justify police violence, ostracism, and incarceration. It is a fear that is given so much weight in individual cases precisely because it is a fear that both white America and many non-white Americans share. The vulnerability of black men and boys lies in this consensus, and it is one that extends beyond the borders of white psychopathology. It is an American maxim propagated through the mass media and the 8. Assumptions of liberal progressive gender politics and internalized by the populations black, white, male, or female that consume these mythologies and images. In academic philosophy, there has yet to be a text that deals specifically with the history and the theorization of black males. While there are accounts of black men and boys throughout the social sciences, mostly focused on the obstacles facing this group, the discipline of philosophy has made no such efforts to investigate black maleness beyond its alleged privileged position to that of the black woman or its undesirability, hypermasculinity, black nationalism, and so on. Heavily influenced by intersectional feminist accounts of race and gender, black men are thought to exemplify a privileged disadvantaged status that obscures our viewing of gender when their reality or subjectivity is centered. Rooted in an idealist calculus, black men are conceptualized as empowered by their male identity such that any asymmetry between interracial groups, where black men, for example, are more visible or more represented than black women, is attributed to patriarchy. This book aims for a closer interdisciplinary examination of this gender, claim. Using history, sociology, and a range of social science findings, this book argues that black men and boys are, in fact, disadvantaged because of their maleness. Taking the black male experience seriously shows that what is now called gender is cumulative, not causal, and while certain problems may accumulate around male or female bodies, they are not isolated to those bodies or their histories. Hence, instead of being protected by patriarchy, black men and boys are revealed to be its greatest victims under closer examination. This book is not predetermined, it is not merely an articulation of a foregone conclusion. It was not written as the imposition of a theory onto black males as objects of study in which the desired conclusion was decided before the research into black men and boys as complex subjects even began. This book theorizes black male life in the United States, its dying and the reality of its death. In other words, this text aims not only to use theory to draw tenable conclusions from the actual data on intimate partner violence, homicide, and incarceration as it pertains to black men and boys but also to use data to inform the abstract themes that, according to gender theorists, explain black males' social reality. Far too often, black males are projected into academic projects as the stereotypes individuals perceive them as rather than how they actually exist in the world. This book was written to overwhelm the silence imposed on black males through negative racial caricatures that become absolved of their moral offensiveness once they are called gender theory. Ideas of black men as abusers of women and children, rapists, and power-hungry deviants run rampant throughout the academy and inform what is intuitively expressed as academic gender theory. Is there sufficient evidence, however, to ground these theories? While there is tacit agreement among American institutions, courts, prisons, the press, and so forth, that black males' deaths and the individuals 9. responsible for these murders will be ideologically supported in their rationalizations and financially rewarded for their actions. 21. This is not the full scope of black male vulnerability. Black males also endure societal discrimination and social ostracism because of their maleness. In his personal life, the discrimination targeting the black male in the workforce often results in his unemployment, which only confirms that he is undesirable and unwanted as a colleague or peer within universities, corporations, and many blue-collar occupations. He is assumed to be a deviant, so his history of trauma and physical or sexual abuse at the hands of men or women, which precipitates many of his interpersonal conflicts as an adult, is denied. He is interpreted as a violent and abusive individual in need of criminal sanction rather than as a victim in need of treatment and compassion. This book is concerned with the sociological, historical, and ontological weight of black manhood. It explores how the myth of the super-predator is codified within the disciplinary proliferation of theories about black masculinity and makes it seemingly impossible to conceptualize the black male as a victim and disadvantaged when compared with other groups. This book shows how theory and stereotype converge throughout the multiple exegeses offered to analyze the external conditions and internal motivations of black men and boys. Academic theory uses the same pathological explanations of black male deviance, violence, and abuse that continue to haunt black males and justify their murder in society. To advance theory, the vulnerability of the black male is denied, and his disadvantage is obscured from a full viewing by scholars and the public. He is thought of only as a perpetrator, never a victim. The man-not was thought of as a corrective of sorts, as a concept of black males that could challenge the historical and theoretical accounts of black men and boys that have proliferated throughout disciplines and are taken as gospel in academic research. This book is the first philosophical exploration of the oppression of the black male that aims to synthesize the multiple findings and research concerning his condition across disciplines. Rather than simply reproduce sociological findings highlighting his societal disadvantage, I create a theory and operational paradigm by which we can understand the intellectual, historical, and sexual diversity of black men. While such an exploration will never capture the full experience of black male homosexuality any more than the black male's heterosexual experience or his denied and condemned polyamory, the man-not is an attempt to reflectively engage the conditions that dictate the formation of black male sexualities and the historical vulnerabilities that obscure our viewing of them as actual realities of black manhood. This is a reflection not on identities but, rather, the historical material, the problems and experiences that contour how black men have come to define themselves. This is a book to challenge how we think of and perceive the conditions that actually affect all black males and why we choose to see some things but deny others. 10. Black masculinity as Buck studies, documenting the links between hegemonic masculinity and the reality of black males. The mimetic thesis, or the idea that black males seek to emulate and ultimately realize themselves as patriarchs next to white men, has been a central feature of black feminist ideology since the penning of Michelle Wallace's The Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman in the late 1970s. The emergence of the buck, the mythological heterosexual black male figure that emerged from slavery as the basis of black male political aspiration in the 20th century, has been a central feature of black masculinity studies for the past 4 decades. Wallace's text reduced the complexities of political economics, racism, history, and class mobility to the genital level. She maintained that black men had internalized the white man's obsession with his penis. As she said, white men were perversely obsessed with the black man's genitals, but the obsession turned out to be a communicable disease, and in the 60s black men came down with high fevers. 22. More than simply offering one perspective of the Black Power era, Wallace's text created a bridge between white patriarchy and black male political aspirations that allowed the racially specific accounts of white patriarchal power isolated to white feminist theories of dominance or hegemony to extend to black males. The black macho, the male chauvinist that was frequently cruel, narcissistic, and short-sighted, was birthed by black men accepting the sexual primitivism of the black male presupposed by whites. 23. The black man of the 1960s lost himself in the image of this brute, according to Wallace, making himself a living testament to the white man's failures. 24. He suffered poverty, deprivation, and unhappiness because his black perspective, like the white perspective, supported the notion that manhood is more valuable than anything else. 25. Wallace makes a distinction between an organic and a mimetic black manhood. As long as the black man was able to hold on to his own black-centered definition of manhood, his sense of himself was not endangered. The longer the black male stayed in this country, the more he would get the black and white perspectives confused. 26. Largely influenced by the adoption of Freudian psychoanalysis and the idea of black male assimilation into American society, contemporary black gender frames continue to understand black masculinity as striving to fulfill its Oedipal drive toward the father right of white masculinity. Under this paradigm, black males are reduced to their phallic aspirations for selfhood and seek to dominate others to compensate for their subjugation. Gender theorists in the 1990s asserted that phallocentrism, patriarchy, and black males lacking, be it of power, recognition, or a symbolic phallus, were a viable interpretive frame through which black maleness could be understood. Even today, black males are depicted as the absence of themselves for one another, having few attributes worth emulating. Their lack of black fathers, their lack 11. of power in America, their lack of employment, their lack of manhood, all sociological phenomena become the markers of their incompleteness, demonstrations of their definitional ontological failures as black males rather than proof of their subordinated male status and existence in a completely different register of sexuality. Black males are not only defined by this lack, they are also thought to be complete only when they stand side by side with white men. Consequently, black masculinity is theorized through this psychoanalytic, unconscious, yearning for the world of the white man, his power, and his possessions, which often include the white woman. By disregarding the historical examples of black male resistance to white supremacy, as well as the traditional expectations of hegemonic masculinity supported even by black women at the anthropological level as Christian, capitalist, homophobic, and so forth, the black male is attached to patriarchy at a biological level, such that every action of self-defense, politics, or love becomes an exercise of his attempt to realize the patriarchy denied to him. Aaron et M. White summarizes this position in black gender frames quite well. Though most African American men do not experience the same level of power as most white American men, patriarchy produces pecking orders across different groups of men and within different subgroups of men. Each subgroup of men defines manhood in ways that conform to the economic and social possibilities of that group. However, even marginalized men, e.g., poor men of color, accept the system because they benefit from the patriarchal dividend, which is the advantage men in general gain from the overall subordination of women, particularly the women in their subgroup. 27. Accounts similar to White's thinking can be found throughout black masculinity literature. 28. But the evidence that subordinated masculinity is of the same species as hegemonic masculinity such that it can be of the kind that obtains this ideal is sorely lacking. To substantiate the view that black men benefit from patriarchy despite their inferior social, economic, and racial status, White appeals to Rowan Connell's first edition of Masculinities as evidence for the claim that black men would be rewarded in a patriarchal society as men. 29. This grounding of patriarchy in black male interest and his desire to be, or be like, the white male is suspicious. It suggests that while black men can articulate themselves as oppressed subjects to myriad structures and ideologies, from racism to classism, imperialism to colonization, and religion to atheism, gender remains unknown to them despite their role and history as subordinated men positioned outside the masculinity of ruling class whites in the United States. The lure of white patriarchy is a common trope used to explain the mimetic urge of black males, but why do we find no assumption of this imitative? 12. Character in black feminist accounts of black womanhood. Despite the vast historical works demonstrating the internalization of various Victorian gender ideals and social Darwinist theories, as well as their support for patriarchy as the basis of racial uplift during the 19th century, Black men and women have been subjected to the same cultural, ethnological, and anthropological theories rooted in racial evolution, yet only black males are thought to have internalized these historical views to such an extent that their sociological realities have been transformed into black masculine ontology. While much of black feminism historically has appealed to democratic reform and continued integration into institutions, or to protection and recognition by the law, attempts to codify black female vulnerability into societal institutions so that rape, domestic abuse, and discrimination are understood as violence to a living, breathing person, these appeals are recognized as calls for progressive change rather than a desire for the positionality and power of white womanhood, despite appeals to the same concepts and apparatuses that historically have sustained white women's, and men's, for that matter, economic and political power. There is no scholarship asserting that Sojourner Truth's Ain't I a Woman proves that she aspires to the powers, recognition, and status of white women denied to her, but a litany that criticizes black men for the slightest similarity to white thought or rhetoric concerning manhood. Are only black males envious of the position of the dominant classes? Take, for example, Truth's famous condemnation of black men getting the right to vote, which has been quoted for years as evidence of the historical concern black women have had about black male political advancement. There is a great stir about colored men getting their rights, but not a word about the colored women, and if colored men get their rights, and not colored women theirs, you see the colored men will be masters over the women, and it will be just as bad as it was before. So I am for keeping the thing going while things are stirring, because if we wait till it is still, it will take a great while to get it going again. White women are a great deal smarter, and know more than colored women, while colored women do not know scarcely anything. They go out washing, which is about as high as a colored woman gets, and their men go about idle. 30. Truth believed black men were more brutal than the white men who orchestrated slavery and black women were less intelligent than the white women who ruled over them. The historian Paula Giddings explains that the difficult circumstances of Truth's life gave her a distorted view of whites and blacks. 31 Consequently, says Giddings, Truth shares a sentiment of black men eerily similar to that of Elizabeth C. Stanton, who believed that it would be better for a black woman to be the slave of an educated white man than of a degraded. 13. Ignorant, be lack 1. 32 If Truth's quote remains a reminder of the danger black male politics has posed since the mid-19th century, then why are we not also suspicious of the allure white womanhood could have over black women? Think of Stokely Carmichael's statement, the only position for women in the SNCC is prone, for instance. 33 This sentence has become not only representative of him or of the ideology of the organization he represented but also evidence of black males' patriarchal political inclination throughout the centuries. 34 Mary King, a member of Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and the author of Freedom Song, a personal story of the 1960s civil rights movement, offers a vastly different account of this oft-cited statement. Carmichael's comment pertained to a position paper circulated for the November 1964 Waveland meeting of the SNCC written by Mary King and Casey Hayden. The position paper spoke to the assumption of male leadership and the role of male and female workers of SNCC. The position papers were meant to get the leadership to think about foundational questions: what is SNCC? What do we organize? Where do we organize? 35 The position paper on women asked the representatives to think about the role women played in the SNCC's leadership and decision-making structure. Specifically, the paper asked members to consider why it is in SNCC that women who are competent, qualified, and experienced are automatically assigned to the female kinds of jobs such as typing, desk work, telephone work, filing, library work, cooking, and the assistant kind of administrative work but rarely the executive kind. 36 King fondly accounts that Carmichael made fun of everything that crossed his agile mind, and this position paper was no different. When he came to the not-so-anonymous women's paper in the meeting, King recounts, looking straight at me, he grinned broadly and shouted, "What is the position of women in SNCC?" Answering himself, he responded, "The position of women in SNCC is prone." 37 According to King, the now infamous statement by Carmichael was a joke. She remembers that Stokely threw back his head and roared outrageously with laughter. We all collapsed with hilarity. It drew us all closer together, because, even in that moment, he was poking fun at his own attitudes. 38 Instead of describing Carmichael as some raging patriarchal maniac, King says, Casey and I felt, and continue to feel, that Stokely was one of the most responsive men at the time that our anonymous paper appeared in 1964. 39 Several years later, Hayden confirmed King's recollection of events in SNCC. Even in 2010, Hayden remembered the SNCC as a womanist, nurturing, and familial organization. In fact, Hayden went as far as to state, women's culture and Black culture merged for me in the Southern Freedom Movement, especially in SNCC, free of constraints and the values of white patriarchy. 40 What is it that essentially ties Black manhood, its aspirations, ideals, and perceptions to random statements or jokes made by Black males to sexism? 14. And misogyny? What makes an individual's comments come to be understood as the historical consciousness of most, if not all, Black males? How does one Black man's thoughts in the 1960s come to represent the consciousness of them all, or even a majority of them, throughout time? Despite the prevalence of arguments to this effect, Black women were subjected to the sexist and misandrist ideas of the times no less often than Black men were. This is not an issue of masculinity or femininity as much as it is an issue of the assumptions of their day. Gender differences between Black men and women simply did not produce clear delineations of thought and attitudes throughout history. In fact, this is a position articulated by Wallace herself. She explains, Black women would define their femininity, or their liberation, which was not, however, a movement, in terms of their lack of these same superficial masculine characteristics precisely because the myth of their inferiority, the Black female stereotype, had always portrayed them as oversexed, physically strong, and warlike. 41 Wallace actually argues that the Black macho is only one side of the gender dynamic created by integration. In the process of assimilation, integration, and accommodation, Blacks had taken on the culture and values of whites in regard to sexuality and gender. This did more than make it inevitable that Black men would be sexist or misogynistic. It also made inevitable Black women's completely dysfunctional self-hatred. Yet there is not one exploration of this self-hatred taken on by Black women under the same conditions that allegedly created the Black macho. 42 The Superwoman, literally the second half of the title to her book, has not generated any discussion in academic gender theory or Black feminism, despite the claim that, if we accept the Black macho thesis, Black women aspire to the very same end. Feminist-inspired theories of Black masculinity establish their legitimacy by racially profiling Black males. These theories assert a priori that Black males, as a group, are aspiring patriarchs, then surveil the individual behavior of Black men in society or, throughout a narrowly selected corpus of literatures accepted by disciplines, as evidence of that defect. This approach ignores the actual conditions and violence in American society that affect Black males and completely disregards the presence of the very same behaviors in other groups. Simply put, Black men appear to be explained by gender theory because they are the group most targeted by it. These accounts symbolically biologize Black maleness as the cause of seemingly endless pathologies that are actually expressed by any number of individuals regardless of their race or gender who find themselves in similar economic or political conditions. Contemporary thinking about patriarchy condemns Black male violence as an instrument of domination, while absolving Black women immersed in the same circumstances who display the same violent behaviors. It has simply become an accepted conceptual practice to construct Black males as malicious because their excess masculinity necessitates the domination of others, while women, regard. 15. Less of multiple examples of violence, are constructed as ultimately good-intentioned and nonviolent because they are feminine. Hegemonic masculinity theory and the construction of the Black male threat, the problem with asserting Connell's theory as applicable to black males, the melding together of hegemonic masculinity theory and Wallace's account of the black macho within contemporary gender discourses is stunning. Sex role theory is heavily dependent on the political economy between men and women founded on the nuclear family in patriarchal societies, so it seems obvious that Wallace is not presenting the black macho as a sex role historically solidified by the relation between black men and women within nuclear families. Wallace's rendering of history and slavery maintains that black men and women have been denied the roles of white society because black men and women were prevented from marrying, and accepts that there was a black manhood before the 1960s that was not machoistic. Wallace suggests that white masculinity was an ideal that black men strived to attain, given their greater societal opportunities after civil rights. Allegedly, this newfound access to power led black men to not only internalize white Americans' perverse hypersexual stereotypes of black masculinity but also desire these sexual taboos politically for themselves. Hegemonic masculinity theory resonates with many of the claims introduced by Wallace because Connell's first articulation of hegemonic masculinity was interpreted by scholars in the West as the aspiration toward which all masculinities tended. Hegemonic masculinity was a theory developed by Rowan Connell in the 1980s. Connell's first work, Ruling Class, Ruling Culture, was a dense study of the Australian ruling class and its conflicts with the working class population. 43. It is unsurprising, then, given Connell's interest in class theory, that Antonio Gramsci's theory of hegemony had some appeal to her evolving thinking about gender. As originally introduced, Connell conceptualized hegemonic masculinity as a single structural fact, the global dominance of men over women. 44. Hegemonic masculinity asserts itself as a heterosexual practice that seeks to dominate women and subordinated masculinities that challenge its definition, such as that of homosexuality. 45. Connell does suggest that Western imperialism and colonialism fundamentally change the configuration of masculinity and femininity in relation to blacks, but this thesis is not fully explored in this earlier work or introduced as a reason that some racialized or impoverished men might not seek to emulate the hegemonic masculine ideal in a given society. 46. Connell is very specific in her deployment of Gramsci's idea of hegemony in this regard. 16. In the concept of hegemonic masculinity, hegemony means, as in Gramsci's analyses of class relations in Italy from which the term is borrowed, a social ascendancy achieved in a play of social forces that extends beyond contests of brute power into the organization of private life and cultural processes. Ascendancy of one group of men over another achieved at the point of a gun, or by the threat of unemployment, is not hegemony. Ascendancy which is embedded in religious doctrine and practice, mass media content, wage structures, the design of housing, welfare/taxation policies and so forth, is. 47. As a normative aspiration, hegemonic masculinity depends on socializing members of a given patriarchal society to an ideal form. Connell is very clear that the cultural ideal, or ideals, of masculinity need not correspond at all closely to the actual personalities of the majority of men. Indeed, the winning of hegemony often involves the creation of models of masculinity which are quite specifically fantasy figures. 48. Because hegemonic masculinity is held at the ideological level, there is no need for it to conflict with the emphasized femininity of the society. In fact, they would complement each other. 49. Connell's theory asserts that society is always in a state of play, dynamic, struggling, and meeting challenges against ideology with reification and new ideological rationalizations to support the desirability of the asserted hegemony. Institutions, individuals, and social forces are in constant interaction within the hegemonic masculine culture. There is no stasis or fixity in this account. Connell's subsequent work, Masculinities, begins with a historical and theoretical conscience that is not readily apparent in Gender and Power. From the outset, Connell is clear that some societies simply do not have the concept of masculinity, much less an ideology of hegemonic masculinity. It simply is not universal. Connell also recognizes that masculinity does not exist except in contrast with femininity. A culture which does not treat women and men as bearers of polarized character types, at least in principle, does not have a concept of masculinity in the sense of modern European/American culture. 50. Because it is a gender relation in society, masculinity is subject to social forces like any other relational phenomena. Connell outlines a three-tier model to understand the dynamics of masculinity. The first is power, or what is usually referred to as patriarchy, or the subordination of women and dominance of men in Western/European societies. The second is labor, which includes not only wages but also the gendered division of wealth and work in these societies. Last but not least is cathexis, or sexual desire. Extending her Freudian inclinations from gender and power, Connell asserts that the practices that shape and realize desire are thus an aspect of the gender order. 51. As with her reading of Sigmund Freud in her first book, Connell is fascinated by Freud's explication of the psychical and the social. 52. The motivations that drive how one constructs and 17. Participates in the external through the permission of one's internal is central in masculinities. In 2002, Connell created a fourth category, symbolization, to capture what is sometimes referred to as performances of identity, or the meanings conveyed by individuals through speech, dress, and behavior to assert their gender meanings. 53. Unlike the assertions of many scholars who continue to use masculinity theory, Connell does not have a fixation on a specific politics as the solution to hegemonic masculinity and structures of patriarchy. As she concedes, the formulation in Gender and Power attempted to locate all masculinities, and all femininities, in terms of a single pattern of power, the global dominance of men over women. While this was useful at the time in preventing the idea of multiple masculinities from collapsing into an array of competing lifestyles, it is now clearly inadequate to our understanding of relations among groups of men and forms of masculinity and of women's relations with dominant masculinities. 54. In sharp contrast to the biologism operating within the premises of American gender theorists, previously highlighted by Oumi's criticism of feminist gender analysis, Connell recognizes that dominance in gender relations involves an interplay of costs and benefits. Challenges to hegemonic masculinity arise from the protest masculinities of marginalized ethnic groups, and bourgeois women may appropriate aspects of hegemonic masculinity in constructing corporate or professional careers. 55. Although Connell concedes that masculinity has established particular ways of using male bodies for work, there is no specific biological causality in which subordinated and subjugated masculinities necessarily aspire to embody hegemonic masculinity, any more than women of the dominant classes would seek to use that hegemony or emphasized femininity for their own interests. Perhaps more interesting, there is no suggesting that any one politic feminist or otherwise remedies the societal instantiations of hegemonic masculinity. To escape the colonial paradigms of gender established on First World taxonomies, Connell herself has called for a shift away from Western concepts of gender altogether. This shift centers masculinities of the Global South founded in anti-colonial struggle as radical departures from patriarchy. Connell maintains that formulations of Black and Indigenous masculinities birthed in conflict with colonialism and the imperial ruling class are non-hegemonic and offer models of resistance to patriarchy. 56. Such developments in Connell's thinking, which place Black men and other racialized males outside the purview of hegemonic masculinity, have been disregarded in American gender theories, which still rely on her much earlier formulations of hegemonic masculinity as well as a version of Wallace's theory of Black male assimilation into dominant white cultural norms. In short, Connell's theory excludes racialized males from the hegemonic masculinity paradigm, but in the United States the dominance of Wallace's assimilationist account of Black masculinity makes Black men de facto patriarchs. 18. In the United States, Robert Staples's decades-long work on Black masculinity and the Black family has been reduced to his debate with Audre Lorde and Michelle Wallace in Black Scholar in 1979. 57. Connell, however, recognizes Staples's work as a serious challenge to hegemonic masculinity theory as originally proposed alongside James Messerschmitt's work on working-class masculinities. 58 Connell's use of hegemony is meant to explain how gender relations underscored the achievement of hegemonic masculinity largely through cultural ascendancy, discursive persuasion encouraging all to consent to, coalesce around, and embody such unequal gender relations. 59 For black males who were racially and sexually excluded from the ruling class, such aspirations were unrealizable. The early work of black women working on gender and Marxism in the United States made such delineations abundantly clear. Extending Angela Davis's argument in Reflections on the Black Woman's Role in the Community of Slaves concerning the objective equality between black men and women, from slavery to the Civil Rights era, 60 Gloria Joseph, a Marxist black feminist, argued that the documented history of black women and men in the area of labor thus reveals that the peculiar institution of slavery played a curious role in bringing about equality among black men and women as opposed to the inequality that was fostered among white women and men. 61 Because black males, in terms of class position and a caste position as racialized laborers, are structurally excluded from the ruling class, serious thought was given in the late 1970s and early 1980s to their gender orientation and whether or not they could even participate in the historical and economic system of white patriarchy. Remember, Connell has been developing her theory of gender and hegemonic masculinity since 1982. Her preliminary theories were based on her initial study of Australian high school boys from ruling class and working class families and the class aspirations reflected in the curriculum of these schools. 62 It is a commonly articulated position with the advent of standpoint epistemology that gender theories demand specificity to their subjects. It is often assumed that works by black women theorists entail some visceral social historical cultural connection to black women, for example. In the case of heterosexual black men, however, there is a belief that their intentions and motives can be adequately captured by generic theories of masculinity formulated on male children in colonial societies and upper-class settler culture. The asserted closeness that black males, among the poorest, most uneducated, and most isolated, unassimilated, members of American society, are thought to have to hegemonic masculinity and white patriarchy is evidence not of their actual power or aspirations for, white, male domination, but of the extent to which theorists and scholars have internalized the negative stereotypes about black males as hypermasculine, violent, and dangerous. Instead of being specific inquiries into the attitudes, history, and destiny of black men, theories concerning black masculinity are merely an attempt to read black men into 19. The legacy established by white masculinity and condemn their political or economic aspirations that do not share the political motifs of liberal, black, feminism as patriarchal. Under current disciplinary perspectives, black males are denied the courtesy extended to other males throughout the world, the ability to organically formulate and practice non-patriarchal forms of manhood that are not dependent on feminist political norms. Challenging the caricature of the hegemonic black male, the sociological findings of black male gender attitudes despite the mountains of empirical and conceptual ventures identifying and defining multiple notions of manhood and boyhood among black males that dislodge the essentialist thesis asserted by Wallace, much of gender theory remains dedicated to the paradigm asserting black heterosexual masculinity as the buck or black macho caricature. Whereas mainstream, white, theories of patriarchy are debated and nuanced so that the theory, like Connell's, can be tested with empirical research, assertions about black masculinity are taken as fact, to be complete and, moreover, incontrovertible. Posing challenges to prevailing theories maintaining that black men are sexist, patriarchal, and set on domination are met with moral condemnation, while introducing material history to challenge the historiography maintaining that black men pursued civil rights and black power to gain the right to dominate women and have sexual access to white women is classified as apologetic and summarily dismissed as caping for black men. In a very real sense, theory mirrors the cultural and social context of its origin, and like the society from which it springs, academic, gender, theory is accepted as true because it rationalizes the accepted stereotypes of black males held by the general public. There is a comfort found in theory that is not offered by public opinion, a correctness of sorts married to the word, despite it being no better founded than personal anecdote or experience. Black masculinity theory gains acceptance through an ideological rigidity that equates any disputing of the claim that black men are patriarchs and sexist to a denial that sexism and patriarchy exist in black communities. It is actually quite simple to hold that black men are not patriarchs but are socialized to accept sexism, just as easy as it is to posit that in a racist society where black males are criminalized and systematically impoverished, black men and women are taught to pathologize that population. Nuance need not constitute denial. Staples's black masculinity, the black male's role in American society, although rarely cited today in gender theory, is widely acknowledged as being among the first empirically driven analyses of black males in American society. It shares this distinction with Lawrence E. Gary's anthology Black Men, which was published by Sage in 1981. 63. Contrary to the long-standing mythol. 20. Ogi that all race scholarship during the 1960s and 1970s was dedicated to the plight of the black male, it became evident in the late 1970s that social scientists knew very little empirically about black men and boys. Given the proliferation of texts about black women and girls in the early 1970s, such as Joyce Ladner's Tomorrow's Tomorrow, Law Francis Rogers' Rose's The Black Woman, and The Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman, Gary noted, although these publications have added considerably to our knowledge of black women and their families, to some extent they have created the impression in the minds of many people that the black community functions primarily as a matriarchal family system. In fact, so little attention has been given to black men as fathers and husbands that they have been referred to as the phantom of American family studies. 64. Early depictions of black males in the social science literature caricaturized them as street corner men, pimps, deserters, criminals, hustlers, or ineffective family figureheads. 65. These depictions were not research, rather, they were myths used to explain the specific racial, sexual, and economic position under which black males suffer as the product of their own cultural deficiencies. Black males were defined as problems, threats. They were projected as psychologically impotent and castrated, dependent, incredulous, nebulous, irresponsible, and suspicious. 66. And thereby responsible for their own lowly position in society. Staples took a different approach in his study of black men and boys in American society. He held that institutional racism and its machinations shape the expression of black masculinity in America and that this reality cannot be discounted in seeking to understand both the black male's subjective experiences of manhood and the objective consequences of being both black and male. 67. The historical circumstances of black males in America gave rise to fundamentally different notions of manhood from those of white males. In the case of black men, their subordination as a racial minority has more than cancelled out their advantages as male in the larger society. Staples insisted that this precarious position meant that any understanding of their experience will have to come from an analysis of the complex problems they face as blacks and as men. 68. Staples named this the dual dilemma. To many readers, this idea sounds like contemporary theories such as intersectionality in that it suggests that every subject is both raced and sexed. However, this idea was initially published in 1978 in the Journal of Social Issues, a full decade before the term intersectionality was developed. 69. Staples maintained that black men had few privileges in America, except in relation to black women, in that black men had higher incomes than black women in the 1970s. Staples does attend to the wit of history. In an era that witnessed the burgeoning of black nationalism with its attendant elevation of the black male to his rightful and historical role as head of the black family and community, 70. It was women, mostly white women, who gained political and economic ascendancy from the civil rights movement. 21. Staples maintains that the economic and political isolation of black men and boys gave them more egalitarian views of sex. It is generally conceded that black men do not have the power to enact patriarchy to the extent that white men do, but this structural limitation is rarely connected to or thought of as a reason that black men would formulate altogether different notions of manhood that resist gender hierarchies not only in the home but also in the larger society. Black men are by far the most liberal sex-race grouping in America. They start dating earlier, have the most liberal sexual attitudes, and are most inclined to have non-marital sex without commitment. 71. Within the institution of marriage, black men are more involved than other males in doing housework, tending to children, and sharing decision-making with their female counterparts. 72. Recent studies actually show that black fathers are more involved with their children than men of other races, even when they are not married or living with the mother. 73. And they practice social fathering to the black community at large in recognition of the structural violence that robs black families and children of black men's presence generally. 74. Black men are not mimetic in the sense that they simply base their life aspirations or behavior on the precepts established by the larger white society. The sociologists Anthony Lamell Jr. and Juan Battle show that in the black community, homophobia and homosexuality are equally stigmatized identities, and it is religious participation as well as one's gender, rather than masculinity itself, that indicate the likelihood that black men or women will be homophobic and express homonegativity. 75. Black males' attitudes concerning sex, love, marriage, and manhood itself differ largely from those of whites. What black men do, how they actually behave, is more of a sociological than a philosophical point, but it is precisely how black men and boys live out these perspectives in societies that gives their experience of themselves and the world theoretical import. Academic theory has a passion for black male mimeticism, so much so that it is analytic, a property of black maleness itself. This position is little more than a myth disproved by the attitudinal studies on black men since the MID 1980s. In reality, 30 years' worth of data validates Staples's analysis in the 1970s that black males simply do not share the same definitions or hold the same cultural expectations as white men in America. Black males are socialized to understand manhood in the context of their vulnerability, the dangers their assertiveness and competitiveness are perceived to have in the larger society. Black men define manhood based not on their ability to dominate others but, rather, on their vulnerability to America's racist misandrist regimes. Claude Franklin writes, many black male youth also learn that a lacuna exists between those traits of dominance and competitiveness internalized and their exhibition in the larger society. They are very much aware of the high rate of black male unemployment, black male underrepresentation in high-paying, high-prestige occupations, and the generally inferior status of black males in 22. American society. It is only within black subculture or interpersonal relationships that black males can even express a masculine role, so their idea of black manhood is quite distant from that of the dominant white society. 76. In fact, some studies have found that black males' conceptualization of manhood does not include any reference to the ideas of white masculinity. Andrea G. Hunter and James E. Davis's Constructing Gender, an exploration of Afro-American men's conceptualization of manhood, asked one question to a group of black men in New York: what do you think it means to be a man? The answers and clusters of ideas revealed that discussions of masculinity were absent from men's definitions of manhood. 77. Hunter and James explained that this difference in black male perceptions of masculinity and manhood possibly reflects a cultural awareness of the differences between the physical sexual man and the social man, a distinction first introduced in Nathan and Julia Hare's Bringing the Black Boy to Manhood in 1985. The Hares maintain that black boys understand the social man as a moral and jural condition which extends, or should, far beyond the trappings and execution of uncommitted sexuality. 78. Whereas masculinity was thought of as a reflection of the dominant culture, aggression, power, and so on, for black males manhood emerged as a multidimensional construct that defines being a man in terms of the self, a man's relationship and responsibility to family, and a worldview or existential philosophy. 79. Manhood was the idea black men used to frame how they thought of themselves outside the ills and stereotypes of mainstream society and allowed a distinction between what they saw as masculine, white, behavior and the behavior of a black man. As Hunter and Davis explain, although masculinity may be a part of being a man, it is not the foundation on which manhood rests. 80. The long disproven racist stereotype that holds black men to be misogynist and natural threats to women remains the starting point for many conversations concerning black males. Contrary to these ascriptions, black men and boys have consistently demonstrated that their subordinate, racial, male position has made them more aware of sexual oppression and gender inequality. In 1983, Noel A. Kazanave asked if all black men suffer from the double bind, or being expected to fulfill traditional masculine roles while being denied manhood because of their race. His study found middle-class black men, those black males thought to embrace the ideals of hegemonic masculinity most readily, to have more progressive gender attitudes than white men, to approve of non-traditional roles for women, women's issues and egalitarian marital relationships, winky face, and to believe that men can learn a great deal from the way women act that can be incorporated into their own behavior. 81 In 1989, Ruby Lee Gooley's study of race and gender consciousness among black Americans found that the mean race and gender consciousness levels of black women are more similar to the mean levels for black men than to those for white women. 82 While the early 1990s marked the popularization of intersex. 23. Tionality and the presumed gender consciousness of black bodies based on their biological designation as male or female. Multiple empirical studies confirmed the findings of the previous decade, maintaining that black men were certainly more aware of, if not more conscious of, gender inequality than other men and women. For instance, in 1995 Kathleen Blee and Ann Tickameyer's Racial Differences in Men's Attitudes About Women's Gender Roles used national longitudinal survey cohorts from 1960 to 1981 to test the attitudes and racial concepts of gender between white men and black men. Although the study used data collected as long as 30 years before Hunter and Davis's study, it found that African American and white men differ in their attitudes about women's gender roles, that beliefs about gender roles change across time, and that individual status and life course processes influence gender role attitudes. 83 Because black males are socialized to see women as earners in the home, they have far more equitable ideas of women's labor than white males and see black women as co-workers needed for the economic survival of the whole. These attitudinal differences are not simply isolated to how black men see black women, they reflect a much deeper understanding of how sexual oppression operates in relation to racism. Andrea Hunter and Cheryl Sellers' Feminist Attitudes Among African American Women and Men, published in 1998, attempted to respond to assertions about black men's beliefs about gender with empirical findings. They were very perceptive in noting, despite the body of work on African American women and feminist thought, there have been few empirical investigations or theoretical discussions of feminist ideology or consciousness among black men. 84 Hunter and Sellers' study sought to measure three issues they believed were central to feminism: 1. Recognition and critique of gender inequality, 2. Egalitarian gender roles, and 3. Political activism for the rights of women. 85 Similar to previous studies, Hunter and Sellers' study found that African American women and men tended to have similar positions on the feminist issues examined. 86 In addition, Hunter and Sellers observed, African American men are often cast as having few positive proactive adaptive strategies to handle the crisis associated with a diminished primary provider role. Their analyses show that black men's experiences with police brutality and unemployment may facilitate a recognition of the importance of both women and men inside and outside the home, particularly in difficult times. Hence, one response to a threatened male breadwinner role is a shift in gender role attitudes. 87 Evelyn Simeon's Black Feminist Voices in Politics uses the National Black Election Studies, the National Black Politics Study, and her own National Black Feminist Study to document the broad support black men have for women's issues. Simeon's work dispels the common mythology insisting that black feminist commitments are fundamentally tied to a black and female identity. According to Simeon, black women and men recognize that the problems of 24. Racism, poverty, and sexual discrimination are all linked together. Black feminists are beneficial to the black community. Black women should share equally in the political leadership, Black women should take on a more prominent role in the Black church, and the overwhelming majority of respondents, Black men and women, felt they share a common fate with Black women. 88 What is perhaps the most controversial aspect of Simeon's work is that her studies have found that Black men are equally and, in some cases, more likely than Black women to support Black feminism. 89 In a subsequent article A Black Gender Gap, Simeon updates her findings, concluding that black men and women share the idea of intersecting oppressions and linked fates. Simeon writes, the present study provides additional evidence to support the claim that African American men have truly progressed in their thinking about traditional gender roles and have supported Black feminist tenets for longer than many realize. African American women are similarly supportive of Black feminist tenets, but to a lesser extent than African American men. 90 Several years later, Catherine Harnois used Simeon's National Black Feminist Study to test Patricia Hill Collins's theory of standpoint epistemology. According to Collins, a black woman's standpoint is defined as those experiences and ideas shared by African American women that provide a unique angle of vision on self, community, and society. 91 Harnois' work, like Simeon's, found that black men are as likely and in many cases, more likely to support the values, such as the interconnectedness of race, class, and gender, and political behavior traditionally thought to belong solely to a black feminist orientation. 92 Harnois found that black men are supportive of black women's leadership roles in politics and have supported gender equality more wholeheartedly than any other group of men and more than some women. 93 Contrary to the purported correctness of standpoint epistemology, gender simply does not control the political sentiment or limit the social consciousness of black males. Black men experience the world alongside black women. They, like black women, are abused because of their race and sex, yet theory holds that because they are not women, their awareness of gender inequality cannot be due to their maleness. So while black women's gender progressivism originates in their outsider position, it is suggested that black men's progressive gender attitudes cannot originate from theirs. These are ideological assertions based on the imagined history of black maleness as privileged and normative rather than an account of the particular disadvantages that make racialized maleness an outsider positionality in white patriarchal societies, and the possible origin of a black male genre theory. Because of their peculiar subordinate racial/sexual position, black males are able to understand the complexities of social life much better than the academic theories allegedly designed for the same end. Today, the deployment of contemporary gender theories, such as intersectionality and hegemonic masculinity, assume long disproven myths concerning black male socialization and political aspiration. Many of the afore 25 mentioned empirical studies sought to test the attitudes and worldviews of black males as a way to address the historical caricatures of black men as jealous aspirants craving white male power and dominion. These empirical studies capture what has long been denied to black males in theory, a reflective capacity. Because of their marginalization and oppression, black men have developed a separate historical consciousness of manhood that is quite distinct from that of white masculinity. Instead of facilitating an exclusive cognizance of their own oppression in terms of race, black males have explained their oppression consistently formulated in terms sensitive to their peculiar sexual oppression, their particular vulnerabilities as black males who are unemployed, hunted, and discriminated against. Black men feel empathy for women's sexual oppression beyond the presumed racial register because they experience the world as economically, sexually, and politically endangered. In other words, black males are empathetic because the economic and political obstacles they face are simultaneously experienced in the world as racial and sexual vulnerabilities. Despite these findings, many scholars, both black and white, male and female, will continue to assert that generally black males are sexist, misogynist, and patriarchal. These stereotypes not only function to condemn and dehumanize black males, but they also give communality to the self-selected academic class who find intellectual and political unity in pathologizing them. When these long disproven stereotypes are given the label of theory, the racist generalizations offer the illusion of specialization to the black men and women building their careers as experts on black masculinity and protects whites against charges of racism, since their hatred and fear of, and discrimination against, black males can be rationalized as theoretical advance. Unsurprisingly, the very same efforts that are morally praised as decentering black men, the denial of their death and poverty, the ridiculing of panels on these topics, the denial of venues for publication, in the academy are condemned as racist when practiced in society. Like the racist rationalizations that justify stop and frisk, racial profiling, and black male death, black masculinity studies constructs black men as a threat to women and others, codifies such constructions through theory, and legitimizes the discrimination and isolation of black males throughout the academy based on the alleged physical danger they pose through their mere presence and supposed spatial threat they pose to others through their opinions. The need for a black male historiography. Resisting the mimetic imposition on black male history, the biological reduction of black masculinity to its sexual assignment of male, largely built on the vacating of the historical peculiarity of race and 26. The consciousness black men have gained through centuries of racist colonial oppression, allows all sorts of evils to be historically ascribed to the aspirations of black manhood. The lack of rigorous study and non-fictive exploration of the black male's particular historical consciousness enables disciplines and theorists to erase the specific ontogeny of black manhood throughout the centuries, preferring his perceived sexual designation as male to serve as the foundation of his historical and contemporary psychology. This essentialism, this biologically determined percipience, is never questioned as currently applied to black males, despite a history in which the effeminization of colonized men seems rather a gesture of humiliation attributing to them sexual passivity under the threat of rape. 94. Whereas black women are argued to have developed a historical consciousness and various strategies to deal with their marginality and sexual oppression, black men, even when shown to have been victims of rape, economic marginality, medical experimentation, cannibalism, and castration, are denied the capacity to engage reflectively and respond to these realities. Canonical gender theory asserts that black males only answer to their victimization, even when at the hands of white patriarchy, is, in fact, white patriarchy. How can one historically study black males who are denied humanity, man-nots, in a way that is not confined to colonial notions of gender? Aims to break the historiography of gender theory that maintains that the end of slavery marks the beginning of blacks' assimilation of bourgeois European gender norms as the path toward freedom. It shows that within 19th and 20th century blackness there was a retreat from many of the foundational modes of gender in the West. As a historiography of black males, articulates the breaks in the assumptions that black and male bodies simply aspire to patriarchy. A tradition of black manhood is erected on the foundations of ethnology that was anti-imperial, anti-colonial, and, consequently, not patriarchal. Over the past decade, several works dedicated to exposing the colonial origin of gender have problematized our casting of gender, the theoretical deployments of the masculine and feminine, on black bodies. Derek Scott's extravagant abjection, blackness, power, and sexuality in the African American literary imagination aims to capture the conditions of blackness and the intuitive capacities of the black abject prior to gender. For Scott, the abject marks gender in a state of relative undifferentiation, gender as, however momentarily, not yet defined. 95. The abject denies gender differentiation within blackness. This deprivation imposed on bodies by blackness needs to show itself as not masculine. But this does not mean that it is necessarily feminine, or only feminine, merely that it cannot be narrated except as the negation of what it exceeds or overruns. 96. Scott marks an indeterminate being expressed as a negation, or lacuna, of gender itself. 27. Abdul-Jan Mohammed's conceptualization of racialized sexuality aims to ground a similar point regarding the formation of the gender concept within the history of racist violence in the United States. Jan Mohammed writes, within the confines of United States slave and Jim Crow societies, racialized sexuality exists at the point where the virtual powerlessness of certain subjects intersects with the massive prohibitive power of various state and civil apparatuses, power that, it must be emphasized, is always underwritten by the actual or potential use of massive coercive violence. 97. Within repressive structures such as slavery or Jim Crow, black sexuality is configured in relation to the asymmetric power imposed by white bourgeois sexual mores. The black body, constrained by impending death, is unable to express a normative sexuality that is not shackled to the asymmetry between blackness and whiteness. The contingency of black sexuality, defined by the relation and will of the white subject in relation to which it is positioned, requires conceptualizing the sexuality of virtually powerless groups within a register that is completely different from the foundation of gender that is traditionally offered and is merely the anthropological template of bourgeois white culture. For black males, this nexus of negation is peculiarly affixed to their near-zero degree of social conceptualization as flesh and death, their transition to meat. 98 Contra Hortense Spillers's distinction between body and flesh as the poles of the captive and liberated subject. 99 Where flesh is prior to the gendered rules of the body that erase the history of violence committed on African female flesh beyond rape, Jen Mohammed suggests that insensate flesh, or meat, is an impending threat that conditions black maleness to accept castration as the bareness of bare life itself. 100 Racialized castration is the force of maturation that transform boys into men in Jan Mohammed's reading of Richard Wright's accounts of black masculinity. Jan Mohammed writes, racialized castration is not really concerned with managing the principle of substitutive equivalence on the register or signification or the symbolic as such, but rather on the register of political power and control. And it is on this register that racism attempts to negate the principle of substitutive equivalence between one citizen and another, in their capacity as citizens, by erecting a barrier on the basis of racial identity. And it is precisely the erecting of this barrier through the act of castration that constitutes the profoundly phallic and sexualized character of the racial border. In this context, a black boy can become a man only by understanding and accepting the prevailing structure of sexualized racial difference, which is to say, by accepting his social castration, failing which he will have to face the possibility of his literal castration. 101. 28. The threat of castration and the impending fatal force of death share in the origination of black manhood in the United States. Blackness distorts gender, making it inoperative on black bodies. This historical distortion consequently makes the extension of the gender category inapplicable to the condition of blackness and those sexed bodies within wretchedness or abjection. As the literary theorist Greg Thomas explains, there is no universal man socialized in opposition to a universal woman, or vice versa. There is a white man and a white woman specied over and against black African slaves, who may be described as male and female. 102 We are not studying men when speaking of black males, we are studying negations of white man itself. Argues that theory must be able to explain the historical moments concerning the creation of race and the denial of gender for blacks in the 19th century. Takes up the question of mimesis from the opposite end of the spectrum through the analysis of a convicted rapist and nationalist named Eldridge Cleaver. In many academic circles, Eldridge Cleaver is the quintessential black macho. He is the rapist, the buck, and the narcissistic terror of black women at large. But what if he was something else? What if Cleaver reveals that he was not simply a rapist but a theorist of the erotics that preceded rape, the homoerotic production of black men as convicts, the nameless black male flesh that is sacrificed to the prison industrial complex? He was convicted of rape in 1958 and freed from prison for that crime in December 1966. It was after his release that he met Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale, who had founded the Black Panther Party on October 15 of that year. Cleaver's book Soul on Ice was not published until 1968, the same year he began teaching at the University of California, Berkeley. There is no justification for Cleaver's use of rape, but as scholars we can try to understand his motivation and the pathologies involved in his decisions. To understand Cleaver, we must resist the present-day inclination to insinuate that his rape conviction, his time in the Black Panther Party, and his intellectual works were synonymous or simultaneous. Gives some context to the sexual violence black men historically experienced at the hands of white women and, in effect, white patriarchy during Jim Crow and well into the 1960s. By situating the rape of black men historically, I show that the convict criminal is a category endemic to black maleness that makes black males vulnerable to repetitive sexual repression, violence, and rape. Today, incarceration is thought of as a racist monument, a historically racist institution. Rarely is the prison thought of as a formative institution that produces specific kinds of beings, black male beings, in society. As a consequence, prison rape is thought to be simply the function of male attempts to dominate other men and not a means of producing these kinds of selves in the world through sexualization. Cleaver, however, argues for a very different conceptualization of rape in prison. Cleaver argues that black male sexuality is thought to be parasitically attached to the quest of 29. Black male politics and resistance against white supremacy. Cleaver traces the obsession with the criminalization of black male sexuality to slave revolts such as that of Nat Turner. Referring to William Starrin's depiction of Nat Turner as the inevitable rapist of Emmeline Turner in the Confessions of Nat Turner, 103, Cleaver asks, "Why do you think that white boy who wrote a book about Nat Turner turned Nat Turner into a freak? The basic lie of his book was about who Nat Turner wanted to fuck. Winky face, Nat Turner killed white people, white bitches. And he killed 4 black people, 4 black bitches. So who do you think he related to fucking?" 104 Who the black man is thought to lust after is the libidinal motivation behind all of his political acts. His defining impulse is thought to be rape. He pursues politics simply to gain the opportunity to rape more. To conquer black men and dissuade them from resisting white males, the prison was constructed as a homoerotic arena of surveillance and corporealization. The political resistance of the black male is criminalized as the extension of his brutish nature to rationalize this market. To contain his resistance, society creates notions of criminality affixed to the capacity of his black phallus. It produces him as undifferentiated black phallic flesh, able to be used or killed at the whim of white men and women. There are not individual black men or boys, there is only the black male. The prison simply stores these black male bodies for later use. Black male vulnerability as a foundation. Evaluating the political economy of black male erasures from theory. Black male vulnerability is the term I use to capture the disadvantages that black males endure compared with other groups, the erasure of black males' actual lived experience from theory, and the violence and death black males suffer in society. The term is not meant simply to express the material disadvantages black males face due to incarceration, unemployment, police brutality, homicide, domestic and sexual abuse throughout society, or their victimhood. The term is also meant to express the vulnerable condition, the sheer fungibility of the black male as a living terror able to be killed, raped, or dehumanized at any moment, given the disposition of those who encounter him. Black male vulnerability is an attempt to capture the black male's perpetual susceptibility to the will of others, how he has no resistance to the imposition of others' fears and anxieties on him. Despite the contemporary intersectional, feminist, and liberal progressive framings of gender hierarchies that maintain that black men have some privilege based on their maleness, black men and boys lag behind on practically every population indicator, from education and income to health and mortality. Classrooms are hostile environments for young black boys. 105 They are often thought of as lazy, disruptive, and in need of the most discipline. 106 Teachers 30. Routinely assert that black boys are less intelligent than whites and black girls and treat them less favorably as a result. 107 Some scholars have even shown that parents have taken up the view that black boys are less academically gifted than black girls. These lower parental expectations for black boys academically leads to not only less parental involvement in their education but also less reward or encouragement for their academic success. 108 The negative experiences black boys endure from kindergarten through 12th grade have very real consequences for college and beyond. Since the dawn of the 21st century, black men have received fewer than 40% of the associate, professional, and doctoral degrees awarded to black Americans. 109 The consequence of black males earning fewer bachelor's and doctoral degrees is reflected in the number of black male professors at Title IV institutions throughout the country. According to the most recent report by the American Association of University Professors, there are roughly 48,000 black male and about 70,000 black female professors at Title IV colleges or universities in the United States. 110 black female professors outnumber black male professors by a little more than 20,000. In contrast to the history of white Americans in higher education, black men have always been outnumbered by their female counterparts in college enrollment and degree attainment. As the demographer Ann McDaniel explains, the historical trend in college completion for blacks is not marked by the reversal of a gender gap that once favored males, as it is for whites, but rather entails a long-standing female advantage. 111 Similarly, the economist Rhonda Sharp notes, since 2000, black women earn twice as many associate's, bachelor's, and master's degrees as black men and nearly twice as many professional and doctorate degrees. 112 The growth of black women in the university has allowed them, as a group, to attain tenure-track employment at rates comparable that of their non-black counterparts over the past 2 decades. 113 While black males are still trying to gain sustainable access to colleges and universities at the baccalaureate level. 114 This historical advantage of black women in education, first remarked on by W.E.B. Du Bois in 1927, brings attention to a stark race-sex inequality disregarded by many, if not most, scholars working on race and gender. 115 If this gender gap in education continues, warns Wilma Henry, by 2097, all of the baccalaureate degrees earned by African Americans will be bestowed on African American women. 116 The smaller number of black males pursuing college as a first choice drives many into labor-intensive blue-collar occupations. While these jobs will offer some economic independence compared with those years spent in college, black males in these blue-collar occupations rarely climb the economic ladder into the middle class. This lack of class mobility for black males carries the risk of poverty and unemployment. Incarceration has also had a devastating impact on black males' lifelong economic prospects. At the end of 2009, an estimated 841,000 black men and 64,800 black women were in state or federal prisons and local jails. 117 According to the Bureau of Justice Report on Prisoners, on December 31, 2014, black males had higher imprisonment rates than prisoners of other races or Hispanic origin within every age group. 118 The economists Derek Neal and Armin Rick found that the growth of incarceration rates among black men in recent decades combined with the sharp drop in black employment rates during the Great Recession have left most black men in a position relative to white men that is really no better than the position they occupied only a few years after the Civil Rights Act of 1965. 119 The impact of incarceration is not simply rooted in the removal of these black males from society. Incarceration also marks black men for years after they are released, making employment and basic sustenance nearly impossible. Evelyn Patterson and Christopher Wildman's recent study Mass Imprisonment and the Life Course Revisited found that imprisonment has even more devastating effects on black males' economic condition and quality of life than previously thought, since incarceration robs black males of disproportionately more years that they are capable of working. Patterson and Wildman conclude, the total amount of time black men on average spend marked not in prison but an ex-prisoner and felon is far larger, at 11.14 years, corresponding to roughly 27% of their working lives. His means that black men spend on average 31%, roughly one-third of their working lives either locked in a state prison or struggling to overcome the negative outcomes that result from their marked status. 120 As Becky Pettit argues, high rates of incarceration among black men and black men with low levels of education in particular have profound implications for accounts of their social standing and that of their children, families, and communities where they live prior to and following incarceration. 121 Incarceration, then, is more than simply an institution, it is a socially invigorated stigma that marks poor, uneducated black males throughout their lives and is far too often related to their impending deaths. But what if society is so dangerous for black men and boys that prison, despite its deleterious consequences, is preferable? Evelyn Patterson's Incarcerating Death, Mortality in U.S. State Correctional Facilities, 1985-1998, points out that black men are actually safer in prison than in American society. She writes, for black males at every age, death rates were higher for the population outside of prison compared with their same race counterparts in prison. 122. What are scholars to make of this paradoxical social reality? Historically, the prison has been explained as an institution that deprives the criminal of freedom. Incarceration is thereby linked to slavery in America's history of racism by the extent to which black men are criminalized and then made into prisoners, but rarely do these analyses explore the sexual aspects of imprisonment. As with our notions of racism, and even American slavery, black males are imagined only in terms of their confrontation with 32. White male power, never in terms of their vulnerability to rape or sexual violence at the hands of white men and women. Regardless of race, we live in a culture that denies the vulnerability of men to rape generally. Rape, when it does happen to men, is thought to be perpetrated only by other men. Women are never thought of as rapists or as perpetrators of sexual violence. As Laura Stempel, Andrew Flores, and Eileen Meyer explain, stereotypes about women, which reflect gender and heterosexist biases, include the notion that women are nurturing, submissive helpmates to men. The idea that women can be sexually manipulative, dominant, and even violent runs counter to these stereotypes. Yet studies have documented female-perpetrated acts that span a wide spectrum of sexual abuse, which include even severe harms such as non-consensual oral sex, vaginal and anal penetration with a finger or object, and intercourse. 123. Female perpetration of sexual violence does not occur in a vacuum. Female perpetrators are aware of the innocence attributed to femininity and consequently the protection being female offers them from being seen as perpetrators of sexual violence, especially in cases involving imprisoned black males. Even with the change of the definition of rape by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, from the carnal knowledge of a female forcibly and against her will to the penetration, no matter how slight, of the vagina or anus with any body part or object, or oral penetration by a sex organ of another person, without the consent of the victim, there has been little change in the public's perception of male rape. 124. As Stempel and Meyer explain, although the new definition reflects a more inclusive understanding of sexual victimization, it appears to still focus on the penetration of the victim, which excludes victims who were made to penetrate. 125. Despite the change in the actual law, data collection still operates on the idea that males are perpetrators rather than victims of rape. Because male victims who are made to penetrate are classified under sexual victimization in FBI reports, the actual number of non-consensual sex acts forced on males is not classified as rape. This means that the number of males who are actually raped remains invisible not only to the public but also to scholars reporting the data. Despite their prevalence, female perpetrators of rape remain unrecognized and under-theorized. 126. According to Stempel and Meyer, the 12-month prevalence estimates of sexual victimization show that male victimization is underrepresented when victim penetration is the only form of non-consensual sex included in the definition of rape. The number of women who have been raped, 1,270,000, is nearly equivalent to the number of men who were made to penetrate, 1,267,000. The authors continue. This striking finding that men and women reported similar rates of non-consensual sex in a 12-month period might have made for a 33. newsworthy finding. Instead, the Centers for Disease Control's public presentation of these data emphasized female sexual victimization, thereby, perhaps inadvertently, confirming gender stereotypes about victimization. For example, in the first headline of the fact sheet aiming to summarize the National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey's findings, the CDC asserted, women are disproportionately affected by sexual violence. Similarly, the fact sheet's first bullet point stated, 1.3 million women were raped during the year preceding the survey. Because of the prioritization of rape, the fact sheet failed to note that a similar number of men reported non-consensual sex, they were made to penetrate. 127. Such definitions serve as the cultural foundation for how we understand rape generally throughout society, but perhaps even more consequential is the role these definitions play in the disregard for rape in prisons. This heteronormative lens, which limits rape and the desire to rape to the power of men over women, has severely overdetermined how scholars have come to understand incarceration and blinded many to the history of sexual violence and rape that occurs within the prison. Prisons are routinely excluded from household crime surveys. 128 Thus, prisoners, who are frequently victimized by staff and other prisoners, are not considered in various publicly reported measures of rape and sexual coercion. Currently, prison rape discourse focuses almost exclusively on sexual abuse perpetrated by men. 129 The popular notion is that prisoners rape prisoners, when in reality significant numbers of staff, both male and female, are reported to rape inmates. The dominant perception is that male staff rape female inmates. In reality, however, we find varying expressions of rape that are not only homosexual but also heterosexual and perpetrated by women. Even when the Bureau of Justice Statistics found that 69% of male prisoners report sexual misconduct by female perpetrators, the impact and trauma caused by such victimization is de-emphasized and made to conform with traditional gendered assumptions about sex, specifically, who can be the victim in forced sexual interactions. 130 This denial is particularly worrisome for our knowledge of incarceration and its effects on black males. As Kim Buchanan explains, the notion that black male criminals stigmatized inside and outside prison as hypermasculine rapists might be sexually abused by law-enforcing women contravenes every intuition race and gender stereotypes have to offer. 131 As such, scholars are blind to white men's homoerotic coercion of black men and willfully deny that black males are victims of white women's sexual power and violence within the prison. Multiple social scientists are alerting scholars to the incompleteness of information we have about black males to understand their disadvantages in 34. Health, income, and mortality because of policing and incarceration. Meanwhile, scholars in English, women's, and gender studies, and various assortments of liberal arts assert not only that we have enough knowledge about black men to justify not studying them but also that our present knowledge of black males is complete and uncontestable. These scholars hold that black men have an enduring ontological advantage over black women because they are male, despite the aforementioned disadvantages they have in relation not only to whites but to black women, as well. These realities facts, so to speak, are unmoving to theorists, since a moral right, ness is asserted in de-emphasizing black male vulnerability. The political economy of niggerdom examines this phenomenon as a function of political economy, although it may be the case that the erasure of black males from disciplines may be the function of somewhat metaphysical rather than ideological structures of thought. While an analysis of the superpredator, domestic, and sexual violence, and the presumption of black males as only perpetrators, and not victims, of violence may expose the limitations of academic scholarship, the consequence of such an examination may entail confronting the reality that black maleness is cemented semiotically, and thereby ontologically, as a category of death and disregard within the symbolic order of America. The death of black men, the race-sex nexus of black male existence in not being man, there is a negation of the humanity and personhood of the black male. Man not ness names the vulnerability that black men and boys have to having their selves substituted/determined by the fears and desires of other individuals. The black male stands in relation to others as always vulnerable because his personhood, who he actually is to himself, is not only denied but also negated by society. Social contact is perilous, as the nature of the black male is overdetermined by the encounter he has with other individuals or the power others have to define him when they encounter his body. He is denied sociality because every encounter a black male has with others holds the potential for accusation. In a racist society, the black male body has a logic all its own. Merely seeing the body of the black male differentiates it from that of a white man, humanity, and separates it in kind from the phylogeny of the human. The black male is defined by this distance to man, his nature being replaced with that of the brute and savage, he is made into horror. He literally is met with death, the effect of disposability and fungibility, because in the minds of others who see him, he represents death. He is imagined to be their greatest fear, in need of extermination. This terror is not solely racial antipathy, it also includes a very real sexual aptency. 35. The lust, the libidinal desire for the black male's body that serves as the motivation behind his condemnation and death is not altogether new. Frantz Fanon argued in Black Skin, W. Height Masks that the negrophobic woman is in fact nothing but a putative sexual partner, just as the negrophobic man is a repressed homosexual. 132 Fanon is clear that the substance of his analysis is not the Negro in general but specifically the black male, since he refers to the homoerotic nature of the white man's desire for black men. This is important for understanding the implication of Fanon's assertion that, in relation to the Negro, everything takes place on the genital level. 133 This sexual dimension of violence is therefore a substantial intervention into our categorical assumptions about race. Fanon is arguing that in racism toward the black male, there is a psychosexual oppression, a death-driving fear that stimulates the sexual desires of white men and women. Or, as Fanon says, when a white man hates black men, is he not yielding to a feeling of impotence or of a sexual inferiority? Since his ideal is an infinite virility, is there not a phenomenon of diminution in relation to the Negro, who is viewed as a penis symbol? Is the lynching of the Negro not a sexual revenge? We know how much of sexuality there is in all cruelties, tortures, beatings. 134 The satyriasis that motivates what black males are substituted for in the minds of white men has consistently received less attention than it perhaps has deserved. While the nymphomania of the white woman is suggested as the basis of her heterosexual obsession with the black phallus, the homoerotic manifestations of anti-black racism, the disgust toward but lust for the black male body, are rarely theorized as fundamentally linked to the violence black men and boys suffer. Eschatological Dilemmas diagnoses the satyriasis that manifests as the homoerotic. For a more accurate diagnosis of this problem, the drives and erotic motivations behind white society's desire for black male death. What needs are satisfied by killing the black male looking upon his corpse? Black men are rarely thought of beyond their dead bodies. What makes them that, the corpse, is relatively unknown. The cause of their death is thought to simply be racism, and rarely proceeds beyond literally stating this. The process by which black male life is lost is inconsequential to theory, so to speak. This chapter names this problem, but when confronting academic theory's current preference for speaking of black men only as their corpses, we are forced to engage the very real and unshakable bias the numerous deaths of black men and boys imprint on our conceptualizations of the black male. Because he is literally absent/non-existent/dead, he is not thought to need new theoretical accounts. In short, his existence is thought to be fully accounted for within our pre-existing theories, despite the incompatibility these theories have with his actual life and his specific embodying of black manhood. 36. Death seems to seek out the black body indiscernible as, man. The death of black men and boys has become so normalized in our society that it is expected. It is part of the social order of policing, white vigilantism, and the presumed outcome of a black man's involvement with whites, specifically white women. The dead black male body is so common that we are not shocked by seeing it lying in a pool of blood like Michael Brown or found hanging from trees like Frederick Germain Carter. 135 Black male death, despite its horror and gruesomeness, is tolerated within America. Whereas the violation of other bodies is thought to be too unsightly to be seen, the dead bodies of black males are circulated, shared, and maimed with little hesitation. Many in our society accepted this reality as a norm, but what effect does death have on the lives, the mental concept of the self, that black males formulate in this violent world? How do black males regard the future in a world that is so limited by the present? To be a black male is to live in constant fear of being accused of some offense against another. Black men live in a world where any accusation against them is thought to be evidence of their guilt. Imagine a world in which any individual, who can be thought of as a victim of a black male, has the power to define him as a criminal. This is the world many black males find themselves imprisoned within, too often defined by the accusations of others against them rather than their actual character. Take the case of David Owens. In 2012, he was stopped by police officers as he returned home from a long day working at New York's flagship Macy's store. The officers demanded his identification, then began arresting him. Despite multiple pleas, the officers refused to tell David Owens why he was being arrested, that is, until they walked him to a hysterical and possibly intoxicated white woman, who identified him as the black man with a hoodie who stole her backpack. 136 Although he had no previous criminal record, a time clock receipt showed he was at work, and he provided the phone number of his supervisor to corroborate his story. He was arrested and served 6 weeks imprisoned at Rikers Island. 137 In some cases, black men are locked away without trial. 2 years earlier, Kalife Browder was arrested for allegedly stealing a backpack. He was imprisoned at Rikers Island for 3 years without trial. For more than 2 years, Browder was held in solitary confinement. Although he was a minor, he was routinely brutalized, beaten, and starved by guards. 138 Browder emerged from prison a broken man and suicidal. He made his first failed attempt at suicide in November 2013, his second, in June 2015, was successful. 139 What possibilities exist for a black man treated as a non-person, as a blackened thing robbed of moral character? What possibility for life do black males have when they are reduced to their bodies and determined to be little more than the fear elicited in others? In the Fiat of Dreams, tries to make sense of this problem. Our present conceptualization of black maleness lacks. 37. An account of the vulnerability the black male has in relation with others. As a phobogenic entity, the black male is liable for the anxiety other individuals experience, whether they are white or black, male or female. He is culpable for the violence these groups imagine, for their delusions as if they are actual. This shared neurosis often leads to the rationalization of black male death in America. In April 2015, the New York Times ran a story reporting that 1.5 million black men were missing, in a comparison with black women aged 25 to 54, from daily life due to death and incarceration. 140 This report resurrected charges that America is deliberately and indiscriminately enacting a program of genocide against black men and boys. 141 But what it did not include was that black males between 18 and 24 suffer homicide victimization rates double those of black men aged 25 to 34. 142 Imagine being a young black male and knowing that you belong to a group where in your prime age years usually associated with thriving and growth you may not survive. How does one feel knowing that homicide and imprisonment define the transition from boyhood to manhood? The violence that black males suffer at the hands of police, the prison industrial complex, and other black Americans in impoverished neighborhoods creates an extraordinary psychological burden that is too often ignored in academic literature. Society continues to pretend that, because it remains so normalized or inconsequential in the minds of others, the death of black men has no effect on the mental health of black males generally. Black boys are committing suicide at rates much higher than in previous decades and than their black female counterparts. 143 While poor and unemployed adult black men consistently report higher numbers of daily encounters with racism and depression than black women. 144 Witnessing other bodies who look like you slaughtered in streets, seeing young black boys executed and broadcast for the world to see, observing the continuing extinguishing of the life, the people, that are black and male have real consequences. The present theories offered to explain black male identity, such as intersectionality, have no explanation for the grotesque, for the disproportionate death and dying of the black male, the display of his corpse. Theorizes black males as subordinate males in a white patriarchal society targeted for their racialized sexual relation to white males. By historicizing the increased rates of suicide among black males, as well as their selective targeting in America, I seek a new formulation of ethics to promote a true understanding of the conditions antecedent to their death. I argue that rather than the rhetoric, of shaming that focus, on black males as problems, deviants within society, we need a paradigmatic analysis of the world the black male endures, a viewing of the world that exposes its brutish reality and effects on black males, even if this realization comes at the expense of the 38. Cherished hope many theorists insist should serve as the foundation of inquiry into race. I suggest that anti-ethical thought is the only way for scholars and activists to move toward a more accurate study of black men and boys, because it is only in the recognition of the incompatibility between black, male, life and the supposed civility of American society that we truly understand how institutions, policies, and dehumanization function to concretize the caste status of black men and boys and, by consequence, the larger black community. 1. Toward a historiography of the man-not, or, the ethnological origins of the primal rapist. To hell with the white man's burden. To hell with Kipling's verse. The black man demands our attention. His condition is growing worse. Why lose sleep over his burden? All mortals have their share. The black man's growing hardships are more than he can bear. 1. B. Black men enter our theoretical purview through the stereotypes and anxieties produced within our own time, so the historical milieu from which they actually emerge and in which they live is thought ultimately to be irrelevant to the production of theory. The academic theorist fears the black males represented in our present day, so it is easy to rationalize these phobias, which interpret black men as patriarchal, violent, and indifferent to the suffering of others, as method. Making one's phobias a historically salient feature of the world lends objectivity to the subjective, so establishing these stereotypes as antecedents legitimizes black masculinity as theory rather than as theorists' pathology. Why do our imaginings of black males from slavery to the present day begin with these associations? Despite their origins in America beginning alongside the black female slave, black males are thought to reproduce and desire rather than resist and disown the white patriarchy of American empire. But what account or reading of history justifies this perspective? What motivates the scholar to interpret all political activity by black men as their attempts to mimic the white male patriarch, instead of their efforts to redefine, recreate, and reconfigure black manhood? The demand to recognize race and gender as central to black women's historical struggles was accompanied by the power not only to define the black female subject but also to insist on her motivations and her aims. The black male subject, however, has no such power. Scholars investigating black manhood are not only denied the ability to assert that black males do not, in fact, conform to white masculinity but also condemned for suggesting that black men do not, in fact, aim for this semblance, given their distance from gender/man/human. Under the current paradigm, black males are theorized as only mimetic entities, incapable of reflectively challenging white patriarchal social roles. Oyurongki Oyuomies, the invention of women problematized how the biological body functions in the epistemology, and consequently the historiography, of gender throughout the West. 2. While Oyuomies' rendering of Yoruba culture has been both acclaimed and criticized, her analysis of gender has served as a crucial intervention into feminist analyses, presuming not only that social position but also social consciousness can be indicated by demarcating that which is masculine/male and feminine/female. 3. Oyuomi suggests that present conceptualizations of gender, although heralded as social constructionist analysis, are in fact biological interpretations of reality in which social identities are all interpreted through the prism of heritability. This body reasoning makes biological determinism the filter through which all knowledge about society is run. For the body is the focal point of understanding the other, or that which is external to the self. It establishes knowledge about others through intuitions, somatological impressions connected with how one associates meaning with the biological form, the flesh of others. Said differently, the biological body tells one not only how to differentiate selves but also the intentionality of the other's flesh. In her identification of the oscillation between the biological and the social, Oyuomi observes that social construction and biological determinism have been two sides of the same coin. She continues, the centrality of the body, two bodies on display, two sexes, two categories persistently viewed one in relation to the other, is about the unwavering elaboration of the body as the site and cause of differences and hierarchies in society. Bodies become conceptual deployments within our explanations of social relations and the historical origins of inequality, instruments thought to capture complex and historical dynamics by one reference point elevated above the inexplicability of the material world. As Oyuomi writes, so long as the issue is difference and social hierarchy, then the body is constantly positioned, posed, exposed, and re-exposed as their cause. 5. The body marks a peculiar conceptual space dictating not only how one thinks about reality but also what one perceives as the relations that constitute reality. Within this configuration, the black male is used as a caricature of opposition to that which is black, female, and feminist. 41. Contrary to the dogmas of black masculinity, black manhood was a dynamic historical character that not only recognized the importance of black women to the racial project, an idea that simply was not controversial under 19th-century ethnology, but also challenged white patriarchy's various manifestations as systems of economic oppression, programs of colonial imperialism, and doctrines of racial evolution. Our current studies of black men primarily focus on politics, meaning that black men are judged by the extent to which they included black women in organizations or leadership positions in the 19th and 20th centuries. Rooted in the identitarian logics of our present day, which concede knowledge about gender to the perspectives voiced by the bodies marked by gender, black men who lived centuries ago are held to post-integrationist standards of intersectional theories developed in the 1980s. Under this paradigm, black men are deemed sexist or non-sexist, patriarchal or progressive, by the extent to which they mirror the attitudes of black women of their own time, not by their actual thoughts about white patriarchy and its systemic reverberations throughout the centuries. Whereas the purity and virtue of the 19th-century Victorian white woman was dislodged by historicizing her position and participation within a racialized and capitalist American empire, today the myth of moral infallibility has been re-established by our 21st-century practice of combining race and gender categories such that the black woman has now replaced her 19th-century predecessor as the transcendent feminine idol unaffected by her historical epoch. Today, race and female sex establish the limit of the gender concept. Gender conceptually centers patriarchy as both origin and problem, while race indicates the degree to which subjects may exercise masculine power. In other words, the distinction between the man and the woman emerges when one conceptualizes systems of relation, inequities throughout history, and asymmetry between bodies as the problem of gender itself. Anything and anyone that stands in relation to, outside, woman/gender now becomes condemnable for not being woman/gendered/female. As such, even those who are raised and excluded from white patriarchy historically become, analytically, patriarchal because they are designated to be man and thereby defined outside of woman. Overdetermined by the essentialism tying the biological marker of male to that which is patriarchal, current theories of gender assert that black males exist in a world of false consciousness that obstructs their ability to understand their position within patriarchal structures. Robbed of their historical vulnerability to rape, castration, and death due to the mark of maleness, black male figures are judged not by the rigor and depth of their understandings concerning patriarchy but by the extent to which they mirror the scholarly interpretation of the women in their day. This chapter argues that the black male stands outside this gender origin, not because of his race, but because of his maleness. Because the black male is often defined by a categorical redundancy of him as male, his sexual difference, his genre, is usually obscured from sight. 42. He is thought to be like the white male because he is biologically male. The notion of a different historical consciousness, or development of manliness, is thought to be conceptually impossible and without historical substantiation, not because there is no actual evidence, but because the proof is imperceptible under the present categorical assortment of knowledge. This historicization of the black male does not solidify another race/gender standpoint. In actual point of fact, there is no oppression that is unique, in the sense that oppression happens to only one group of people within history. The study of the black male shows that certain kinds of violence accumulate around certain bodies, and these are the discoveries of his specificity revealed by study. Closer attention to black males throughout history shows that patriarchy is not an insular and gender-opposing system that protects all men while subjugating all women. Patriarchy stands opposition ally to femininity as a self-regenerative system, both ideologically and biologically. It depends on white womanhood to enact its domestic terrorism and global imperialism. Patriarchy depends on white femininity for its propagation. Just as man and his expression of masculinity have meaning within Western patriarchal logics, so, too, are the female and her feminism the representation of the wombs that birth the masculinity of this order. Patriarchy evolved to protect white womanhood because white womanhood is not only the foundation on which empire is built but also the nascence of the expendable white male surplus needed for imperial conquest. She births man, so the white woman is given a peculiar power under white supremacy. This reality is excluded from theory in an effort to maintain the essential category of the woman as morally good and subjectively vulnerable and in need of recognition and preference in discourse. In fact, it was the newly won freedom of black men that launched the theorization of our modern concept of gender. Their freedom inspired ethnologists and feminists to give accounts of femininity that were vulnerable to male violence. It was ultimately the threat of black male citizenship that gave substance to our current concept of gender in whites. 6 Under 19th century ethnological schemes, black men and women were of a different evolutionary stock of beings. Gender did not exist because of their blackness. This racial, gender, ontology, thought to be apparent in nature and observable by science, could not produce men and women like those of white civilization, and it is from here that place in history that black men strove against the imperial reach of white masculinity and white femininity. This chapter indicts the idea that black men were gendered throughout history in such a way that they could share in the fruits of patriarchy. By articulating the vulnerability black men have faced at the hands of white civilization, the sexual, economic, and racial exploitation they have suffered at the hands of white men and women, it becomes easier to see that the violence black males have suffered exceeds the disciplinary category of masculinity. They. 43. Black male was defined outside of the world. Understanding why and how he engaged this negation should amend our present investments in gender. Part of the family. The modality of the enslaved in the 1830s. The domestication of American slavery marked a decisive shift from the previous century's idea of the natural slave unfit for liberty to the slave as the undeveloped savage in need of civilization and improvement. 7 GWF. Hegel's commentary on the Negro and Africa actually serves as a grounding of the ethnology used in America regarding enslaved Africans. Hegel writes, in Negro life the characteristic point is the fact that consciousness has not yet attained to the realization of any substantial objective existence as, for example, God, or law in which the interest of man's volition is involved and in which he realizes his own being. Hegel believed that Africans had no notion of the other or a higher power outside their own existence. He thereby concludes that the Negro exhibits the natural man in his completely wild and untamed state. 8 Because the slave was thought to have no knowledge of his selfhood, or the human soul, the Negro was thought to be completely sensual. For this race, human flesh is but an object of sense, mere flesh, it holds no meaning beyond its perception. 9 The sensual, savage Negro was trapped in the natural condition of being, a stage of absolute and thorough injustice. The Negro was thought to have no spiritual or reflective consciousness of its existence, so slavery was a means of developing the Negro. Hegel is adamant that slavery is itself a phase of advance from the merely isolated sensual existence, a phase of education, a mode of becoming participant in a higher morality and the culture connected with it. While Hegel believed that slavery is in and for itself injustice, for the essence of humanity is freedom, the Negro is the exception, for this man must be matured. 10. Hegel's depiction of the Negro was not the rambling of a simple racist posing as a philosopher. Hegel's lectures on the philosophy of world history spanned the years 1820–1831 and reflected the most authoritative ethnological thinking of the 19th century. 11 These lectures overlapped Hegel's revisions to his Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences and conveyed what was considered the world's most advanced thinking as to the nature of the African. The description of the African as sensuous and not beyond the raw state of nature was not isolated to the colonial apologetic of Europeans. In the United States, the sensual nature of the Negro was used to justify the modernization of the American slave institution. Thomas Jefferson expressed a similar view in 1779, in his Notes on Virginia, saying of the Negro, in general, their existence appears to participate more of sensation than reflection. To this must be ascribed their disposition to sleep when abstracted from their diversions, and unum. 44. Ployed in labor. An animal whose body is at rest, and who does not reflect, must be disposed to sleep of course. 12. Although Jefferson's statement was made in the second half of the 18th century, George Stroud's sketch of the law relating to slavery in 1856 showed that Jefferson's idea of the Negro was widely cited in support of American slavery within numerous states in the 19th century. 13. The sensual nature of the slave, his lack of reflective capacities, required both order and education for his improvement. To remedy these defects in Negro character, American slavery underwent an evolution. As the historian Willie Lee Rose explains, in the 19th century, the phrase domestic institution came to mean slavery idealized, slavery translated into a fundamental and idealized Victorian institution, the family. The domestication of slavery was not simply political. It introduced philosophical architecture or an order of man on the backs of enslaved African peoples. As Rose continues, pro-slavery philosophers intended to suggest a benign institution that encouraged between masters and slaves the qualities so much admired in the Victorian family: cheerful obedience and gratitude on the part of children, read slaves, and paternalistic wisdom, protection, and discipline on the part of the father, read master. 14. Whereas the 18th century justifications for slavery rested on the confinement of Africans to the realm of the non-human, 19th century laws restricting chattel's movement and eliminating their education indicate blacks were categorized as a special and different kind of humanity, as lesser humans in a dependency assumed to be perpetual. In earlier, harsher times, they had been seen as luckless, unfortunate barbarians. Now they were to be treated as children expected never to grow up. 15. As the noted ethnologist John H. Van Every and pro-slavery propagandist explained, the great foundation principle, the subordination or slavery of this Negro element was universal, and for 200 years and upwards unquestioned in a single instance on this continent, or indeed any other. For like the relations of the sexes, of parents and children, etc., slavery was inherent, pre-existing, and sprung spontaneously from the necessities of human society. The white man was superior, the Negro was inferior, and in juxtaposition, society could only exist, and can only exist, by placing them in natural relation to each other, or by the social subordination, or so-called slavery of the Negro. 16. The Negro's moral cultivation depended on the advances of the white civilization according to 19th century ethnologists. Slavery was merely an expression of the universal racial order that was based on not only scientific theories of racial inferiority but also the belief that the organization of the 45. State and broader society should be modeled on the patriarchal hierarchy of the family. This history adds to Angela Davis's claim that if black women were hardly women in the accepted sense, the slave system also discouraged male supremacy in black men. Given the absolute power of the slave master, Davis is correct that the promotion of male supremacy among the slaves might have prompted a dangerous rupture in the chain of command. 17. But even more threatening was that black manhood, if achieved within the institution of slavery, threatened the very chain of being established on the Victorian family model. Slavery absolutely denied blacks a gender, they were beasts of burden. As Rose writes, while the plantation community was a patriarchy and the planter's family a matriarchy, the domesticity in the enslaved cabin at the quarters was, ironically, about as close an approximation to equality of the sexes as the 19th century provided. Because of slavery an androgynous world was born, weirdly enough, not of freedom, but bondage. 18. The African was labor, the corporealization of blackness. It was not afforded the distinctions founded on white bodies, nor was it delineated by gender as masculine or feminine. The order of American slavery established on the domestic realm of the family was thought to be at the foundation of America as a nation and, as illustrated shortly, as an empire. As C.G. Memminger noted in 1851. In the Hebrew polity, we have the family as the basis and origin of all government. The individual is only known as one of a family. His duties and rights are measured by his position there. If he is the father, he commands; if the son, he obeys. In the one case he provides and gives, in the other, he takes and receives. Inequality and dependence prevail throughout, all benefit or all suffer from the good or evil of each. A few moments' reflection will show that Southern society, in common with that of the most stable governments known to history, rests upon this family or Hebrew basis. The slave institution at the South increases the tendency to dignify the family. Each planter is, in fact, a patriarch. His position compels him to be a ruler in his household. From early youth, his children and servants look up to him as the head, and obedience and subordination become important elements of education. Where so many depend upon one will, society necessarily assumes the Hebrew form. Domestic relations become those which are most prized. Each family recognizes its duty, and its members feel a responsibility for its discharge. The fifth commandment becomes the foundation of society. The state is looked to only as the ultimate head in external relations, while all internal duties, such as support, education, and the relative duties of individuals, are left to domestic regulation. 1946. In our post-structuralist moment, patriarchy would seem obviously to resonate with Memminger's account. There is a white male father who orders and controls enslaved Africans who are thought to be children, and this is the basis of both government and nation. The intuitive, ahistorical, critical reaction is far too deterministic to be useful in our attempts to grasp the reality of Memminger's claim. The domestication of slavery was not solely determined by white male power. The institution itself gave rise to different spheres of influence. Africans needed not only to be controlled but also to be improved and educated. The white father enforced law and order, but it is the white, imperial, mother who dictated societal morality and education. These modalities introduced patriarchy as the platform from which the civilizing power of the white woman was displayed. This account offers a much-needed complexity to the presumed asymmetrical relations between white men and women and the enslaved. Beyond mere politics or identity, the position of whites within slavery was indicative of established orders of being endemic to the institution. Enslaved Africans were oppressed by both white men and white women. Different qualities were thought to be advanced by their servitude to each. Contrary to the presumed passivity of the white woman, where her day-to-day abuse of slaves is denied and thought to have been violence committed only by white men, the white woman was charged with the managing and punishing of slaves as she saw fit. While the home was certainly ordered toward patriarchy in which white men expected to be obeyed by women, children, and slaves, the white woman showed unusual power within that domain. Because she reared children, the white woman was thought to set the standards for behavior. 20 In the South, this power over the moral realm motivated white womanhood to differentiate itself from manhood. It was an ideal she sought diligently to live up to the prescriptions. As an English visitor remarked concerning the order of a slave owner's North Carolina home, the legislative and executive powers of the house belong to the mistress, the master has nothing to do with administration, he is a monument of uxoriousness and passive endurance. 21 The power of administration was the white woman's primary relationship to slaves. As the historian Anne Firer Scott writes, the mistress had to dispense justice, settle small personal feuds, and cajole those who did not want to work. 22 Despite her erasure, the Southern white woman's work was to extend the order of the home beyond its physical architecture and into the world. The plantation was just the frontier it most immediately bordered. In 1853, Horace Mann, the famous anti-slave education reformer, wrote that the charge of woman is the empire of home, that most important of empires, and the parent of all empires and emperors. 23 The academic construct of woman is ontologically set against that of man. By effect, the maladies, such as racism, empire, imperialism, and nationalism, are thought to 47. Originate from masculinity. Theorists assert this a priori opposition as an analogous rationale to assert that the rise of woman, her rights, writings, and criticisms of society, throughout the mid-1800s was, in fact, set against patriarchy. The historical record shows that feminism encouraged rather than opposed white male rule. The historian Mary P. Ryan argues, the 1850s saw two icons: the isolated home and the imperial mother installed at the center of popular discourse. 24 On the one hand, the idea of woman's moral superiority, inherent in her characterization as pure, loving, and protected from the temptations of the world. 25 Was thought to define the home, which was isolated from the industrial and violent white male world of politics, and served as the foundation of her feminism. On the other, the moral power of women was transported in one great, mythical leap from the fireside circle to the vast expanses of national life, from family to society, from isolated home to mother's empire. Conceptually, imperial isolation is a contradiction of terms, but it formed the sociological basis of both the political isolation and the political power the white woman was given throughout the 1800s. The moral and civilizational superiority of the white woman served as the basis from which white women asserted their rights as women over and against those of savages, particularly racialized and savage men. As Ryan writes, glorifying the female in her home confinement precluded a feminist critique of gender asymmetry. 26 Because the moral superiority of the white woman over the white man was rooted in her isolation from the world. Although Ryan never connects the empire of the mother to the growing empire of the United States, her text attempts to push against the historical narration of women as simply repressed and misled by domesticity. As she writes, with motherhood as its symbolic crown and the home the functional center of their empire, women did, in fact, command a critical social position. 27 The literary scholar Amy Kaplan's article Manifest Domesticity is critical of Ryan's inability to see how the rise of white motherhood within the isolated home was used as a metric to establish the barbarism of foreign/alien/racialized people and justify colonialism. Kaplan claims that Ryan's empire of the mother employs empire as a metaphor framing her analysis, yet she never links this pervasive imperial metaphor to the contemporaneous geopolitical movement of imperial expansion or to the discourse of manifest destiny. 28 Kaplan maintains that Ryan's blind spot stems from the way that the ideology of separate spheres has shaped scholarship. Until recently it has been assumed that nationalism and foreign policy lay outside the concern and participation of women. 29 The term domestic has a double meaning that not only links the familial household to the nation but also imagines both in opposition to everything outside the geographic and conceptual border of the home. 30 The white mother, her empire, begins in the home but takes that which is outside of the home as the racialized other, the uncivilized world that needs modernization and improvement. This historical inclination of patriarchy toward THIRD. 48. Real expansion and manifest destiny has also been well documented by Amy Greensberg, but for her it is primarily male dominance, masculinity's nationalist fervor that implicates womanhood. While Greensberg showed that westward expansion proved that domesticity and manifest destiny could be mutually reinforcing, 31 Womanhood is imagined to be culpable only for erroneously believing in the ideas of imperialism, not acting on them, since most white women were thought to be confined to the home. In Ryan's view, the home is isolated from the industrial and political impetus of manifest destiny and colonial imperialism. Those motivations belong to the character of white masculinity. Kaplan maintains that Ryan's view of the home breaks down when domesticity is interrogated not as mutually reinforcing but as mutually constituting Western empire. Kaplan argues that domesticity can be viewed as an anchor, a feminine counterforce to the male activity of territorial conquest. 32 In this sense white womanhood was a source of the colonial logics that made that which is outside the home foreign and that which is foreign a threat to all that was domestic. There was power in the empire of the home that cannot be adequately captured within the popular historical narration of the home as oppressive and the white woman's position as comparable to that of the black slave. Throughout the mid-19th century, white women enthusiastically embraced what Kaplan calls imperial domesticity. These women understood that by withdrawing from direct agency in the male arena of commerce and politics, woman's sphere can be represented by both women and men as a more potent agent for national expansion. The modalities asserted within the domestic sphere, the order of white man, woman, and child, operated as a metric to judge the racialized other as uncivilized and thereby able to be subjugated. Rather than domesticity operating as the limit of white womanhood, Kaplan shows, the outward reach of domesticity enables the interior functioning of the home. 33. The white home of the 1860s forward not only was used to gauge the civilization of all other races but also was necessary to the settler project itself. As the historian Margaret Jacobs explains, the home was an essential means of establishing dominance in the new settlement. Settler colonies thus relied on the mobilization of white women, who were charged with making and keeping the home, as key figures in promoting settlement. 34. According to white women's rights activists of the time, this made white women indispensable to the West's civilizing missions abroad. Those who can be colonized, ethnology as the foundation of black sensuality and the black male rapist the chain of being established on the white family was not isolated to the political economy of 19th-century American slavery. It was, in fact, scientific and the cornerstone of modern ethnology. The American Ethno. 49. Logical Society was founded in 1842, only months apart from the Ethnological Society of London. 35. But modern ethnology, whose approaches had benefited from Charles Darwin's Origin of the Species after 1859, is distinguished from these earlier incarnations in its use of evolution to explain the divergences among races. A. H. Keene's Ethnology, Fundamental Ethnical Problems. The primary ethnical groups claims that ethnology proceeded through a comparative method of racial groups to determine the absolute and relative value of racial criteria, miscegenation, the origin and evolution of articulate speech and its value as a test of race, the influence of the environment on the evolution of human varieties, on their pursuits, temperament, religious views, grades of culture, the evolution of the family, clan, tribe and nation. 36. The 19th-century psychologist, historian, and philosopher Wilhelm Dilthey, who also held Hegel's chair of philosophy at the University of Berlin, wrote that ethnology describes the natural articulation of the human race and the resulting distribution of human life over the face of the earth in light of its physical characteristics. This ethnology thus investigates how the human race, on the basis of family ties and kinship, is naturally grouped into concentric spheres measured by degree of kinship, i.e., how in each narrower sphere, along with closer ties, new common characteristics appear. 37. Because ethnology focused on the relations races shared, racial contact was explained within white gender hierarchies ordered to a familial hierarchy led by the patriarch. Arthur de Gobineau's The Inequality of the Human Races, 1854, is an instructive example of this hierarchy in practice. While his text is considered one of the most illustrious racist political treatises of the 19th century, it is useful to remember that it appeared during the same decade as the discourse of imperial domesticity and reflected the order imposed on the African as savage but childlike and feminine. Gobineau believed that every human activity, moral or intellectual, has its original source in one or the other of these two currents, male or female, and only the races which have one of these elements in abundance, without, of course, being quite destitute of the other, can reach, in their social life, a satisfactory stage of culture, and so attain to civilization. 38. Civilization is founded on the masculine or feminine principle operating to build a republic. Gobineau insisted that institutions invented and molded by a race of men make the race what it is. They are effects, not causes. 39. Unlike our 21st century theories of social constructionism, Gobineau held that the creations of our society emanate from the inner personality and substance of races. The male nations look principally for material well-being, the female nations are more taken up with the needs of the imagination. 40. The superiority of the German stock is birthed from the generational accumulation of blood from male races, while degenerate European races of the South are accepting more feminine blood. This is the foundation from which philosophy and poetry, language, 50, and literature, grow. The mark of race's male and female principle is so remarkable that Gobineau actually argues. If a degraded people, at the lowest rung of the racial ladder, with as little significance for the male as for the female progress of mankind, could possibly have invented a language of philosophic depth, of aesthetic beauty and flexibility, rich in characteristic forms and precise idioms, fitted alike to express the sublimities of religion, the graces of poetry, the accuracy of physical and political science, such a people would certainly possess an utterly useless talent, that of inventing and perfecting an instrument which their mental capacity would be too weak to turn to any account. 41. Following the ethnological order that establishes Africans as ungendered, Gobineau made the lack of civilization synonymous with the temperament of the race. Because savage races lacked the distinctions of gender, Africans could not appreciate the creations that are birthed from the gendered temperaments of the masculine and feminine, such as truth, God, and poetry. As with the concomitant logic of the patriarchal home, the patriarchal race was ordered such that white men and women could civilize and improve the savage races. As Jules Michelet writes, Africa is woman, her races are feminine. 42. The designation of a race as feminine was not to suggest that the feminine race was, in fact, gendered, but that the feminine race held an inferior relation to the patriarchal Anglo-Saxon race and possessed a sensual constitution. They were feminine because they were to be ruled by the masculine race of white men and women. Ethnological theory created a stark divide between the black race and the white race. Because all black people are of the feminine savage races, black men and women could not partake in the same genders of a dominant masculine race. The 19th century ideas of race and gender, if such a term can even apply to Africans, were the result of complete differences in the kinds of evolutionary species between racial groups. Evolution meant that every race would have different gendered kinds within its group, if it developed to actually grasp civilization. Non-white/savage/primitive groups were denied altogether the specific race-gender distinctions that whites had because such distinctions were specific to, the exclusive mark of, the civilized white races. In this sense, there were no categories or universals that captured the shared historical experiences between these groups. Commenting on 19th century sexual delineations within racial taxonomies in imperial leather, race, gender, and sexuality in the colonial contest, Anne McClintock argues. Racial stigmata were systematically, if often contradictorily, drawn on to elaborate minute shadings of difference in which social hierarchies. 51. Of race, class, and gender overlapped each other in a three-dimensional graph of comparison. The rhetoric of race was used to invent distinctions between what we would now call classes. At the same time, the rhetoric of gender was used to make increasingly refined distinctions among the different races. The white race was figured as the male of the species and the black race as the female. Similarly, the rhetoric of class was used to inscribe minute and subtle distinctions between other races. The Zulu male was regarded as the gentleman of the black race, but was seen to display features typical of females of the white race. 43. While this may seem contradictory to our 21st century ideas, it is crucial to understand the differences between 19th century ethnology and the schemas of our present day. According to the European ethnologies that served as the basis of the 19th century account of race, gender simply did not exist within the Negro race. Blacks were primitive and as such had not yet evolved to the level of civilization necessary to warrant distinctions between men and women. As purely sensual beings, they had no reflective sensibilities that could grasp the purpose of gender roles, which was to ground civilization, much less the morality of femininity or burdens of masculinity according to 19th century racial sciences. Ethnological science had a peculiar effect on studies of black males. Consistent with McClintock's historical schema, 19th century ethnologists categorized the Negro male as the racial instantiation of what was known in the white race as female. For example, Franz I. Pruner-Bay suggested that the black man is to white man what woman is to man in general, a loving being and being of pleasure. 44. While Karl Vogt held that the grown-up Negro partakes, as regards his intellectual faculties, of the nature of the female child, and the senile white. He manifests a propensity for pleasure, music, dancing, physical enjoyments, and conversation, while his inconstancy of impressions and of all the feelings are those of a child. 45. Despite the alleged lack of reflective capacity and the notable feminine character of black males, ethnologists interpreted the sensuality of the black male as uncontrollable, insatiable, and dangerous. In other words, the supposed childlike mentality of black males did not stop ethnologists from developing scientific theories that inevitably would claim that black males were biologically predisposed to rape. During the U.S. Civil War, black male savageness and pre-rationality was so solidified within the mind of 19th-century ethnologists that black soldiers were studied in the nude to ascertain their masculine attributes. As the historian Melissa Stein explains, secondary sex characteristics like body and facial hair were of keen interest to white scientists during and after the Civil War. 46. Van Evry explained, the intellect, the mental strength, the moral beauty, all the qualities of the inner being, as well as those outward it. 52. Tributes tangible to the sense, harmonize perfectly with the growth of the beard, and when that has reached its full development, it is both the signal and the proof of mature manhood. 47. Van Evry claimed that the Caucasian was the only bearded race, and the male beard symbolizes our highest conception of manhood. It is the outward evidence of mature development, of complete growth, mental as well as physical, of strength, wisdom, and manly grace. 48. Because the Negro male had very little facial hair, except a little tuft on the chin and sometimes on the upper lip, he did not exhibit the physiological characteristics of manhood and, by effect, was disqualified from social manhood rights and citizenship. The Union was so firmly committed to these markers of manhood that in 1863 it commissioned the Sanitary Commission to measure the most important physical dimensions and personal characteristics of the diverse male bodies to whom their work afforded access. 49. Physicians were to observe the colored troopers when unclothed and record their pilosity on a scale from 1 to 10, with 10 representing the maximum which he had ever seen or should see in a white man. 50. After the Civil War, ethnological theories arguing for the natural defect in black males proliferated. With the end of slavery, many scientists argued the black male's innate inclination to rape was freed. As the sexologist G. Frank Lydston claimed, when all inhibitions of a high order have been removed by sexual excitement, I fail to see any difference from a physical standpoint between the sexual furor of the Negro and that which prevails among the lower animals in certain instances and at certain periods. James Kiernan, in the Journal of Nervous and Mental Diseases in 1885, called attention to a fact which is very pertinent to our present inquiry, namely, that the furor sexualis in the Negro resembles similar sexual attacks in the bull and elephant, and the running amok of the Malay race. This furor sexualis has been especially frequent among the Negroes in states cursed by carpetbag statesmanship, in which frequent changes in the social and commercial status of the Negro race have occurred. 51. While enslaved, the Negro was subjugated by the law and the punishment of the whip. According to the Texan physician F. E. Daniel, during slavery there was no perversion of the sexual sense. The males did not desire the white women, nor dream of ravishing the white children. Read from these restraints. And despite torture and certain death staring him in the face, the rape fiend, the Negro sadist, wreaks his vengeance and spite on some innocent child and gratifies, in that unnatural manner, his abominable lust. 52. Slavery, instead of being justified as a political institution, was the juridical containment of black male savagery a condition under freedom that would lead to 53. The ravishing of white women and the moral regression of the black race. During the late 1800s, the sexuality of black males became the dominant social problem of the post-slave society. The sensual nature attributed to blacks depicted the whole race as irrational and childlike, but it peculiarly made the black male a sexual deviant and aggressor. This was his nature. The onset of puberty regressed the Negro male's intellect and empowered his primal sexual lust. According to the turn-of-the-century physician William Lee Howard, it is a fact observed by those who are in a position to study the Negro that with the advent of puberty all intellectual development ceases, even the sound memory, which is the cause of much apparent precociousness, seems to be submerged by the growth and activity of sensuality. With the advent of puberty, the Negro shows his genetic instincts to be the controlling factor of his life. These take hold of his religion, control his thoughts, and govern his actions. In the increase of rape on white women we see the explosion of a long train of antecedent preparation. The attacks on defenseless white women are evidences of racial instincts that are about as amenable to ethical culture as is the inherent odor of the race. It is this sexual question that is the barrier which keeps the philanthropist and moralist from realizing that the phylogenies of the Caucasian and African races are divergent, almost antithetical, and that it is gross folly to attempt to educate both on the same basis. When education will reduce the large size of the Negro's penis as well as bring about the sensitiveness of the terminal fibers which exist in the Caucasian, then will it also be able to prevent the African's birthright to sexual madness and excess from the Caucasian's viewpoint. 53. The size of his black penis indicated to ethnologists that the Negro was ruled by that appendage, unaffected by religion, morality, or reason. Because progressive methods were thought to be incompatible with his nature, his savagery was often characterized as a medical disorder in need of punitive surgical procedures such as castration. 54. The sexual insatiability of the black male was established as scientific fact, and rape became married to his character. By the turn of the century, social Darwinism had made a lasting impact on the ethnological considerations of race across the world. Because the African male was thought to be irrational and barbarous, he was not a patriarch and therefore unfit to rule or govern himself. The black male was thought of as that thing that is to be ruled. He could not be improved through education or religion because his sexual instincts overwhelmed the higher facilities to which ethics or reason would appeal. Whereas the white male was rational and or. 54. Dared, the African male was sensual and violent and in need of a patriarchal ruler to make him obey the laws of civilization. In the 19th century, the black male was thought to be a threat not only to white women but to all women, black as well as white. Colonialism was often justified as an effort to save the savage women from their brute males. As Louise Newman writes, for over a century, Westerners had presumed that primitive women were overworked, sexually abused, or otherwise badly treated by men of their cultures. 55. Like Newman, Gail Biderman argues that savage, that is, non-white, races had not yet evolved pronounced sexual differences and, to some extent, this was precisely what made them savage. Savage men had never evolved the chivalrous instinct to protect their women and children but instead forced their women into exhausting drudgery, cultivating the fields, tending the fires, carrying heavy burdens. Overworked savage women had never evolved the refined delicacy of civilized women. 56. Judging from this model of the home founded on patriarchy's projection of the empire of the mother, most social Darwinists located primitive societies at an earlier stage of development than civilized societies and often measured a society's relative position in the hierarchy of primitive to civilized nations by woman's status or condition. 57. The black/African male was identified as an abuser of the primitive woman, and colonialism was rationalized as an attempt to save her from her savage male counterpart. Within the evolutionary schemas of ethnology, the distinctions within racial groups constituted differences in kind. One could be rank and file or upper class, but these were fundamental evolutionary distinctions among blacks, not labels taken on as indicative of the shared conditions of individuals within the race or across different races. Blacks and other savage races could not be compared with whites on the basis of presumed universal categories such as masculinity and femininity, they could only be recapitulated, to paraphrase the work of Granville Stanley Hall. Recapitulation theory claimed that evolved races pass through the stages of primitivism as they mature from childhood to adulthood. Ontogeny prevented the primitive races from possessing the qualities of the civilized race. Within this account, a physiologically mature adult black male would be thought of as the moral and intellectual equivalent of a white child. 58. Because the racial designations were always inferior, it was thought that the ontogeny of the white race could serve as the scale of the development for the inferior races. Our present-day understandings simply reduce these ethnological distinctions and evolutionary beliefs to political beliefs and erroneous racist ideology, where in reality these were scientific doctrines accepted by both black and white thinkers and produced any number of positions about race, manhood, womanhood, and racial uplift. In 19th century terms, the black race was savage and did not have genders. There were sexual differences between males and females within the Negro race, but in relation to the white race the Negro was 55. Feminine. The only evolutionary distinction that mattered between black males and females emerged after puberty, whereby the feminine black male was transformed into the black male rapist, and this transformation was especially relevant for white women's rights activists. The sexual inversion, the primal rapist is feminism's foundational ethnology. The white woman was an essential component of the colonial endeavor. Her presence in the colony not only accentuated racial and gendered lines but also determined the spatial arrangement of the geography she occupied. Whereas anthropologists such as Ann L. Stoler have shown that European women were not only the bearers of racist beliefs, but hardline operatives who put them in place. Fostering new racial antagonisms, formerly muted by sexual access. 59. The position and power of white women in the American colony has not been thoroughly explored. This is not to overlook the work by historians such as Alison Snyder, Margaret Jacobs, and Louise Newman, who have established that the quest for women's rights, and what is generally understood as feminism, is more properly understood as a complement to the imperial patriarchal endeavor rather than a challenge to it. 60. Early women's rights activists' arguments against disenfranchisement and patriarchy insisted that white women were effective civilizers, every bit the equals of white men because of a shared evolutionary history. 61. From Elizabeth Cady Stanton to Charlotte Gilman, there was an insistence that the white woman's burden entitled her to rule alongside white men at home, as in the case of the ballot, or abroad as the colonizer. From this historical viewing of white women's relation to natives and blacks, feminism is patriarchy or, more accurately, its perfection. Despite these literatures, this history of white women's violence and gendered racial dominance has had little effect on disciplinary conceptualizations of white women's rights or the gendered power white women had over black men after emancipation. The vulnerability the white woman exhibited toward the racialized, male, other established her moral superiority to the savage brute who would threaten her piety. The anthropologist Abwala Farman Farmayan writes that white womanhood could only be, and indeed was, sanctified in contrast to a transgressive other, namely, the native rapist and the promiscuous native woman. 62. Within this context, white women established themselves as racially, hence, morally and intellectually superior to newly enfranchised black men by perpetuating the idea that their virtuous womanhood was, in fact, the target of his savagery. 63. Created as vulnerable to the black rapist, the white woman was able to justify all sorts of punitive sexual acts against free black men that indicated not only that they were unfit for 56. Freedom in the Republic but also that their demise was necessary for the entrance of white women into the public square of governance. Suffragettes used their position within patriarchy as civilized, masculine white women to enforce violence and death against the newly enfranchised barbarous male. In this political contest, the entrance of the white woman into the perilous public from the protected home required white men to make the political space safe, or to execute the white woman's primary social threat, the black male rapist. In America, lynching was the violence of choice. Lynching for the crime of rape was a political and racial rallying point for white men and white women. In a similar vein, Grace Elizabeth Hale observes that lynching was not only about the emasculation of black males but also about the masculinization of white women. Lynching empowered white women to stand above the now unsexed, castrated, black male as a patriarch and more man-like master who has conquered the savage black male beast. Explaining the participation of white women in lynching, Hale writes, White women often participated as announcers of the upcoming event, as spectators, and as gatherers of wood and other fuel. They directed the actions of large numbers of white men by alleging rape, or even an attempted stare, and by demanding tortures and egging mobs on. In one case, a woman even stood on the car and yelled "Roast the nigger" when it seemed the mob might show mercy. Not just the white man was empowered when the black man was literally and symbolically deprived of his masculinity. The lynching narrative moved white women towards masculinity even as it subtly shifted white men away from maleness, embodied in the black beast, that they were trying to capture through castration. 64. Current theoretical practices suggest that the reach of patriarchy immobilized white women such that they were not perpetrators of violence, only blind to their whiteness and exclusive in the pursuit of their racial interests. Among theorists, white women are imagined throughout history as passive and inactive, absent from history and thereby absolved of the violence committed against blacks throughout history. Consequently, the violence white women committed against black men specifically, their participation in lynching has been thought not to exist. At the turn of the century, white women activists supported lynching and proliferated the black rapist mythology throughout feminist literature. The most ironic example is the feminist Rebecca Latimer Felton. She began her political career as an advocate for black women in the 1880s. She began her anti-rape activism on behalf of a 15-year-old black girl named Adeline Maddox, who was sentenced to 5 years of hard labor for stealing 50 cents. 65. Felton found that the treatment of young black women in the convict 57. Lee's system was horrifying. They were raped by the white guards, forced to have interracial children, and shackled day and night. 66. By 1897, Felton's anti-rape activism had taken a decidedly anti-black turn. Instead of recognizing the connection the myth of the black rapist had to the Jezebel myths affecting black women, Felton embraced the criminalization and extralegal murder of black males. She wrote, "If it takes lynching to protect women's dearest possession from drunken, ravening human beasts, then I say lynch 1,000 a week if it becomes necessary." 67. This racist and misandrist ideology defined not only white perceptions of black men but also public policy toward them. The rapist was a symbol of the race problem and an obstacle to white women's political power. In 1898, however, Charlotte Gilman argued in Women and Economics, a study of the economic relation between men and women as a factor of social evolution, for a concept of the black rapist as the birth of evil in the world. 68. This exceedingly racist text begins with a proem that tells a creation story of humanity. Humanity begins with twofold man. Twofold man actually refers to both the primitive man and the primitive woman, who lack gender distinctions because they are savage. Primitive man and his female were animals, like other animals, Gilman explains. They were strong, fierce, lively beasts, and she was as nimble and ferocious as he, save for the added belligerence of the males in their sexual competition. 69. Twofold man was born equal, they were comrades. 70. Consciousness came to primal man and woman slowly. Through consciousness they learned about pain, and about pleasure, and he learned about woman. As they labored together in the forests, he learned about rape. He learned that he will have her when he pleases. 71. Gilman believed that the origin of woman's subjection and the sexuo-economic relationship was the development of the primitive rapist. 72. Like the other women of her time, Gilman equated the primitive man with the Negro male. She understood the meaning associated with black male sexuality and, like her predecessors, depicted him as anathema to white civilization and the white womanhood at the center of it. Gilman's text demonstrates that the idea of blacks as ungendered, savage, and primitive still formed the intellectual and progressive milieu of the 20th century. Even progressive feminists such as Jane Addams were convinced of the myth of the black rapist. In Respect for Law, Addams argued that Southern lynching often rises to unspeakable atrocities and is complicated by race animosity. Nonetheless, she wrote that brutality begets brutality, and proceeding from the theory that the Negro is undeveloped and therefore must be treated in this primitive fashion, is to forget that the immature pay little attention to statements but quickly imitate all they see. The underdeveloped are never helped by such methods. 73. The dawn of the 20th century birthed a feminist activism that used the myth of the black male rapist as a bridge between white women's moral capacities and a more visible political presence. 58. An engagement with societal problems. The black male was most often the problem feminists chose to address. While white women were framing women's rights as resistance against the primal Negro rapist, Archibald H. Grimke argued, in The Sex Question and Race Segregation, that white women were still actively raping and sexually assaulting black men throughout the South during Jim Crow. After describing how white men would seduce and rape the black women, Grimke said, "But there is another aspect to this side of the subject which must not be entirely ignored, and that is the existence in a few instances of illicit relations between some white women and some colored men in the South. That such relations have existed in the past, and do actually exist there at the present time, there is absolutely no doubt whatever." 74 Grimke explains there have always been white women who have conducted secret sexual relationships with black men as a means of satisfying their lust. For it is a fact hardly less curious, if not so strange, that there are men who, while they would not think of marrying into a class beneath them, would nevertheless live readily enough in a state of concubinage with women of that class. And in this upper class there are women, not many, it is true, who would do the same thing. They care enough for the men in the class beneath them to enter into illicit relations in secret with them, but not enough to enter into illicit relations with these same men in the open, in the gaze of a scornful and horrified world. Has it ever been seriously considered that like father may occasionally produce like daughter in the South? And that such moral lapses by a few white women of that section may be accounted for in part at least by that mysterious law of atavism? The sons are like their fathers in respect to their fondness for colored women, why may not one daughter in, say, 10,000, resemble those fathers in that same shameful, though not altogether unnatural respect? Do not such instances, few and far between at present though they may be, furnish matter for thoughtful people of the South regardless of sex, race, or color? 75. It was well known that white women pursued and coerced black men into sexual relationships, but any insult to a white woman's advances, as well as any surrender to her demands, could be considered rape. The writings and activism of early feminists helped make the fear America had of the black rapist the dominant political ideology of Jim Crow. Through the symbolism of the black rapist, feminism garnered popular support in its narrative of white female vulnerability to rape. By casting the primitive black male as their natural enemy, feminists of the 19th century provided ideological fuel to the murderous lust white men expressed toward black male. 59. Bodies. The primal rapist inverted the male-female hierarchy and confined black men to the modality of the slave, even after emancipation. In other words, the myth of the black rapist allowed white women to exercise their sexual power over black men through illicit sexual relations and rape, and to further white men's justification to murder and lynch black men in an attempt to garner political power and deny political rights to blacks in the United States. Contrary to the distant and extricated position from which white womanhood is usually theorized, excluded from the formulation of racism and sexual violence, an attentive, historically informed theorization of black males illuminates the calculated efforts white women took to make their sexual vulnerability the rallying point of white supremacist violence against black people through the 19th century and early 20th century. History suggests that instead of simply competing within an American political field for rights, black men were, in fact, excluded from American politics by the violence specific to their sexual representations as black and male, an existence that permitted lynching, rape, and execution to prevent the black male's rise as a citizen in the American public. They were all patriarchal, challenging the mimetic thesis, given the status of the black home in racial uplift ideology. 25 years ago, Beverly Guy Sheftel published her doctoral dissertation as Daughters of Sorrow, Attitudes Toward Black Women, 1880–1925. Guy Sheftel's study was an attempt to explore the attitudes between 1880 and 1920 that have been frequently expressed about black women by whites, male and female, and by black males. 76. Gender is definitive in Guy Sheftel's work. She assigns convergence and divergence around this axis, noting the points at which these attitudes intersect and diverge. 77. Acknowledging that the scholarship on black male attitudes toward black women is woefully inadequate, especially for the period between 1880 and 1920. 78. Guy Sheftel had to rely on the only two sources available at the time, Lawrence Freedman's The W. Height Savage, Racial Fantasies in the Postbellum South, 1970, and Rosalind Terberg Penn's Black Male Perspectives on the 19th Century Black Woman, 1978. Friedman argues that black men were committed to Victorian standards of womanhood and the home. He writes, "Clearly, white Southern racists and black activists looked at women in similar terms. Both viewed the female as a second sex with distinctly limited privileges. But the parallel ran even closer. Since antebellum days, Southern planters idolized the white woman as a jewel of the universe, adorning her in finery and speaking of her as a near goddess. By the turn of the century, as articulate Negro activists 60 busied themselves on the racial front, many thought in the same terms. Both claimed guardianship over their women, both elevated the female above the state of mortals. Southern males, white and black, were therefore participating in the dehumanization of women. Hence, the effort to fortify racial pride through exaltation of pure womanhood was likely as disastrous for the black race as for the white." 79. Following Friedman, Guy Sheftel argues that black men, like their white male counterparts, were reluctant to challenge accepted notions of true womanhood, and black men's commitment to the Victorian notions of womanhood inhibited black women from developing their full potential. 80. Ultimately, Guy Sheftel concludes that black men internalized some of the culture's notions about sex roles. Because they are male, black men believe that they should protect their women from the evils of the world, and that black women, because of their sex, should assume the major responsibility for the moral stature of the race. 81. On this view, black men took on Victorian ideas of manhood and womanhood in an effort to establish the patriarchal order of whites among newly freed blacks. Bell Hooks extends Guy Sheftel's analysis by arguing, most 19th century black men were not advocating equal rights for women. They wanted to be recognized as men, as patriarchs, and could not assume this position if black women were not willing to conform to prevailing sexist gender norms. 82. This exclusion was not solely political, but also intellectual, as many race men such as W.E.B. Du Bois failed to imagine black women as intellectuals and race leaders. 83. Over the past several decades, these criticisms of 19th century black male thinkers have largely been accepted without question. The archaic gender norms of 19th century America generally offend the sensibilities of most 21st century scholars, so there has been an automatic condemnation of black male ideas that parallel what are thought to be white patriarchal norms. This disposition has moved from what was the actual state of gender in black communities in the 19th century to what scholars 200 years later may think about those arrangements. This is to say that, given the popular acceptance of these criticisms, there is a surprising omission in Guy Sheftel's study, and in such literature more generally, concerning how black women thought of themselves in relation to the gender norms of their day. Did black women desire to be placed within the home and call for the protection of black men? 19th century ethnology made the home the foundation of racial uplift ideology. It was a racial project that required racial manhood and ladylike womanhood to drive political progress. Although rarely acknowledged, evolution was endorsed by many, if not most, well-known black women. 61. Thinkers as the scientific justification behind racial uplift. The historian Louise Newman explains. As the personal and political struggles of Anna Julia Cooper, Ida B. Wells, and Mary Church Terrell suggest, civilization, racial progress, and woman's protection within the home were interconnected in ways that made it impossible for black women to repudiate altogether the prevailing ideologies of the cult of domesticity and true womanhood. Like their white counterparts, black women reformers also used evolutionist discourses of civilization to justify their own social activism. They asserted their duty to elevate and uplift the masses of black women, upholding the values of domesticity, chastity, temperance, and piety that the white middle classes considered to be evidence of a civilized race. 84. The home was key to black Christian middle-class men and women in the 1880s. Anna Julia Cooper was one of the most adamant champions of establishing the home on traditional Victorian gender roles. In her essay Womanhood, a Vital Element in the Regeneration and Progress of a Race, 1886, Cooper argues. The late Martin R. Delaney, who was an unadulterated black man, used to say when honors of state fell upon him, that when he entered the Council of Kings the black race entered with him, meaning, I suppose, that there was no discounting his race identity and attributing his achievements to some admixture of Saxon blood. But our present record of eminent men, when placed beside the actual status of the race in America today, proves that no man can represent the race. Whatever the attainments of the individual may be, unless his home has moved on pari passu, he can never be regarded as identical with or representative of the whole. Not by pointing to sun-bathed mountain tops do we prove that Phoebus warms the valleys. We must point to homes, average homes, homes of the rank and file of horny-handed toiling men and women of the South, where the masses are, lighted and cheered by the good, the beautiful, and the true. Then and not till then will the whole plateau be lifted into the sunlight. Only the black woman can say when and where I enter, in the quiet, undisputed dignity of my womanhood, without violence and without suing or special patronage, then and there the whole Negro race enters with me. 85. Cooper is not arguing that, because of their race and sex identity, black women can usher in the race. Quite to the contrary, she is actually saying that the 62. Race can advance only on equal footing with the homes of the rank and file of the race. We must not look to the elite, sun-bathed mountaintops, to see that the reason and truth of Apollo, Phoebus is his Latin naming, has reached the masses, the valleys below. The masses must be lifted up. Because homes are reflective of the status held by the women of the race, then women must be civilized to achieve true racial uplift. This is why Cooper insists that the average homes of working-class men and women must be advanced pari passu, or on equal footing with the most exceptional of the race. In the 19th century, gender distinctions between men and women, the status of the home, and the condition of a race's women indicated a race's evolutionary stage. Cooper explicitly endorses such a view. Cooper begins womanhood by reflecting on the differences between the idea of the home in the United States and in countries of the East. She begins with so-called Oriental countries, which she claims have confined women to ignorance, infamy, and complete stagnation. She then moves to the Muslim. Cooper writes, Muhammad makes no account of woman whatever in his polity. Because the Quran was a product and not a growth of Arab civilization, it paid no attention to the status of the home. As she writes, the Arab was a nomad. Home to him meant his present camping place. Cooper argues that it is the Muslim God who ordains such a view. Whereas the Christian God makes and sanctifies the home, Muhammad made the home a transient bauble to be toyed with so long as it gave pleasure and then to be thrown aside for a new one. 86. Cooper saves her most caustic remarks for the Turk. She quotes an unnamed writer stating, "The private life of the Turk is the vilest of the vile, unprogressive, unambitious, and inconceivably low. While Turkey has produced great men, and brilliant minds, men skilled in all the intricacies of diplomacy and statesmanship, men who could grapple with the deep problems of empire and manipulate the subtle agencies which checkmate kings, these minds were not the normal outgrowth of a healthy trunk. There is a worm at the core. The home life is impure." Cooper turns with pleasure to the examples of Europe and America from the effete and immobile civilizations of the East. While the Eastern nations are slowing decaying, the West is synonymous with all that is progressive, elevating and inspiring. 87. On what basis does this hope for American civilization rest? Cooper asks. Can anyone doubt that it is chiefly on the home life and on the influence of good women in those homes? 88. Cooper's question is not rhetorical, it conveys her view on the matter. Now, after our appeal to history comparing nations destitute of this force and so destitute also of the principle of progress, with other nations among whom the influence of woman is prominent coupled with a brisk, progressive, satisfying civilization, if in addition we find this strong presumptive evidence corroborated by reason and experi. 63. Hence, we may conclude that these two equally varying concomitants are linked as cause and effect, in other words, that the position of woman in society determines the vital elements of its regeneration and progress. Now that this is so on a priori grounds all must admit. And this is not because woman is better or stronger or wiser than man, but from the nature of the case, because it is she who must first form the man by directing the earliest impulses of his character. 89. Cooper demonstrates that it is not only black men who fundamentally believe it is the charge of the woman to dictate the morality of man. Cooper indicates that this fact is a priori, meaning that morality, character, is synonymous with the concept of the woman herself. The male may bring, as an exotic, a foreign graft, say of a civilization, to a new people. But what then? 90. Alexander Crummell's answer is womanhood. If you want the civilization of a people to reach the very best elements of their being, and then, having reached them, there to abide, as an indigenous principle, you must imbue the womanhood of that people with all its elements and qualities. Any movement which passes by the female sex is an ephemeral thing. Without them, no true nationality, patriotism, religion, cultivation, family life, or true social status is a possibility. 91. Like Crummell, Cooper understood that racial development is dependent on the status of the woman. She says that the position of woman in society determines the vital elements of its regeneration and progress. 92. In fact, this view was widely held even among the black women social scientists of the late 1800s. In her keynote address at the Women's Meeting of the Atlanta Sociological Laboratory in 1897, Lucy Laney announced, "Motherhood, honored by our Blessed Master, is the crown of womanhood." This gives her not only interest in the home and society but also authority. She should be interested in the welfare of her own and her neighbors' children. To woman has been committed the responsibility of making the laws of society, making environments for children. The making of the laws of society connoted the woman not as singular subject but as creator of society through the home. As Laney said, the chief joy of home is mother. 93. Similarly, Olivia Davidson claimed, "We cannot too seriously consider the question of the moral uplifting of our women, for it is of national importance to us. It is with our women that the purity and safety of our families rest, and what the families are, the race will be." 94. The historian Michelle Mitchell argues that reform activists who labored on behalf of the race were imbued with politicized missions to change the habits, environments, morals, and lives of African Americans. These activists took it upon themselves to convince their sisters and brothers that progressive individuals behaved in certain ways, that proper homes had strong patriarchs, pure mothers, and children schooled in race pride. 95. Contrary to the claims of Guy Sheftel and Hooks, patriarchy and established gender roles were an 64. Uplift program endorsed by both black men and women. Current black feminist historiography starts from an ahistorical claim, that gender created difference between black men and women in the 19th century, while class, religious, and racial sentiments were similar. This a priori distinction between male and female gender is what grounds the opposition between 19th century black men and women, not their actual circumstance. For Cooper, no tension emerges between the manhood and womanhood of the race. In fact, they necessitate and depend on each other. The fundamental nature of womanhood was to develop in the race a patriarchal manhood capable of protecting the black woman and black home. The race is just 21 years removed from the conception and experience of chattel, just at the age of ruddy manhood, remarks Cooper. 96. To make the race more masculine, civilized, mothers and the development of homes were fundamental. Cooper was clear on this point: a stream cannot rise higher than its source. The atmosphere of homes is no rarer and purer and sweeter than are the mothers in those homes. A race is but a total of families. The nation is the aggregate of its homes. As the whole is sum of all its parts, so the character of the parts will determine the characteristics of the whole. These are all axioms and so evident that it seems gratuitous to remark it. 97. To build homes, the race needs men to protect the ladylike character of the black woman. Black women need men who can let their interest and gallantry extend outside the circle of their aesthetic appreciation, men who can be a father, a protector, a brother, a friend to every weak, struggling unshielded girl. 98. The black woman in the South needs chivalry, regardless of her station. It is the protection of her honor and sexuality by black men from the lower classes of white men that the colored girl of the South needs. Cooper observes that the black girls in the South are often without a father or stronger brother to espouse their cause and defend their honor with his life's blood. 99. As husband, as father, by name, Cooper calls for black men to take up their manhood to advance the cause of the race and womanhood. In calling for black men to protect, she is laying claim to a schema of racial advancement that demands the division of sex roles, gender, and the protection of weaker women. As the historian Glenda Gilmore observes, by admonishing men to fulfill their potentials, Cooper executed an end run around patriarchy. Ideal patriarchy should not limit women, it only did so when the man in question was stunted. In fact, men could take women's striving as a useful early warning sign to encourage them to exercise patriarchy more strenuously. If women were gaining in the race of life, men should run faster. 100. The historian Crystal Feimster has argued that Cooper's call for the protection and elevation of black womanhood stressed both the advancement of British civilization and a Christian manhood that sought to honor and protect all women. Cooper called on black men to do their part to ensure the safety of black womanhood. 101. Given the condemnation of 19th-century patriarchy. 65. Gilmore questions the legitimacy of the term, given what Cooper demands. Gilmore maintains that Cooper never addressed the problem that her reasoning created, that is, if patriarchy ceases to limit women, is it still patriarchy, by calling the hand of the patriarch. 102. Following the evolutionist trends of the day resolves Gilmore's question, for Louise Newman argues that black women's desire for an advocacy of bourgeois respectability, which mandated conformity to the norms of patriarchy, was not so much evidence of their class conservatism, however, as it was of their commitment to taking responsibility for racial uplift. 103. Is patriarchy oppressive when it is a demand of black women or only when it is an aspiration of black men? Cooper describes Alexander Crummell's The Black Woman in the South as a work penned by Moses and the Prophets. Cooper actually claims she owes her thinking about black womanhood to the correctness of Crummell's previous work. She writes, "Nor could it have been intended that I should apply the position when taken and proven, to the needs and responsibility of the women of our race in the South. For is it not written, Cursed is he that cometh after the king, and has not the king already preceded me in the black woman in the South?" 104. Despite the influence Crummell's The Black Woman of the South had on Cooper's womanhood, it is Cooper's work alone that is thought to stand out as exceptional in its regard for black womanhood. 105. Given that feminists praise Cooper's contributions to intersectionality and gender theory, it seems clear that Crummell's maleness erases his reflection on black womanhood in favor of Cooper's, despite the essays making the same recommendations and assumptions concerning black womanhood. Crummell recognized black women's precarious position. He writes, "The fine domesticities which give the charm to family life, and which, by the refinement and delicacy of womanhood, preserve the civilization of nations, have not come to her. She has still the rude, coarse labor of men." 106. Because the home life of the black woman was not secure and safe, it afforded her neither protection from white men nor the luxuries of feminine delicacies. 107. Crummell believed that Christian women of intelligence and piety, well trained in domestic economy, should go to the South to show and teach them the ways and habits of thrift, economy, neatness, and order, to gather them into mothers' meetings and sewing schools, and by both lectures and talks guide these women and their daughters into the modes and habits of clean and orderly housekeeping. 108. He calls for a domestic revolution that extends racial uplift to the masses, a revolution raising up women to be the helpers of poor men, the rank and file of black society, all through the rural districts of the South. 109. Cooper does not disagree. She is supportive of Christianizing the black women of the South. In fact, she insists that the idea of the radical amelioration of womankind, reverence for woman as woman regardless of rank, wealth, or culture, was to come from that rich and bounteous fountain from which flow all our liberal and universal ideas, the gospel of 66. Jesus Christ. 110. The only difference in their proposals is the emphasis Cooper places on black male protection of black women as necessary to the thriving of the home. Despite these similarities, gender insists that an a priori opposition must exist between the sexes. Even when black men and women endorse the same idea, gender theory imposes difference and defect where black male endorsements of Victorian ideals are described as patriarchal and black female endorsements of the very same ideals are deemed progressive. Escaping savagery and ascending into the civilization modeled on white middle-class values was thought to cultivate white respect for black humanity. It was widely believed that white society would be able to recognize civilization among the notable black classes, regardless of race. This assumption was the grounding for much of the activism black intellectuals, journalists, and poets undertook in the late 1800s. Mitchell explains that concerns for sexual purity, child rearing, habits of cleanliness and self-improvement enabled club women and race men to promote certain modes of behavior to instruct their brothers and sisters on how to attain a range of ideas. 111. For black Americans, who saw themselves as the best men and women of the race, there was a demand that their class, their distance from poor uneducated blacks, convey the quality of their manhood and womanhood. Because class denoted interracial divisions, those who had elevated the upper class took responsibility for improving the uncivilized rank and file. Gilmore states, because of their own embrace of Victorian manners and morals, middle-class black men and women worried constantly about poor black people's public activities. 112. Contrary to popular black feminist historiographies, racial uplift was a concerted effort between race men and women to create specialized gender roles within the race that required racial solidarity with black men, rather than criticism of them, as well as acceptance of patriarchal authority. 113. Racial uplift ideology had a missionary quality with regard to the rank and file. As Kevin K. Gaines argues in Uplifting the Race, Black Leadership, Politics, and Culture in the 20th Century, racial uplift actually describes a black middle class ideology, rather than a black middle class. 114. Gaines continues, it was precisely as an argument for black humanity through evolutionary class differentiation that the black intelligentsia replicated the dehumanizing logic of racism. However problematic, the bourgeois cultural values that came to stand for interracial class differences, social purity, thrift, chastity, and the patriarchal family affirmed their sense of status and entitlement to citizenship. 115. For the contemporary scholar, this means that the meanings commonly attached to gender or black patriarchy/masculinity/femininity are, in fact, class ideologies, not the actual state of gender, which could only possibly be possessed by black elites, among blacks in the 19th century. If these were debates occurring within aspiring black middle classes and imposed by the black middle class on the rank and file, what is the basis of the 67. Assertion that black men believed in sexual roles similar to those of white men? The current feminist historiography can be maintained only if the histories of the poor laboring class of black folks in the 19th century are made irrelevant to theory. It has become common practice to emphasize the gender differences between subjects and bodies, especially with regard to male bodies. However, class position and class aspiration remain unexamined to the scholar. Crummell is readily seen as male, but the shared middle-class aspirations between him and Cooper are invisible. The black man's burden, black male resistance, and the mother write something peculiar happens when the black male is historically reconstructed. Instead of observing black male activity throughout the centuries as the product of reflective human beings, black male resistance is theorized as an accumulation of defects. Historical analysis is reduced to the choosing of random examples sometimes centuries apart showing that individual black men excluded or held traditional white views of black women. This is part of an effort to show 19th century black men to be synonymous with the black macho of the 20th century. Every political organization led or created by black males is thought to be nationalist and, by definition, to exclude black women. The evidence for this conclusion is not based on any actual survey of the political organizations black men have founded, rather, it is constructed on the basis of the American Negro Academy's all-male leadership. 116 The role black women played in the National Negro Conventions, the Afro-American League, the Atlanta Sociological Laboratory, and the Negro Society for Historical Research are thought to be irrelevant to any understanding of black male political aspirations and behaviors. 117 This imposed opposition is analytic. No amount of evidence seems able to disprove the overarching ontological relationship that black maleness is thought to have to black femaleness, regardless of the century in question. Black women historians have certainly made the case that 19th-century black men were not simply mimetic beings attempting to recreate white patriarchy. Rosalind Terburg Penn, for example, argues that the lack of anti-suffrage organizations among black men, their support for the education of, and their political organizing with black women indicate that 19th-century black men expressed an egalitarian view of the relationship between black men and women. 118 Terburg Penn's claim is quite similar to Paula Giddings's argument that all black women abolitionists, and most of the leading black male abolitionists, were feminists, despite their prioritization of race over what is now called gender. 119 Elsa Barkley Brown considered the effect the right to vote had on gender relations and found that black men thought of the right to vote as a racial right, where church forums empowered black women to decide the direction of the vote alongside black men. 120 Even 68. Black women at the dawn of the 20th century, such as Gertrude Mossell, noted that the men of the race, in most instances, have been generous, doing all in their power to allow the women of the race to rise with them. 121 Almost a decade ago, Martha S. Jones, speaking to black men's relationship to black women's public activism, said that readers may be particularly struck by the prominence of male allies. Men who spoke, and often acted, in support of women's claims for rights and public authority and insisted that their presence complicates previous understandings of African American feminism. 122 Despite these examples and challenges, black gender theory, specifically the historiography of black men, has not budged. While it is important to understand the relationships between black men and women throughout history, this relationship itself should not act as the measure of black men's awareness of or participation in patriarchy and its resulting sex roles. In other words, black men's gender consciousness has been studied only by the extent to which it conforms to 20th-century ideas of women's liberation in the form of gender inclusivity and mirrors black women's attitudes in the 1800s. This tells us nothing about how black males historically thought of black manhood, only how we judge their disagreement with contemporary political ideology. For example, black men's supposed embracing of black nationalism is claimed to be gendered and patriarchal, while their simultaneous rejection of imperialism, which is widely understood to be the international projection of ethnocentric nationalism and masculinity, is relegated solely to racial concerns. 123 There is no actual rationale for such divisions, they are simply intuitions asserted to maintain theoretical coherence. Imperialism exceeds the limits of this paradigm, so it is discarded as excess and relegated to the category of race in an effort to maintain the narrative of gender. Imperialism and colonialism have always involved deeply sexualized narratives and the creation of a racialized male other who terrorizes the nation, family, and women of empire. 124 Such narratives specifically concern the black male, and they highlight why black men's rejection of imperialism, the black man's burden, is central to our understanding of black males' sexual consciousness and their particular historical genre. The projection of white masculinity globally was not simply about male dominance. It was an expression of the familial hierarchy that demarcated the boundaries of the white race. Rudyard Kipling's poem The White Man's Burden was an example of this racial claim. Kipling proclaimed the white man's yearning for domination and imperial conquest. Nations such as Cuba, the Philippines, and Puerto Rico were uncharted territories filled with black bodies for labor and sexual conquest. Kipling urged the white race to send forth ye best breed, go send your sons to exile. 125 The idea of the white man's burden conveyed the racial demands of white superiority. As the literary theorist Patrick Brantlinger writes, Kipling clearly believed that the white race was charged with the responsibility of civilizing or trying to civilize. 69. All of the dark, supposedly backward races of the world. 126. The white man's burden was both a projection of whiteness and a projection of white maleness. It was a duty aimed at establishing the white race as the master of the darker races the world over through the order of civilization, an order established on the patriarchal rule of the family. 127. Black males, whether they were intellectuals, soldiers, or workers, rejected this decadent imposition of white male rule. 128. Because they were depicted as primal and unformed men, black men understood what the white man's burden meant for the darker races. The savageness of the male figure, the dark rapist, accompanied the rationalizations for imperialism. Black men responded in great opposition to the exportation of white patriarchy. As a direct response to Kipling's call, Dr. J. H. McGee founded the Black Man's Burden Association in 1899. 129 other black men wrote Black Men's Burden poetry mocking Kipling's imperial call. The Reverend H. T. Johnson, editor of the Christian Recorder, held that black manhood stood in fundamental opposition to that of the white man. The black man's burden was a conceptualization of the dark race's humanity that recognized the vulnerability and suffering of the world. It was a concept of empathy with those who were victims of colonization. Pile on the black man's burden, wrote Johnson. 'Tis nearest at your door. / why heed long bleeding Cuba. / or dark Hawaii's shore. / hail ye your fearless armies, / which menace feeble folks. 130. The black man is burdened to live within the world created by Kipling's call. The burden of the black man is that he knows of the death and misery that accompanies white civilization. It is, in fact, barbarism, since every problem black, brown, or red is sealed with bullets, blood or death. 131. J. Dallas Bozers Take Up the Black Man's Burden similarly linked the condition of the black male in America with that of darker races the world over. The haughty Anglo-Saxon was savage and untaught / 1,000 years of freedom, a wondrous change has wrought. / Take up the black man's burden, black men of every clime. / What though your cross be heavy, your sun but darkly shine. / Stoop with a freeman's ardor, lift high a freeman's head. / Stand with a freeman's firmness, march with a freeman's tread. 132. Black men stood with the darker races for freedom, for the ability to determine their own civilization and escape the tyranny of the whites. They demanded to be self-determined. Like X-Ray's poem that introduces this chapter, Hubert Harrison's The Black Man's Burden, fundamentally opposed the providence placed upon the white man's shoulders. 133. Harrison suggests that there is a fundamental opposition between the order of the white man and the political rights and sexual propriety of the black male. In Georgia, an amendment was proposed suggesting that colored men should be allowed to vote only if two chaste white women would swear that they would trust them in the dark. Identifying the primal rapist myth underlying such a proposal, Harrison said that it is either by force or fraud. That the great bulk of Negroes of Amer. 70. ICA are political pariahs today. 134. The white man imposes inferiority on the darker races by dissolving the distinction between the labor and the people who labor. The imperial pursuit does not bring civilization or freedom, it deprives the colonized of humanity. Harrison writes, when a group has been reduced to serfdom, political and economic, its social status becomes fixed by fact. 135. American Negroes are deprived of their work, but also their lives by lynching. America is the example of what the white man's burden brings. It is, as Harrison says, a horrid mockery. 136. The poetry and writings ignited by Kipling's insistence for imperial conquest offer evidence of a fundamental break between the notions of white manliness and black manhood at the close of the 19th century. Black men did not stop here, however, in their attack on patriarchy. At the dawn of the 20th century, some black men embraced African matriarchy as the preferred evolutionary schema to European patriarchy. For example, according to Edward Blyden, Jean Finot's race prejudice showed in all the essentials of real manhood, physical, intellectual and moral. The Negro is not inferior to any other section of the human race and progress under conditions similar to those which have contributed to the development of the more advanced portions of mankind. 137 Finot argued that there are no inferior or superior races, but only races living outside or within the influences of culture. 138 Blyden saw that Finot's work upset the ethnological origin of civilization. He understood that Africans could, in fact, have or, more appropriately, be matriarchal feminine, race and still grasp onto civilization. Whereas Finot saw the assimilation of traits as proof of the equality of races, Blyden insisted that it is Africa that looks down on the civilization of Europe. As he says of the civilized Africans, they have grasped the principle underlying the European social and economic order and reject them as not equal to their own. 139 Lauding the Bundo Society, the ancient order of women that served as a school for African mothers, as the foundation of African society, Blyden defends the African family's emphasis on motherhood as civilized. Dubois was even more explicit. Like Harrison, he maintained that the patriarchal racial evolution of Europe created the economic and, by effect, cultural debasement not only of the women of the darker races but also of the African mother idea. The power produced by the exploitation of the body of the black male as labor/slave commented on by Dubois in The Negro, 1915, is in tandem with the regeneration of his labor from his mother's womb, which is commented on in The Damnation of Woman. 140 Dubois argues, the father and his worship is Asia, Europe is the precocious, self-centered, forward-striving child, but the land of the mother is and was Africa. 141 Dubois deliberately addresses the Bakofen mythos at the root of the West's supposition of African inferiority, the mother right, which suggests that as a stage of racial development, the matriarchal is inferior to the Apollonian. 142 This is a direct challenge to Cooper's invoking of Phoebus, or patriarchal reason. Dubois 71 writes, nor does this all seem to be solely a survival of the historic matriarchate through which all nations pass. It appears to be more than this, as if the great black race in passing up the steps of human culture gave the world, not only the Iron Age, the cultivation of the soil, and the domestication of animals, but also, in peculiar emphasis, the mother idea. 143 Dubois is so committed to this idea that he argues, when Toussaint Louverture and Henri Christophe founded their kingdom in Haiti, it was based on old African tribal ties and beneath it was the mother idea. 144 The black race creates the world, its politics and history around the cultivation of this matriarchal presence. It is matriarchy, not black imitation of the patriarchal order of family, nation, and empire, that leads to black liberation for Dubois. 145 The black man's burden was deployed against the divine right of white men and women to rule non-European societies. It was an attack on the sexual order of white supremacy. Black men understood that the order of the white family, presumed to be the structure of civilization itself, was false. They conceptualized the possibility of families ordered on the mother, stateless societies, and economic conditions that did not require the reduction of the darker races to labor, and looked to Africa for her mother right. As Dubois explains, the self-realization of the Negro race in the early 20th century was not simply for their rights as men, but for the ideals of the greater world in which they live, the emancipation of women, universal peace, democratic government, the socialization of wealth and human brotherhood. 146 Black males rejected the gender of white civilization by refuting the evolutionary claim whites had to racial superiority. Rejecting the Victorian order of the family, projected as the relation the nation has to civilization, radically ruptures the standard of civilization deployed by white supremacism. Black men created the polemics allowing the darker races to create culturally relative orders of being and indicted domestic slavery as the ethnological basis of blackness. Unlike present discourses, which presume that the category of woman can be corrupted only by whiteness, black men have shown that womanhood itself depends on the colonized other, the savage black male rapist. robbing black men of their historical sensibilities because such understandings do not conform to the categorical meanings imposed on their time reeks of caricature. Throughout the literatures of the 19th and 20th centuries, patriarchy has placed the black male in direct opposition to white womanhood and, consequently, in opposition to the white family, nation, and empire. His very existence not only threatens the reproduction and hierarchical order of family but also exposes patriarchy as a system fundamentally dedicated to its reproduction and thereby the power and status of the white woman over racialized. 72. Others. The black rapist is the societal manifestation of this logic. The black male is defined as a rapist, a primal beast, to mark him as unsuitable, permanently excluded from civilized society. Violence defines the border of the black male's relationship with / in the United States. He is anathema to, because he threatens, the order founded on white patriarchy. Contrary to current theories, which presuppose a mimetic relationship between black men and white men in which the black male has undergone a nearly complete assimilation of the ideological and material, economic, political, structures of patriarchy, the history of black males in the United States tells of vast political and anthropological distance from white male power. Black men simply do not desire it. In Negroes with Guns, 1962, Robert F. Williams identifies this very same relationship among white womanhood, racial segregation, and Ku Klux Klan violence in the Jim Crow South. Williams holds that white womanhood is the rationalization deployed by white patriarchy to justify its murderous logics toward black males. The white woman was the justification offered to the white public for the terrorism launched against the black community. Lynching, the castration of black men, was offered as recompense for being black and male, racist and rapist. Williams offers a powerful illustration of this claim. People have asked why a racist would take his wife into a riot-torn community like ours on that Sunday. But this is nothing new to those who know the nature of Klan raiding. Many Southern racists consider white women a form of insulation because of the old tradition that a Negro is supposed to be intimidated by a white woman and will not dare to offend her. White women are taken along on Klan raids so that if anything develops into a fight it will appear that the Negro attacked a woman and the Klansman will of course be her protector. 147. Williams's understanding of the relationship that white womanhood has to white supremacist violence motivated Eldridge Cleaver to articulate the symbolic relationship white womanhood holds next to the black man. Cleaver was a great admirer of Negroes with Guns. As Kathleen Cleaver recalls, I saw it when I first came out to the Bay Area in July of 1967 in Eldridge Cleaver's apartment. He had a whole case full of them, and he was handing them out. And anybody that came into the Black Panther Party had to get a copy of Negroes with Guns, they had to read it and we had to discuss it. 148. The next chapter investigates the impact of Eldridge Cleaver's unpublished manuscript, The Book of Lives, alongside Soul on Ice, the book originally titled White Woman/Black Man. 2. The sexual victimization of the black male during Jim Crow. Read through Eldridge Cleaver's The Book of Lives and Soul on Ice. I'm perfectly aware that I'm in prison, that I'm a Negro, that I've been a rapist, and that I have a higher education. I never know what significance I'm supposed to attach to these factors. But I have my suspicion that, because of these aspects of my character, free normal educated people rather expect me to be more reserved, penitent, remorseful, and not too quick to shoot off my mouth on certain subjects. But I let them down, disappoint them, make them gape at me in a sort of stupor, as if they're thinking, "You've got your nerve. Don't you realize that you owe a debt to society?" 1. D. Espit. His impact on the development of Black Power in American civil rights organizations in the 1960s to 1970s, Eldridge Cleaver's insights and works have been reduced to the ramblings of a self-admitted rapist. The identity politics of today and the hegemonic force of disciplines have made Cleaver into an archetype of the Black Panther Party and the presumed enteleche of black men over the past 6 decades. Taken to be the moral position of all progressive scholars, these mythologies have persisted without challenge and with little attention to the erasure of the sexualized violence of Jim Crow and American segregation that Cleaver and other black writers, such as James Baldwin and Richard Wright, were reacting against. In our ideations, Cleaver simply appears as a rapist. He had no history, no trauma, no socialization or oppression that could make him such. He emerges from history as black phallic negativity, the symbol of the black male's lack, and is codified as the representation of all black masculine politics. The black 74. Macho. There is no denying that Eldridge Cleaver was a criminal. He was twice convicted, once on drug charges in 1953 for the possession of marijuana and again in 1958 for rape with the intent to murder. Later, he fled in exile after an assured conviction for a shootout with the police. Too existentially, one could regard Cleaver as a torn subject, a traumatized individual, or a psychopath. However, none of these labels standing in for any number of deviant dispositions in the minds of scholars fully captures the relevance and theoretical significance of Cleaver's reflections on the events unfolding before his very eyes during the black struggle for civil rights in America. Cleaver's insights into anti-black violence and death, capitalism, government surveillance, and the global reach of white supremacy are indispensable components of an intellectual account of the emergence of these systems from the 1950s to the present. Yet his voice is absent because his life and body are unacceptable to the disciplinary position of a theorist. He is a criminal, alleged murderer, and rapist. He is not the stuff of which academic theory is made. Cleaver is solely defined by the horrors described and admitted in the opening pages of his classic Soul on Ice, 1968. Most scholars ready to dismiss Cleaver for his homophobia, misogyny, and sexism, all arguments filtered through the lens of Michelle Wallace's reading of his work and the psychoanalytic disposition in Black Macho and the Myth of Superwoman, have done little work to complicate this interpretation or even look for more in the writings of Cleaver or the Black Panthers to question it. In fact, as the emerging focus of academics has turned more toward the writings of prison intellectuals in an effort to address the ever-expanding prison industrial complex, black male political prisoners have been largely ignored or erased as part of the moral penance decentering black men in disciplines altogether. Many of these discussions concerning the role of the political prisoner, the black revolutionary, and the prison industrial complex as a continuation of neo-slavery occur without any attention to the sexualized violence used to target black males or any need to center the black male's experience of imprisonment from slavery to Jim Crow within these discussions. Most discussions of the prison industrial complex are praised simply for venturing into the topic such that it can be considered under public discussion. The prison industrial complex is not rigorously analyzed as an institution with a historical libidinal obsession toward black male flesh. Analyses of the prison are praised simply for condemning it as a kind of neo-slavery without the benefit of a historiographic reorientation toward the period of slavery continued by the ongoing murder and imprisonment of black people, especially young black men. In an unpublished manuscript entitled The Book of Lives, Cleaver analyzes the cultivation of the homosexual revolutionary cause from inside the prison. He is quite candid and open about his own homosexuality and challenges one to think about black manhood beyond our popular politics claimed on the basis of identity histories. He insists that the reader recognize 75. The specific societal and historical vulnerability of black men. This text is a prelude to Soul on Ice and resonates with his account of the black male as the supermasculine menial. It is a fantastic analysis, however, that stops short of the escape the black male has from the objectification of the white imagination, the creative phobic engine of the white maniac. Cleaver captures death while announcing the white woman's culpability and her role in the rape, murder and fetishization of black men in the process. Cleaver writes to flee being a convict, he writes to become man/human. His work is offensive precisely because he diagnoses the psychojuridical trauma of gender that keeps the black man out of harmony with the system that is oppressing him. 3. Reflections on Cleaver's homosexuality and its clash with black macho ideology in the essay Eldridge Cleaver, He is No James Baldwin, 1973. Huey P. Newton recalled a dinner he had shared with Baldwin in 1967. Having been invited by Baldwin, Newton chose Cleaver to be his guest. When we arrived, according to Newton, Cleaver and Baldwin walked into each other, and the giant 6'3" Cleaver bent down and engaged in a long passionate French kiss with the tiny, barely 5 feet, Baldwin. Newton was shocked, saying later, "I did not understand then but now realize that Baldwin, the native son, who had neither written nor uttered a word in response to Cleaver's acid literary criticism, exposed Cleaver's internal contradiction and tragic flaw. In effect, he said if a woman kissed Cleaver she would be kissing another woman, and if a man kissed Cleaver, he would be kissing a man." For contrary to popular belief, Soul on Ice was not the undoubtable Bible and spiritual manual of the Black Panther Party. In fact, the text, especially its view of masculinity, was debated within the party. 5. Newton argued that the text ultimately showed the projection and reach of Cleaver's self-hatred, a self-hatred Cleaver projects on Baldwin that is more accurately a reflection of Cleaver's own repressed sexuality. 6. As Newton notes, yes, Baldwin is a homosexual, but he is not a depraved madman. Baldwin was an open homosexual, Cleaver repressed his homosexuality. The problems, difficulties, and internal conflict that Cleaver has with himself because he is engaged in a denial of his own homosexuality is projected onto an eternal self, Baldwin, in order to defend his own threatened ego. 7. Although Newton's essay has been included in anthologies for more than a decade, no serious scholarly attention to Cleaver's homosexuality has surfaced. For some, Susan Brown Miller's view that Cleaver's thought pattern and the ideological construct he used to justify his career as a rapist reflects a strain of thinking among black male intellectuals and writers that became quite fashionable in the late 1960s is all that needs to be said about. 76. This era, and about black male productions on sexuality. 8. Similarly, black feminist renderings of Cleaver, such as that found in Wallace's Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman, depict Cleaver to be Leroy Jones's other half, an even more effective voice for Black Macho. 9. Like Brown Miller, Wallace believes that Cleaver did a lot to politicize sexuality in the black movement. 10. The problem, of course, in her view being that Cleaver politicized the Black Macho, or the latent historical black rapist identity. Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman centers the sexual lust the black male has for the white woman as the driving force behind his quest for civil rights. In Wallace's view, some black men wanted white women simply because they were hostile to black women, while others believed that white women gave them money and made them feel like men. This attraction was not fleeting but epical for Wallace. As she remarks, some white women were quite blunt, they wanted black cock because it was the best cock there was. 11. This sexual order ushered in by the civil rights movement, given the new economy of sexual competition created by the black man's access to the white woman and new political power, led black people to imitate America's standard of the family and focus on heterosexual relationships between black men and women. This realization, situated on an allegedly new sexual opportunity for black men, also revealed the material disadvantage of black masculinity. Wallace notes, the Americanized black man's reaction to his inability to earn enough to support his family, his impotence, his lack of concrete power, was to vent his resentment on the person in this society who could do least about it, his woman. His problem was that she was not a woman. She, in turn, looked at the American ideal of manhood and took the only safe course her own fermenting rage and frustration could allow her. Her problem was that he was not a man. As Wallace saw it, as blacks began to lean more and more toward Americanization, they internalized self-hatred. 12. The black man, however, took a peculiar devolution for Wallace. As the black man internalized the Americanized version of himself, he began to embrace the sexual caricature of the buck as a way to compensate for his economic and political emasculation. Before its resuscitation by black men in the 1970s, Wallace insisted that the buck made his last appearance in The Birth of a Nation. According to Wallace, the buck is the only black stereotype that is sexual. He is brutal, violent, virile, tough, strong, and finds white women especially appealing. 13. Wallace concedes, the Ku Klux Klan, the lynch mob, and Jim Crow legislators said their task was to prevent the black man from violating sacred womanhood. In pursuit of this mission, thousands of black men were lynched, murdered, degraded, their homes destroyed. 14. Wallace maintains that instead of inspiring disgust or even fear of white womanhood, this historical brutality only reinforced the notion of the black man's access to white women as a prerequisite of his freedom. 15. 77. In fact, it was this dynamic that shaped the minds of both those white women who came south as part of the civil rights movement and the black men who met them. 16. Wallace, like Thomas Dixon Jr. as the Klansman, is arguing that black men pursue civil and political rights to gain sexual access to white women. Like early 20th century Buck fiction, she imagines that black male political power is motivated by the sexual capture of white women. Later in the chapter, we see that this is the exact opposite of what Cleaver intends. The black male activists of this time became representations of this sultry imago. Stokely Carmichael was the nightmare America had been dreading, the black man seizing his manhood, the black man as sexual, virile, strong, tough, and dangerous. 17. Martin Luther King Jr., the opposing mentor of Black Power's militancy, is described by Wallace as a glaring impossibility, a dream of masculine softness and beauty, an almost feminine man. 18. Malcolm X was seen as virile, strong, and generated a powerful, fearsome presence, who had spat in the faces of the white woman and white man. 19. While King's murder proliferated the rationalizations for militancy in a black macho posture, it was Malcolm's death that killed the chance for a black patriarchy and launched the fixation of a then imprisoned Cleaver with obtaining his manhood. 20. Cleaver, inspired by the hypersexualization of the cool/hip black male activist depicted in the writings of Norman Mailer, was a more effective black macho than even Leroy Jones. Reading Black Nihilismus as a political program, Wallace notes that Cleaver, as a former rapist, had a similar revolutionary sentiment. According to Wallace, like Jones, Cleaver's raping was not a crime against women but a political act. 21. As Wallace sees it, black women and white women were victims of America's history, and the white man was a victim of his own Frankenstein monster. 22. This hypermachoism, then, depends on a rampant hyperheterosexualism, in Wallace's view, a tendency opposition ally described as homophobia. She continues. If one is to take Cleaver at his word, the black homosexual is counter-revolutionary, 1. Because he's being fucked, and 2. Because he's being fucked by the white man. By so doing he reduces himself to the status of our black grandmothers who, as everyone knows, were fucked by white men all the time. However, it would follow that if a black man were doing the fucking and the one being fucked were a white man, the black male homosexual would be just as good a revolutionary as a black heterosexual male, if not a better one. Black macho would have to lead you to this conclusion. If whom you fuck indicates your power, then obviously the greatest power would be gained by fucking a white man first, a black man second, a white woman third, and a black woman not at all. The most important rule is that nobody fucks you. 23. 78. Wallace presents black men as culturally and psychically committed to the black macho mythology. Black men, in both their heterosexual and homosexual variety, are anti-black woman because she is the one who does not get fucked. It is these impressions and representations of black males, more than half a century later, that are made synonymous with black masculinity. In this view, black males have lacked reflection and, unlike their black female counterparts, only assimilated the caricatures of white society rather than resisted them. 24. As Jared Sexton remarks in Race, Sexuality, and Political Struggle, reading Soul on Ice, in many ways Wallace's efforts in that now canonical black feminist text provide a sort of interpretive framework for much more popular and academic opinion on the movement in general, the Black Panthers more specifically, and Cleaver in particular, up to the present. 25. Despite Wallace's substantial revision and recanting of the black macho in the introduction to the 1990 Verso edition of her text along the lines of many of the substantial criticisms such as Paula Giddings's The Lessons of History Will Shape the 1980s Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman Won't, Allison Edwards's Rape, Racism and the W. Height Women's Movement, and Maulana Karenga's On Wallace's Myth. Wading through troubled waters, the black macho idea continues to haunt any engagements with Cleaver's soul on ice. Regarding Cleaver as a figure and thinker, Sexton correctly states that black macho ideology wards against the critical interpretation, versus mere rejection or avoidance, of his thought prior to his exile in 1968. 26. Regardless of its large-scale acceptance as a serious analysis of the Black Power movement and the political tendencies of black men from the 1960s forward, Black Macho and the myth of the Superwoman is little more than the impressionistic renderings of a young black woman observing the events of the civil rights movement offered to her by mainstream media. 27. Over a decade later, Wallace admitted that her view of black men was rooted in her traumatic experiences with her father and stepfather. As she says about her interaction with black men generally, I expected and found hostility, anger, competition, violence, dishonesty, misogyny, and ignorance. These experiences had a lot to do with my theories about black men and black male/female relationships as a black feminist. While many contemporary gender scholars would celebrate such an epistemology, Wallace's view rarely rises above our more accepted notions of the stereotype. As she admits, I am not saying that there aren't some black men out there who are mean to women. What I am saying is that I was not actually aware then that there was any other kind of man. 28. Wallace saw black men as the unvarying trauma of her childhood and incapable of loving black women. Wallace actually concedes this point, saying, there are many black men who love black women, and vice versa, although I didn't know it at the time I wrote Black Macho. 29. 79. Wallace created a narrative offering America a view of black masculinity, its political strivings rooted in America's fear of black male militancy and miscegenation. Wallace offered white America a reason to hate black men. She gave them an autoethnography of the torture she suffered at the hands of black men and called it Theory, a moniker that solidified her text as the creed all disciplinary interpretations of black masculinity must honor decades later. Although this goes unmentioned by the various scholars who remain inspired by Black Macho and the myth of the Superwoman, Wallace has admitted there is no actual evidence of the Black Macho idea she presented. In the 1990 introduction, she writes, if I had to do it over again, I would no longer maintain that Black Macho was the crucial factor in the destruction of the Black Power movement, not because I no longer think it is true, at least in some sense, and certainly it was true in the world I inhabited then, but because it was a claim that was impossible to substantiate at the level of sociological, historical, or journalistic data. While it may be a valid interpretation of events to say that a brand of black male chauvinism contributed to the short-sightedness and failure of the Black Power movement, there are other interpretations equally valid, for instance, that police and CIA repression were also factors in the demise of the movement. Moreover, from another perspective, although not necessarily my own, the black liberation struggle can be viewed as never-ending or beginning, but rather waxing or waning, usually invisible to the dominant discourse, virtually since blacks became slaves in the Americas. 31. Wallace's hesitancy is conveyed only more sharply by her mother, Faith Ringgold. In a letter to my daughter, Michelle Wallace, in response to her book, Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman, Ringgold makes scathing indictments of Wallace's position. Ringgold writes, for example, that the term black macho has no substantial reference to the black men who provided leadership in the black struggles of the 60s, many of whom lost their lives in order to make life better for all of us. 32. These ideas, insists Ringgold, emerge from her daughter's having mixed cinema with life. 33. Ringgold asks her daughter how she could liken black manhood to that of a psychopath or James Bond movie. James Bond is a white man. And violent death is the theme that sells. In Western culture, how can you attribute this phenomenon to so-called black macho? Open your history books and let us add up the score, so many for the black man, so many for white American. Who is the winner now? 34. Throughout the text, Ringgold expresses disbelief and disappointment in her daughter's argument. Ringgold is adamant that her 18-year-old daughter's revelation of the black male in the 1960s simply was not substantiated by facts or experience. Michelle, Our family has lived for 3 generations in a black community without knowing that the black man is a psychopath. Where did you discover this about him? Ringgold is clear, a violent death is America's concession to so-called black macho's demand for his manhood, and it is the only concession he can count on getting. 35 In a brief review of her mother's book, Wallace admits, almost nothing I wrote in Black Macho would I repeat or continue to agree with now. I feel like I have changed in every way possible and that I am always changing my opinions about such matters in particular. My mother's firmness and certainty continues to fascinate me. 36 Despite these admissions by Wallace herself, the Black Macho remains an authoritative lens from which to view black manhood within the Academy and throughout its various concentric publics. Because the Black Macho myth demands a heterosexual obsession with fucking white women, there has been little discussion beyond the hyper-heteromasculinity allegedly embodied by Cleaver or a questioning of the seemingly natural, necessary and inevitable homophobia to which the hetero-black male identity is committed. In fact, even Vincent Woodard's The Delectable Negro, 2014, a book about the literal and figurative consumption of the black male body, the eating of the black male, cannibalism sustained by the homoerotic sexual urge of racism, merely mentions Cleaver's homosexuality and his review of Baldwin in Soul on Ice as a contradiction, given their kiss. 37 In the introduction to The Delectable Negro, Woodard argues, black gays in the late 20th century found themselves in a double bind of history and memory, which had an unfortunate result. Black people equated their sexual identities with homosexual violation dating back to slavery. For example, Eldridge Cleaver associated anal sex between a white man and black man with a racial death wish extending back to slavery and with miscegenation. Cleaver conflated his contemporary understanding of the homosexual person with the particular and different ways in which homosexuality was thought of and configured in the context of slavery. 38. Woodard did not have any knowledge of Cleaver's The Book of Lives, of course, and thus chose to read Cleaver as fearful of thinking about homosexuality in its fullness rather than as a black male theorizing the economic and political operation of homoeroticism in society and the prison. There is no second thought to Cleaver's possible homosexuality and the genealogy that arises from within the context of the black gay man shackled to revolution and only later problematized by the cosmopolitan identity thought to make up the black gay male experience in the 1960s. Woodard argues that the inability to creatively imagine homosexuality during slavery reflected a fundamental fear. 81. Within the black community of moving outside of the normative categories of masculinity, reproduction, pleasure, and family. 39 Is this truly Cleaver's problem, given his reflection on the homoerotic and repressive nature of the prison and the stud farm? Cleaver configures sexuality as a matter not of identity but, rather, of historical social engineering. Sexual desire is created in the subjugated and animated by subjugation. The white male retreating into the mind alienates the body by creating the nigger brute as his antithesis. This brute is neither heterosexual nor homosexual, he is fungible, bending to the desire-fear of the white society that surrounds him. Woodard's view demands that we understand masculinity, reproduction, pleasure, family as teleological constituents of one another, that to some extent they entail the accompaniment of one another successively. Is this truly the case? Is it the case that the historical assemblage of what we call black and masculine has avoided or not imagined the homosexual simply because it runs against the imagined norm of black hypermasculinity or super-heteronormativity? What are the texts and moments that offer the ontological cast of black male heterosexuality while eliding the historical moments of black male sexual vulnerability altogether, or debasing them to accidents of black maleness, inconsequential to the overarching construct we take to be black masculinity? Such a position emerges not from historical proof but, rather, from the imagined reality of excluding the reflections of black men on their condition from slavery forward. It pretends that black men did not comment on their own sexual vulnerability to white men and white women. Even worse, such a narrative asserts that even if we do read the experiences and reflections of black men on their sexual victimization and the dynamics of white colonial erotics on their flesh, it would have no consequence for our current thinking about black masculinity or gender more generally. The Book of Lives and Cleaver's Homoerotics. Cleaver's unpublished manuscript is undated but reads as if it is a survey of his time in jail during the late 1950s. Cleaver's work is heavily autobiographical, placing him and his thoughts in direct contact with the personalities he creates to represent various aspects of black male character during his time. Cleaver begins the book by describing his encounter with a character he comes to call Little Jesus. He says, "I first met Little Jesus in the Los Angeles County Jail, in which I was kept while going to trial in 1957. 40 This would suggest Cleaver is writing or reflecting on the problems in the text during his incarceration for rape. Cleaver describes Little Jesus somewhat strangely. He says he was charged with assaulting a white woman with a knife, and snatching her purse, while nonetheless contending that Little Jesus had the air of a black bourgeois thrown in jail for the first time in his life. 41 Little Jesus was 82. A Christian man, married with 2 little children. He declared his innocence, believing that as a Christian, he would be saved by God from the false accusation of assaulting a white woman. When challenged by the inmates as a fraud, he said that he felt like Daniel in the lion's den, that we were all foul and corrupt, steeped in sin, that we were all damned to hell, and that we were going to burn for our blasphemous remarks against his Father, Almighty God, and his divine Son and our Holy Savior, Jesus. 42 Little Jesus refused to get out on bail. He was convinced that the trial would clear him from any wrongdoing that, after seeing his family and hearing testimony from his minister that he was a good black man, the jury would see that he was incapable of assaulting a white woman. According to Cleaver, such presentations mattered little to the outcome. The white woman said that she had been walking down the street one afternoon, minding her own business, and up popped this nigger. That little nigger sitting right there trying to look innocent now snatched her purse, and in the process stabbed her in her arm with a long knife. 43 Little Jesus produced witnesses who swore, on the Bible, that he had been attending a class at the church at the very time that this woman's purse was snatched. 44 Cleaver writes and then adds, then he painted, for the jury, a picture of his life, rooted like a tree in the Baptist church. Cleaver points out somewhat flippantly that Little Jesus presented a model nigger that would make Booker T. Washington leap with joy in his grave if he could see it. A technically skilled, literate, voting, Christian nigger with a family. 45 Regardless, the majority of the jury voted not to convict him. His bail was reduced, and Little Jesus was let out. A year later, the district attorney took him to trial again, with the same evidence but a different jury, and convicted him. Prison is a field of study for Cleaver in the unpublished manuscript, and Little Jesus is simply the first character of many who are inevitably trapped by the demands and laws of a racist society to protect white women at the expense of black men, their lives and those of their families. What Cleaver rightly points out throughout the text is that the character of individual black males is ultimately irrelevant to the overall machine that produces and fills the prison. This representation of Little Jesus, however, is simultaneously the fatalism of the world for a black man and the path toward salvation Cleaver finds through his own journey and struggles with the world. As he did in his later reflections in Soul on Ice, Cleaver attempts to situate blackness on the sexual foundations of white supremacy, or, more accurately, the need of white supremacy to sexually exploit the black male body as nothing more than flesh. The black man is defined by his corporeality. He is only the body, a confinement that denies reflectivity and his capacity of mind. Cleaver has visited this theme more popularly in the chapter Allegory of the Black Eunuch, in Soul on Ice, asking readers whether they had ever wondered why the white man genuinely applauds a black man who achieves excellence with his body in 83. The field of sports, while he hates to see a black man achieve excellence with his brain. The mechanics of the myth demand that the brain and the body, like East and West, must never meet. 46 Cleaver maintains that the black male body is reduced to flesh within a racist society, thus, the black male becomes ontologically confined by the sexual order of society imagined by the white male. He is unable to simply act contrary to the ends assigned to him within this corporeal economy. It is through this condition, thriving on the physicality of the black male, that the white supremacist order makes the black male disposable and determined, subjugated by the external forces of America's oppressive institutions. His body has no natural resistance to the commands placed on his flesh as a prisoner, and it is this personification/representation of the black male as dehumanized that Cleaver uses to demonstrate to the reader that the black male is a criminal not simply in the prison but throughout his life in society. The realization that the black male is not free and has no need for faith is a central feature in Cleaver's rendering of little Jesus throughout the Book of Lives. Little Jesus's faith did not waver upon his return to prison. Cleaver says, when he walked up and down the big yard, Jesus was his shepherd, and he had the aspect about him that he was waiting for a dazzling light to burst forth in the sky, and for strong angels, with invincible wings, to swoop down and carry him over the walls. 47 Resolved in his Christianity, little Jesus accepted the job and rehabilitation program that the prison officials set before him and braced himself, standing firmly on his faith in God, for the monotonous process of appeal to unfold. 48 Little Jesus is a character not of optimism but of that faith in deliverance Cleaver sees as being inextricably tied to the suffering of black men in America. Despite all that is done, there is some resolve, an irrational and unfounded belief that systems, because of the force of God himself, will respond to the moral character of the oppressed. It is initially this faith that attracted Cleaver to little Jesus. One day, Richard, little Jesus, received a letter from his wife. It said that she had come to the conclusion that I cannot share a life of marriage with a Christian, no kind of Christian, even if less severe than you. 49 His faith seemed to be denied by his wife, who no longer wished to share his religion, and word came down that the appeals board had upheld his conviction. Little Jesus had little left to stand on. Cleaver says, we stopped calling him Little Jesus, because we no longer understood what that might mean to him. 50 Slowly, Cleaver says, I watched little Jesus become a convict. The world that he had been into had failed him, had split half in two. It lay now in ruins around his feet. He began to relate to the fact that he was in prison, like everybody else. 51 This transformation in little Jesus resonates with Cleaver's rejection of God in On Becoming in Soul on Ice. Our atheism was pragmatic, he declares to the reader. 84. I had come to believe that there is no God, if there is, men do not know anything about him. Therefore, all religions were phony, which made all preachers and priests, in our eyes, fakers, including the ones scurrying around the prison who, curiously, could put in a good world for you with the almighty creator of the universe, but could not get anything down with the warden or parole board. They could usher you through the pearly gates after you were dead, but not through the prison gate while you were still alive and kicking. 52. Cleaver himself was lost. He did not know how to interact with little Jesus without his faith mediating, providing hope, to them both. Cleaver confesses, if he was, indeed, an innocent man, and if at the same time he was really such a Christian, then I had right on the tier with me, just a few cells down, a nigger who righteously fitted the description of Job, with a chain of long suffering. 53 This vulnerability and the strength of Richard's belief attracted Cleaver to him. It is in this writing of the text that the reader sees that Cleaver is expressing not only admiration of and bewilderment in the character of Richard but also desire for him. When speaking to the physical appearance of little Jesus, Cleaver describes him as a short man with smooth brown skin. Cleaver conveys to the reader that little Jesus was attractive and had a nice little smooth ass, that stood up and out just like the nice smooth, brown ass of a nice smooth brown girl. 54 Cleaver was not the only one who noticed little Jesus's ass. According to Cleaver, everyone checked out Richard's ass, but it was not until one night when they were standing naked in the shower line that he himself realized his lust for little Jesus. I was standing in a line next to the one little Jesus was in, and a few places behind him in the line so that I got a full view of his ass. I realized at that moment that I wanted to fuck little Jesus right in his sweet little holy ass. It was all I could do to keep from getting an erection. 55. Cleaver understood the danger of his lust for little Jesus. His desire for Richard was dangerous in the prison, with all of the wee-wee and asshole games that go down in the shower line at San Quentin, it is not cool to be standing there with a heart on. It would be certain to be misunderstood, because everybody there would interpret it in their own way, according to what they saw in you or what they want you to be. 56. This is a powerful moment in the Book of Lives. Cleaver discloses to the reader both his homosexuality and his vulnerability in prison as a black male. He shows to the reader the fungibility of the black male self, its ability or, rather, its lack thereof to resist the desire and power of others to create in the black male what they wish him to be. This 85. Vulnerability is vacating. It gives Cleaver reason for his lust for little Jesus and shows it was not impulsive. Cleaver's lust for little Jesus entailed great risk. Cleaver worried that little Jesus would reject his advances. He feared little Jesus to some degree, saying, little Jesus showed signs that if he ever turned away from God, he was perfectly capable of killing somebody. 57. On the one hand, Cleaver confesses that he was hesitant to tell little Jesus because he could become violent. On the other hand, Cleaver was personally unsure of what, exactly, he felt for Richard. As he remarks following his initial desire to fuck little Jesus, I mean, did I specifically want to fuck little Jesus, or was I just uptight, having had no pussy for a long time now, and just want to get down, to fuck, to come, in something other than my own hand, at night when I masturbated. 58. Cleaver hated masturbating in prison. He felt contempt for the whole process and deeply remorseful for having done it. This contempt was totalizing and brought about a stark pain to the bottom of the roots of myself. 59. We see here the problem of sexual desire that has developed for Cleaver both historically in his disavowal of homosexuality and in his denial of his lust for white women in Soul on Ice, his symbolic representation of the forbidden tribe of women. 60. The prison made Cleaver into a convict. He experiences himself as the conduit of the sexual animus imposed on him as a rapist, the plaything of white society. As such, he is confused by his desire. After remaining suspended in amazement for a spell, Cleaver intimates, I wanted to fuck little Jesus. After relating to that fact, I started trying to figure out how to do it. 61. Many readers will mistake Cleaver's lust for sex with another man as the provocation of the text. They will be overcome by it. While Cleaver's lust for little Jesus certainly does change the heteronormative hypermasculine framing of Cleaver's life and our present interpretations of his works, a more central point is being made about the relationship of black male sexual repression, the fear and anxiety of it, and the manufacturing of the black male body as a purely sexual object/product within the walls of the prison. The prison to a large extent negates the concepts of agency that have now become established as the origin of individual action. Cleaver is a prisoner. What he is told he is and what he imagines himself to be require an interiorized fantasy, not a deliberate action toward a self-authored end. For Cleaver, he does not yet know what he is to be. He is a fucking thing. He is thought to be so from birth. So in this moment he doubts his desire and lust. This feeling he insinuates as care toward Richard as merely his lust for pussy. His desire to fuck little Jesus, then, cannot be interpreted as Cleaver being an active agent, and little Jesus being a passive object of his desire. The prison makes both black men fucking things, and in doing so robs them of humanity and their ability to recognize what it is they really are. When Cleaver finally has the opportunity to have sex with little Jesus, he does so under the surveillance of the prison. The Garden Chapel was the place. 86. Where sex with men happened in Cleaver's story. The Garden Chapel was away from the physical cells of the prison but was nonetheless maintained by the officials of the prison as a space for men to have sex with other men. Cleaver knows that the Garden Chapel, the place marked out for the homoerotic, was nurtured by the prison itself. The question of whether or not the Garden Chapel was bugged had been debated for years. If it was bugged, then it must have been very important to the prison officials. If they heard everything that was discussed in the Garden Chapel, if they had all that information, then I can understand how the walls of that prison have stood for so long. 62. Cleaver uses the chapel to illustrate the use of the sacred to maintain the sentience of the state. Even the place of faith, the boundary between the will of the flesh and the piety of the soul, is ruled by the white sexual order of society. The chapel shows the reader that black male sexuality exists under the surveillance of the administrators. The prison and the making of the black male as convict. The prison is a coercive force constraining and reorganizing the very being of the black men within its walls. Contrary to the assertion of the hypermasculinity of prison, black men lack the power to appeal to or access patriarchal masculinity in prison. In fact, it is their imprisonment that enables the anxiety that white society feels toward the black male body to be internalized as the psychology of the black male mind, as the newly created convict. Eleanor Novak's work on black masculinity under incarceration reiterates this powerlessness of black men within prison. Masculine norms in prison are deeply affected by confinement, loss of autonomy, surveillance, rigid institutional rules and lack of resources. 63. The prison subsumes the black male self only as penis and flesh. In Soul on Ice, Cleaver notes that the penis, virility, is of the body. It is not of the brain. In the deal which the white man forced upon the black man, the black man was given the body as his domain. 64. Toward the end of the 1960s, Cleaver had already worked out the role white administrators, in both society and prison, determined for the black penis. It was the symbol of pure animalistic brute sexual force, the criminal rapist beast. This is the transformation Cleaver notes in the Book of Lives. In a society founded upon the ethic of reward and punishment, pleasure and pain, profit and loss, the lives of those inside its prisons will be organized around pain and structured into the prison system will be forms intended to hurt. You are startled when you first feel this grasp, this constriction, holding you like a vice, and the natural impulse is to flee. You turn and turn inside of yourself, like a rat scratching inside a cage to get out, until you realize that you are trapped and 87. That though you are in pain you cannot move. So you sit there stoned, like the wall? You are becoming something else. 65. This becoming highlighted by Cleaver has some very real parallels to the first chapter of Soul on Ice. In the original typewritten text of the Book of Lives, Cleaver writes, "You become something else," but then scratches out the type and changes it to "You are becoming something else." This process of change, substantiated later as the chapter title on becoming, dialectically marks an indeterminacy in his thinking about his sexuality and his suspension of any sort of normative value he places on it in the late 1950s while in prison. He notes, "Everyone who feels the grasp of a prison is changed, I won't say for better or for worse. We were all changing and we knew it, and we were terrified at what we might become, most of all because we didn't really know what it would be." 66. Here again there is an editorial mark in the text. Initially it reads, "At what we were becoming," which suggests that there is a coercive determination, a fixity, that they all knew was coming because of their time within the prison. Cleaver writes, "I could see around me, what was happening to others. But that didn't tell me much about me. I saw that little Jesus was becoming more and more like a woman. He became more feminine in his gesture. There once was a rigidity in little Jesus, as though deep down inside himself, somewhere, perhaps in the last outpost of the soul, he was resisting becoming a bitch. If so, then now he had lost that struggle. No one would have been surprised if little Jesus started sprouting tits." 67. Notice how Cleaver lacks a moral descriptor following his observation of the feminization and homosexual attraction of convicts as in Soul on Ice. Cleaver simply cannot say it is better or worse, given the sexual repression of the society toward black men. He makes no comments in this text that speak of homosexuality as aberrational. Throughout the Book of Lives, he explains it as a dynamic both cultivated by the prison and in some sense desired by the prisoner. In this sense, Cleaver aims to observe rather than moralize the condition of the black male prisoner. Despite Cleaver's confession to loving another man, many scholars and gender theorists will insist that this has no effect on our present readings. To some, Cleaver's description of little Jesus will appear to be consistent with his homophobic criticisms of Baldwin in Soul on Ice. These scholars will no doubt maintain that Cleaver may have been a repressed homosexual, but he was still a homophobe. However, the careful scholar must attend to the meanings being corrected, scratched out, revised throughout the original text before simply insisting on the correctness of our present perspective. Cleaver actually says, "I could see around me, what it looked like others were becoming to me." 88. This suggests that he maintains the position he took upon recognizing his initial attraction to little Jesus in the shower, that convicts have no will to resist the imposition of others on them. Little Jesus is seen as a woman because that is what Cleaver sees as representing his sexual attraction to little Jesus as a man. This is also the fungibility Newton claimed is exposed by Baldwin's kiss, Cleaver's malleability to the will of others because he lives his life as the vessel of the convict. The convict was not simply the creation of the prison but the sociogenic production of the society that produced the prison and gave rise to that which we know as the prisoner. The convict is reactive and empty self of rage. He has little faith in anything or anyone. As they did from little Jesus, all love and social relationships retreat from the convict. Cleaver understands the convict as a social, a lonely and abandoned entity. He writes, "Even our wives and lovers whose bed we've shared, with whom we have shared the tenderest moments and most delicate relations, leave us after a while, put us down, cut us cleanless and treat us like they hate us." The convict internalizes this social isolation and reacts. He is distrustful of social sentiment and craves revenge, or, as Cleaver puts it, all society shows the convict its ass and expects him to kiss it, the convict feels like kicking it or putting a bullet in it. A convict sees a man's fangs and claws and learns quickly to bear and unsheath his own, for real and final. 68. Eldridge Cleaver's supermasculine menial and Frantz Fanon's phobogenic object. In the introduction to the Rampart Books edition of Soul on Ice, Maxwell Geismar writes, "Cleaver's book has definite parallels with Fanon's Black Skin, W. Height Masks." Geismar sees the similarity between Fanon's and Cleaver's work in their analysis of the problem of identification as a black soul, which has been colonized more subtly perhaps in the United States for some 300 years, but perhaps even more persuasively by an oppressive white society that projects its brief, narrow vision of life as eternal truth. 69. Unfortunately, the neglect of Cleaver as a figure has also resulted in an ignorance of the concerns Cleaver and Fanon share over the sexual configuration of colonialism and racism. Fanon argues that the white negrophobic man is a repressed homosexual. 70. Fanon recognizes that racism, the aversion the white male has to the black man, is explained not solely by his hate for the black male but also by his fear of, and desire for, him. Cleaver maintains that white male domination over the black male is a sexual obsession with his black virility. Following his reading of Charles Odier's Anxiety and Magic Thinking, 1947, Fanon offers an analysis of the white man's subjective insecurity and fear of the black man. Fanon insists that the Negro is phobogenic, meaning that the Negro triggers a pre-rational fear in the mind of the white. This fear, 89, objectifies the Negro, overdetermining his being as the phantasm of the white mind. The objectified black is endowed with evil intentions and with all the attributes of a malefic power. The negrophobic man, the white man fearful of his imagination of blackness of the nigger, interprets the black man as the embodiment of his forbidden sexual desire. This is why Fanon provokes the reader, asking, "In the majority of negrophobic men has there been an attempt at rape? An attempt at fellatio?" Desire and terror share a synergistic fate with regard to the black man. He inspires fear in the mind and lust in the loins of the white man. Fanon maintains, if an extremely frightening object, such as a more or less imaginary attacker, arouses terror, this is also for most often such cases are those of women, and especially a terror mixed with sexual revulsion. 71. The sexual revulsion of whites is not discussed. They are not repulsed by the thoughts of fucking a black man. They are ashamed of their repressed sexuality that craves him the immoral and shameful things his flesh allows. Cleaver says, in an effort to rationalize the brutality of slavery, the black man was seen as a mindless supermasculine menial. Forced to do the back-breaking work, he was conceived in terms of his ability to do such work, field nigger, etc. 72. The supermasculine menial is undifferentiated black male flesh. It is all body and alienated from its mind. For the supermasculine menial, the mind counts only insofar as it enables them to receive, understand, and carry out the will of the omnipotent administrators. 73. What is this will of the omnipotent administrator? What does the white man desire in a society and social order constructed on his sexual anxieties and fear of the black male? Cleaver's answer: the body. In the primeval mitosis, Cleaver argues, the omnipotent administrator is launched on a perpetual search for his alienated body, for affirmation of his unstable masculinity. As an abstraction from the body, the white male becomes a worshipper of physical prowess. There is a psychosis involved with his relation to the body. He seeks the power of being a physical body, but he nonetheless comes to despise the body and everything associated with it. The white male's retreat to the mind is fear-inspired. He fears the realization of his physical impotence next to the black male. Since impotence is the negation of his white male body's power, an exposure of its fragility, he attempts to dominate the black male in an effort to satisfy his need for evidence of his virility. The black male, the supermasculine menial, constitutes a very real threat, since it is his goal to overthrow the social system created by white men's sexual anxieties. The black male is thought to be a lesser breed than himself and his kind. 74. So the very thought of being unsettled by such a creature is met with displays of unfathomable violence and cruelty to convey to black men the impossibility of such a feat. Remember, for Cleaver the social order is sustained by the power to enforce the sexual anxiety of whites against blacks, and given that the police are the armed guardians of the social order, blacks cannot be surprised by the level of violence waged. 90. Against their racial group generally and enforced against black men specifically. The phobias generated by white anxiety are weapons in the struggle between the omnipotent administrator and the supermasculine menial for control of sexual sovereignty. 75. These fears whites have of black men ignite compliance from the white public and their consent for the death of the black male beast rapist criminal. It is this terror the black male represents to the white man that Cleaver, like Fanon, believes exhibits the white man's homoerotic obsession with black male flesh. The omnipotent administrator cannot help but covertly, and perhaps in an extremely sublimated guise, envy the bodies and strength of the most alienated men beneath him, those furthest from the apex of administration, because the men most alienated from the mind, least deluded by the admixture of the mind, will be perceived as the most masculine manifestations of the body, the supermasculine menials. This is precisely the root, the fountainhead, of the homosexuality that is perennially associated with the omnipotent administrator. 76. Fear must be contained, managed. It is fear that demands the prison, since the prison is constructed to cage the white man's nigger. The prison is designed with his sexual obsession, the white man's homoeroticism, in mind. It is a physical manifestation of the racist architecture the white race uses to construct and punish the black male for its desire of him. As a structure, it is imagined to be a place for black male bodies that expends their labor and organizes their brute sexuality for whites' viewing pleasure. Like slavery and segregation, the prison is based on what Cleaver calls the all-pervasive myth which at one time classified the black man as a subhuman beast of burden. 77. In Caged and Celibate, Mumia Abu-Jamal says that the prison shackles the sexuality of the inmate. Because the prison denies the convict's sociality and family, imprisonment, with all it entails, is as much, if not more, an act of state violence than the silent violence of poverty. 78. Imprisonment divests convicts of their social self. It condemns all that makes the black male believe he could be a human being and aims to make him accept, at a psychological level, that he belongs in the prison because he is a dangerous rapist and killer. It makes the black male believe that his sexual desire can be exercised safely only within the walls of the prison, under the watchful eye of the white man, who protects all others from the black male's savagery. Abu Jamal says, it should be no surprise that the prison is a hotbed of homosexuality, which, in turn, is intricately linked to a system of dominance among men. Although all prisons have rules which prohibit homosexual contact, it continues unabated, fanned by bans against conjugal visitation and implicit administrative acceptance. 79. Sexuality as an expression of the convict's social existence. his possibility for love, connection with other men or women, an indication he is 91. Desired as a man, is denied. Homosexual sex is encouraged under the purview of the prison. In a prison, the playpen of white hedonism, the black convict is transfigured as a physical object used within the various matrices of power directed by white desire. He is labor physical and sexual. He exists for the enjoyment and legitimation of the white ideas created to explain his existence. He is prisoner because he is criminal. He is anally penetrated because he is lascivious. This, of course, is not to suggest that homosexuality is an aberration birthed by the prison, rather, it is an attempt to show that racial domination has involved, and continues to involve, the power of man over man, where the homoerotic is an inextricable aspect of racial psychology, power, and white men's desire to determine the black male body's uses. Cleaver maintains that the prison is able to sustain itself because it controls and regulates the sexuality of black men. The white man creates the prison for his own viewing pleasure, it is an arena of sexual experimentation, hedonism, and power. The question is, to what extent does the black male internalize the white male's racial schema? In a chapter from the Book of Lives entitled Bitches, Cleaver argues that fucking is the central motivating force of societal repression and the unfounded obstacle in revolution. To reorganize society you have to reorganize fucking. If you reorganize society and don't reorganize fucking, it will lead to counter-revolution. The new style of fucking arises out of the struggle itself. Fucking itself is revolutionized, as much as eating and work. Every revolution has to take a position on fucking. In the past, every revolution has left fucking undealt with. They don't disturb it because the new regime is erected upon the sexual habits of those who support it. Slavery could not have lasted if there had not been niggers willing to fuck for the master on the stud farm. In fact, somewhere in every nigger's mind, those who were out there in the cotton fields, the men, there was the heavy dream of waking up one morning on a stud farm. 80. American racism thrives because it is able to make black men intuitively accept their disposability. Black men are programmed to desire studhood. Disowned by society and inculcated with his position as laborer, the black male learns to accept and valorize the body as his only mode of existence. He comes to crave recognition of his flesh, he demands attention to his triumph as a fucking machine and expects to be rewarded for successfully embodying the white man's black flesh. This is the sensitizing action Fanon traces to the petrification of the black male. The black man without external self-validation, dependent on only the values of the white society, stops behaving as an actional person. 81. Contrary to the paradigm of the active buck offered by Wallace, Cleaver suggests that the stud is passive. Stated differently, whereas the buck fucks for himself, the stud fucks for the master he is sexualized. 92. For the benefit of a more powerful other, the white man. This inaction, the inability of the black male to exist outside the definitions/desires of whites, makes him existentially dependent on the white other for his self-esteem. As Fanon argues, the black man's goal in this condition is the white man, since it is only the white man who can give him worth. 82. Despite the depravity of defining oneself based on the sexual fetishes of white men, the black male is offered only this definition of himself. This sexual objectification of black maleness, and its production/engineering as that which only fucks, occupies a denounced aspect of black manhood. It is assumed that the black man simply desires the power to fuck, since fucking is the necessary condition for him to be. But this ontological requirement manifests as the sexual paranoia marking the societal vulnerability that, Cleaver argues, is caused in the black male's relation to whites. In short, the sexualization of the black male body by whites is not simply oppression but speciation, where the black male shares no relation to the established categories of white, gender, except as their possession. Anthony Lamell Jr.'s reading of Cleaver's Soul on Ice results in a similar point. Lamell argues, under the gaze of the real, white, gendered male, black men are, n, gendered as, b, lacking the possession, executing historically through the processes of colonization, enslavement, and internal colonization the representation of the black male body as an object to be possessed. In the gaze of the white woe/man's eye, black men find the position of the running, dancing, jiving, and sexing buck who is good for nothing but good sex. 83. The black male is not given the power of male domination in this white supremacist society. Because his sexuality is determined to be a negation of white humanity, his sexuality is defined, thought to be exercised, only as an extension of his intent for ill and harm. Even rape is predetermined, because whether a black man commits rape or not, he will always be seen, even in consensual sexual relations, to be a rapist. His mere presence intends rape, and the prison is built to house this inevitable act. The black male is therefore vulnerable to racism and the rationalizations of a white supremacist society that make him into a lustful raping beast because he has sexual desires. All sexual acts by black men must be controlled, which means that the black male, his dick, must be repressed. Under the guise of repressing his savage nature, white men and women are able to fuck the black male into submission. He is now able to be raped, used for the sexual pleasure of the order, because his nature demands punishment for its sexual inclinations. As such, the black male is never seen as the victim of sexual violence, he is seen only as its perpetrator. In reality, it is fucking that is left out of our scholarly accounts of American racism. It is unmentioned because despite all of our post-structuralist tools of interpretation and deconstruction, the mind of the black intelligentsia cannot bear the weight of white society's deepest violation of its puritanical virtue, its fetish with black male flesh. Our contemporary accounts of racism dispel the 93. Homoerotic allure white men have for black male flesh and the hedonistic eroticism the white woman holds for the black phallus. Soul on Ice and Cleaver's diagnosis of white womanhood. Few people know the story of Cleaver's Soul on Ice. The book was originally written as a prison manuscript inspired by Carol Chessman's The Kid Was a Killer. 84. Cleaver wanted to write a book that would bring attention to his case and lawyers to his cause. The original title of the book was White Woman, Black Man, and it was this provocation that kept his manuscript, allegedly full of a racist history, from leaving the prison. 85. Cleaver concerns himself with the sociological vulnerability of black men to the ontological femininity ascribed to white womanhood that inspires violence against the black male. Under our present intersectional logics, white women are charged with racism primarily based on the historical exclusion of black women from their women's rights efforts and their blindness to racism as a political agenda more generally. These narratives are largely elementary accounts of the active roles white women played in the establishment and maintenance of white supremacy and the use of violence against black men. Cleaver is not blind to the racial abuses white women deliberately committed against black men under protection of their alleged vulnerability to the black male rapist. The white woman, or the ultra-feminine, dominates through projection. Since the white woman embodies womanhood as an image of frailty, weakness, helplessness, delicacy, daintiness, 86. She is the idea white society is willing to protect physically at all costs. Insofar as other bodies are outside of this white female construct, they are subject to violence. The white woman is thereby defined as asexual, accessible only to the white male, but this is not her own sexual intentionality. The white woman resists the imposition of virtue, not directly challenging the sexual mores of the white male who imposes asexuality on her, but exercising her sexual power over the black male. Cleaver describes her white lust this way: at the nth degree of the ultra-feminine scale of psychic lust stands the walking phallus symbol of the supermasculine menial. Though she may never have had a sexual encounter with a supermasculine menial, she is fully convinced that he can fulfill her physical need. 87. Cleaver's account has some historical warrant. Historically, white women's sexual and political aspirations have been tied to an intricate, but ignored, exercise of racial and sexual violence against black men. During slavery, white women used rape to dominate black male slaves. These white women would coerce black men into prolonged sexual relationships, routinely raping them for their own sexual pleasure. Enslaved mulatto men were of particular interest to white women. As Thomas Foster writes, the sexual abuse of nearly white men could enable white women to enact radical fantasies of domination over white men with the knowledge that 94. Their victim's body was legally black and enslaved, subject to the women's control. 88. If their sexual exploits were ever discovered, they would simply appeal to the racist calculus holding black men to be rapists and white women to be too pure and white ever to sexually desire a black male. While our present understanding of white womanhood sees white women as always sexually vulnerable to, predatory, black men, within American slavery white women of the planter class were certainly able to wield power over black men, although all white women could coerce enslaved black men given the legal and social setting in which they lived. Planter class women might more easily and more believably have persuaded the community to view them as innocent victims of their sexual contact with black men. 89. During Reconstruction, white women not only were presumed innocent in any possible contact they had with black men, they were defined as such, regardless of their class position in society. Even when whites knew that the sex between a black man and white woman was consensual or, as in the case of Edward Coy, rested upon a year-long liaison with a white woman, 90. The black man had to be lynched for the protection of white womanhood nonetheless. Martha Hodes explains the rationale for this practice. To white Southerners who wished to preserve racial hierarchy in the absence of slavery, it was crucial that both elite and non-light white women minded the boundaries of the color line and gave birth only to white children. Without slavery to differentiate blacks from poor whites, it was equally important that the ideas about the purity of white women included poor white women. For to characterize all white women as pure had an important effect. It made sex between a black man and a white woman by definition rape, because a pure white woman, no matter how poor, could not possibly, in white minds, desire sex with a black man. 91. Ironically, it was white women's activism around anti-rape activism and their championing of lynching, the black male rapist, that propelled them to the center of 20th century American political life. Crystal Ann Feimster observed that white women's participation as actors and audience at lynchings had opened up a wider space for them in public and commercial life. If they could lynch, they could do anything. They had faced their worst fears. They had survived the Civil War and the violent politics of Reconstruction and populism, coming out on the other side strong and confident in their ability to engage the racial and sexual politics of the New South. From demanding legal protection to participating in mob. 95. Violence, the new Southern woman exercised all the privileges of white supremacy to demand women's rights. 92. Within the mythology of white female vulnerability to the black rapist, white women were able not only to exercise their sexual power over black men through illicit sexual relations and rape, but also to use black men's sexual vulnerability as political capital with white men against blacks more generally. As Kathleen Blee observes, the growth of white women's participation in lynching and their connection of such public and political demonstrations to women's rights also coincides with the national founding of women Ku Klux Klan, WKKK, organizations in the 1920s. 93. Contrary to the distant and extricated position from which white womanhood is usually theorized, excluded from the formulation of racism and sexual violence, an attentive historical theorization illuminates the deliberate and calculated efforts of white women to make their experience and presence the rallying point of white supremacist violence against black people through the 19th and early 20th centuries. So history suggests that instead of simply competing within an American political field for rights, black men were, in fact, excluded from the political field of American politics by the violence specific to their sexual representations as black and male, a position that permitted lynching, rape, and execution to prevent their rise in the public. By the 1950s, white womanhood's innocence and sacredness had been codified in law. Two cases in particular accentuate the force white womanhood exerted on the lives of black males, a paradoxical racist formulation allowing black men to be raped without acknowledgement and persecuted as rapists even when knowingly innocent. The first is the now forgotten case of Willie McGee. On May 8, 1951, Willie McGee was electrocuted in Laurel, Mississippi, on a much disputed charge that he raped a white housewife named Williametta Hawkins. As Danielle McGuire argues, McGee entered into a long sexual relationship with his white employer, Mrs. Williametta Hawkins, after she threatened to cry rape if he refused her flirtatious advances. Hawkins first propositioned McGee in 1942. It is important to remember that McGee was a black male laborer in the Deep South in the 1940s. Jobs for black men were few and far between, so he was committed to taking odd jobs around her house for his livelihood. McGee recalled, "I was waxing the floors and she showed a willingness to get familiar. But Hawkins used work to mask her demands for illicit relations." McGee recounted, "She frequently sent for me to do work which gave opportunities for intercourse." 94 McGee's wife learned of her husband's victimization firsthand, when Hawkins confronted both of them as they walked home from a movie theater, saying to Willie, "I got my car over here. Come on into my car with me." 95 McGee told Hawkins to go away. "I am with my wife," to which Hawkins replied, "Don't fool with any Negro." 96 Whores. McGee ultimately complied with Hawkins's demands, fearful of the violence Hawkins could bring to him and his family. His wife reportedly said to a friend, "People who don't know the South don't know what would happen if Willie told her no." 96 This illicit relationship shows that even when a black man is coerced into sex with a white woman, he is incapable of being recognized as a victim of rape and sexual violence. This is just one of the many sexual vulnerabilities black men endured at the hands of white women during Jim Crow. The second case that problematized the sexuality of a black man in relation to a white woman was that of Mr. McWhorter. On February 17, 1953, a black man was convicted of assault with intent to rape because he was on the same street as a white woman. According to McWhorter v. State, a black man was found guilty of an attempt to commit an assault with intent to rape. On the night of June 29, 1951, Mrs. Ted Allen testified, a Negro had said something unintelligible as she passed his truck parked in front of the tiny diner in Atmore, Alabama. Allen testified that this Negro male followed her down the street, eventually coming within 2 to 3 feet of her. A white officer, Clarence Briers, stated that after his arrest, the Negro said that he came to Atmore with the intention of getting him a white woman that night. McWhorter held a completely different story from Allen's. He denied following Allen or making any gesture toward molesting her or the children or making any statements to the officers. Even though he had never been arrested and produced 2 witnesses who testified to his good reputation for peace and quiet and for truth and veracity, he was convicted. What is important in McWhorter is not simply the racism of the conviction, given that the white woman was not harmed, but the intent assigned to McWhorter as a black male who was simply on the same street as a white woman. The judge instructed the jury to consider the race of the accused next to that of the white woman. In determining the question of intention, the jury may consider social conditions and customs founded upon racial differences, such as that the prosecutrix was a white woman and defendant was a Negro man. 97 In The Unintentional Rapist, I. Bennett Caper argues that the law has always defined the black male as a rapist and defended the presumption that in his contact with the white woman it is his intent to rape. In McWhorter, this assumption demonstrates that black men are forever sexually vulnerable to any engagement with white womanhood. As Caper notes, that McWhorter's walking alone on the same street as Mrs. Ted Allen, a white woman, was an encroachment upon her space, is also taken as a given. Even McWhorter, in his testimony, understood that the proper thing to do once he saw Mrs. Ted Allen was to turn around and wait until they had gone. Space is racialized, and so is sex. By sex, I am not referring to gender here. I am referring to actual sex. It 97 is not only the possibility of non-consensual sex that is being policed, what is also rendered illicit is even the possibility of interracial consensual sex. What is at risk is not just sexual intercourse, but its natural precursor, social intercourse. 98. Under Jim Crow, a black man is expected to know the social parameters overlaying white society's understanding of sexuality and to know that he is perceived as a threat to white female sexuality. Jim Crow was a sexual order that criminalized and lynched black men for looking at white women for longer than 30 seconds. This crime, known as eye-ball raping, cost black males their lives and ensured they would cast their eyes and selves downward when in the presence of a white woman. 99 McWhirter is a demonstration of this draconian idea in practice. This case articulates the expectation that black men would castrate themselves, remove themselves from sight, so that they might not offend or inspire the sexual anxiety and fear of white society. For the safety of white women and the calm of white men, the black male had to shrink, refuse to be seen to maintain social order. What social life can black men have under a regime dedicated to the protection of white womanhood? A black man is a rapist even when he is not, so to speak. Consequently, black masculinity is defined by the whim of white sexual anxiety. The rape of Willie McGee was not simply the white woman's external construction as pure and innocent of desire for black men, but Hawkins's internalization of such a privilege to want and take of black men sexually without consequence. Instead of simply being passive witnesses to the unfolding of white supremacy, white women developed sexual agency within the allegedly repressive parameters of Victorian asexuality through their domination of black males. By aligning their aspirations for political power alongside white patriarchy's need to stamp out black manhood, white women were able to be recognized publicly as enforcers of the racial order in an effort to control the barbaric lasciviousness of black men while using black male bodies for their sexual pleasure under the protection of white supremacist dogmas maintaining that no white woman could ever sexually desire a black male. As such, the myth of the black rapist was not only a racist fiction telling of a rampant nigger beast craving the flesh of white women but also a deliberately accepted mythology perpetuated by white women to conceal their violence and rape of black men. With the level of sexual racism and misandry directed at black men specifically, it should seem unbelievable that black men did not think about or reflect on the level of sexual violence directed toward their flesh. Contrary to popular interpretations and disciplinary mythologies concerning the writings of black male intellectuals during the early 20th century, black men were extremely interested in and attentive to the sexualized violence of American racism and colonialism. Because the notion of gender offered to intellectuals dealing with racism and American slavery is presented almost 98. Exclusively through black feminist historiography, there is little discussion of black male contributions and reflections on rape, lynching, and sexual coercion before the 1970s. Black male scholars were trying to understand how the economic conditions of colonialism and the political institutions of American racism such as Jim Crow segregation made the black body a sexual object for white fantasy. For example, in W. Height Man, Listen. Richard Wright argues that living in a waking dream, generations of emotionally impoverished colonial European whites wallowed in the quick gratification of greed, reveled in the cheap superiority of racial domination, slacked their sensual thirst in illicit sexuality, ultimately draining off the dammed-up libido that Europeans had condemned. 100 Remember, Frantz Fanon argues that for blacks in the colonial situation, everything takes place on a genital level. 101 Mere contact with the black male is enough to evoke anxiety. For the sexual potency of the Negro is hallucinating. Fanon observes that contact is at the same time the basic schematic type of initiating sexual action, touching, caresses sexuality. 102 The black man is made into a sexual catalyst of a phobia evoking eros. His mere presence ignites the sexual paranoia of the white mind, phobic cravings and the anxiety caused by the fearful relation to the black male and drives the white to imagine its sexually terrifying fantasies as actual. This is why Calvin Herndon describes the white woman as a taboo and terror in the mind of black boys growing up in the South. Herndon argues, the taboo of the white woman eats into the psyche, erodes away a significant portion of boyhood sexual development, alters the total concept of masculinity, and creates in the black male a hidden ambivalence towards all women, black as well as white. 103 For a black male, his self-imposed distance from the threats imagined by whites, the extent to which he has internalized the anxiety of the white mind and adjusted his behavior accordingly makes him respectable. He makes himself silent, the bearer of others' phobias, so that in conceding the legitimacy of others' perception of him, he behaves as an entity that can disown their impositions. This is why Herndon ultimately concludes that black men must be asexual, perform racial castration, to survive their encounters with white women. Because he must act like a eunuch when it comes to white women, there arises within the black man an undefined sense of dread and self-mutilation. Psychologically he experiences himself as castrated. 104 This is why Cleaver begins Soul on Ice with an attempt to break his obsession with the symbolic representation of the white woman, the ogre. Because the black man is sociogenically constructed to be psychically dependent on the form of white womanhood to be a man, he is lured into the cycles of failure brought about by his structural inability to ever have the white woman and the effects his obsession has on his love of the black woman. Heteronormativity within this order depends on the aspiration of man to desire woman. Since the black man is not man, he is told that manhood is had through white womanhood. 99. This is why Cleaver decides to develop an antagonistic, ruthless attitude toward white women. Cleaver begins to define the white woman through her historical substance rather than his idealizations in a short ode entitled To a White Girl. In this brief poetic expression, Cleaver renames the white girl the White Witch, the symbol of rope and hanging tree, of the burning cross. 105 His hate for his oppressor the white woman is articulated in his rage against not only her flesh but also the definition of her as pure and innocent that he is forced at gunpoint, the police, the lynch mob, the prison, the white society, to accept of her. The black male is not a latent rapist, a concluding sentiment against the disciplinary support of black macho ideology. Cleaver's The Book of Lives provides a glimpse into the mind of a black male, poor, uneducated, and oppressed by white men and women in a world with no gauge of morality or sentiment for black male life. Throughout both texts, The Book of Lives and Soul on Ice, Cleaver asks readers to situate themselves in a world where black men are lynched and castrated on the mere accusation of having offended a white woman. Any glance or acknowledgement of a white woman by a black male, be he a man or a boy, in social spaces was taken to be the demonstration of his desire to rape her. The best-known narrative to this effect is the lynching and murder of Emmett Till in 1955. Cleaver challenges contemporary academics to imagine a world of no political options that recognize the plight of blacks. What is to be done in the abyss of non-recognition and death? Do we simply impose a morality on Cleaver and condemn him for not being a better person living in Jim Crow? This reaction, although supported throughout the Academy, is simply reactionary. It offers very little engagement with what Cleaver is diagnosing as the pathologies of black sexuality under white supremacy. Many critics and scholars who condemn Eldridge Cleaver as a rapist simply ignore what it is that Cleaver is reacting against in Soul on Ice. Cleaver abruptly announces to the reader, "I became a rapist," but he does so only after his ode to a white girl. Cleaver's hate for the white woman consumed him, ultimately transforming him into the mythological beast of white legend. To refine my technique and modus operandi, I started out by practicing on black girls in the black ghetto where dark and vicious deeds appear not as aberrations or deviations from the norm, but as part of the sufficiency of the evil of the day, and when I considered myself smooth enough, I crossed the tracks and sought out white prey, says Cleaver. 106 The now infamous passage concerning Cleaver's view of rape is a consequence of his acceptance of this dehumanizing myth. 100. Rape was an insurrectionary act. It delighted me that I was defying and trampling upon the white man's law, upon his system of values, and I was defiling his women, and this point, I believe, was the most satisfying to me because I was very resentful over the historical fact of how the white man has used the black woman. I felt I was getting revenge. 107. As mentioned earlier, many feminist critics, such as Susan Brown Miller and Michelle Wallace, would come to accept that rape was simply the personality of black male intellectuals during the 1960s and 1970s. This narrative is constructed by connecting Cleaver to the provocation in Black Dada Nihilismus, by Amory Baraka, formerly known as Leroy Jones. Rape the white girls. Rape their fathers. Cut their mothers' throats. Almost unilaterally, these critics have decided that black men desire rape as a means of political expression and power. Black men are not social and historical beings under this account, which is to say that black men are not reflective or reacting against what they see as the historical denial of their rape at the hands of white men and women. They are simply brutes fixated on the fucking of the white woman. These early feminist authors assert that black men crave white women as their political end, despite its time-tested result, namely, death. Cleaver, however, notes, there are, of course, many young blacks out there right now who are slitting white throats and raping the white girl. They are not doing this because they read Leroy Jones' poetry, as some of his critics believe. Rather, Leroy Jones is expressing the funky facts of life. 108 Cleaver offers the reader a realism that has yet to be surpassed. By the end of the section, he clarifies that he does not endorse rape. Instead, he tries to explain how the system creates and punishes the black male rapist. Though brutal, Cleaver believes within the facts of anti-black life that there is the possibility of salvation. He urges the black male to resist being consumed by his hatred of the white woman and move toward an understanding of the system and the underlying sexual ideology that defines the black male as little more than the inevitable rapist. When Cleaver returns to prison, he recognizes that his course of action, his alleged insurrectionism, was wrong. Becoming a rapist led him astray not so much from the white man's law as from being human, civilized. It was his realization of his own humanity that made him say, I could not approve the act of rape. 109 During his time in Folsom Prison, Cleaver recognized the price of hating other human beings is loving oneself less. 110 He understood at a visceral level that when he argued for the use of rape against white women, he was in a frantic, wild, and completely abandoned frame of mind. 111 Instead of simply being the sexualized construct of the white imagination, Cleaver attempted to create an analytic of the sexualized dynamics that drove the black male to become a raging body trapped by the prison and exploited by society. The last chapter of the Book of Lives Con. 101 includes with an analysis of the social stratifications caused by fucking. Fucking can make you rich and it can make you poor, it can also keep you rich and keep you poor. It can kill you directly, or cause you to get killed. It can give you new life and it can save your life. It can block you or assist you. It's a thing well hidden by society from sight, but it is in fact the starting point. Everything starts with fucking. 112 After Cleaver regains his sense of humanity, he realizes that all social stratifications are rooted in the white race's attempt to distance itself from the threat of black male sexuality. Soul on Ice is an attempt to analyze the sexual dynamics behind the targeting of black men in American society. Cleaver is forced to witness the deaths of black men in a world organized toward that very goal. Black men were executed for offending any sentiment of white society. Cleaver's reaction to the murder of Emmett Till offers some insight into his thinking about black men's vulnerability to sexual violence under Jim Crow, but it is rare that white women are ever discussed as culpable for the murder of black men. Usually, such conversations tend to absolve white women as justified in their fears, and by consequence, their racist actions are negated by what they perceive to be the imminent threat of rape. Whereas Cleaver holds firm to the idea that Emmett Till was murdered, for allegedly flirting with a white woman and predestined for death because of the desire put into him by a white society that elevated the white woman to a status of perfection and beauty. 113 Contemporary accounts of this event tend toward a moderate view of Brownmiller's original thinking on the matter, holding Till accountable for his alleged intent. Brownmiller interprets Till's wolf whistle as more than an innocent dare among children. Instead, she asserts that Emmett Bobo Till's whistle was a deliberate insult just short of physical assault, a last reminder to Carolyn Bryant that this black boy, Till, had in mind to possess her. In the mind of this white woman, Susan Brownmiller, the whistle had made Till the moral equivalent of his murderer, J.W. Millam. Because a black boy could even imagine and brag to his friends that he had a white woman up north, whites in the South demanded his death. As Millam recalled the night he murdered Till, he showed me the white gal's picture. Bragged what he'd done to her. What else could I do? No use letting him get no bigger. 114 While Angela Davis responded to Brownmiller's interpretation of the events, saying that many of her arguments are unfortunately pervaded with racist ideas, 115, which make her discussion of rape and race a pretentious apologetic for white women's interests and fears. 116 There is an implausibility to the conceptualization of a 14-year-old boy being able to rape a white woman in broad daylight in the Jim Crow South. In our effort to care for the threat to white womanhood, which continues to conceal itself in our contemporary anxieties over interracial rape, the black male is imagined to be a superhuman beast capable of overriding the social and structural constraints that prevent his interaction. 102. Within access to white women in the South. For decades, scholars have continued to assert that Till's wanting of this white woman was, in fact, an actual threat. Historians such as Stephen J. Whitfield have defended the sympathy Brown-Miller shares for Till while nonetheless offering ambiguity and credence to the alleged fear the white woman Carolyn Bryant, Till's alleged victim, suffered. Whitfield offers various narratives in which Till did not simply whistle at Bryant but grabbed her waist and asked her out on a date. 117 As Simeon Wright, Till's cousin, recounts, Bobo didn't ask her out for a date or call her baby. 118 He simply whistled at her. In both cases, however, there is the reality that sexual racism requires the death of black males to protect white womanhood. The offense is the mere thought that as a black male he could exist as able to speak to, much less touch, a white woman. After 62 years, Carolyn Bryant, Donham, now admits that she lied about her encounter with Emmett Till. In 1955, on the witness stand of the Tallahatchie County Courthouse, Bryant told the court that Till had forcefully grabbed her hand, asked her for a date, chased her, blocked her escape, clutched her waist, and told her of his previous sexual encounters with white women. 119 Bryant led the court to believe that she had barely escaped his hold. Her testimony was so convincing that one Mississippi newspaper insisted that the case should never have been called the Wolf Whistle case, but an attempted rape case. 120 In her memoir, Bryant confesses that Till never grabbed her or uttered any sexual obscenity. She admits that she lied to the court, deliberately tailoring her testimony about Till to match the imagery of the black rapist beast. 121 Jim Crow shackled black males to passivity in order to survive. The KKK and night riders were a daily part of black life in Mississippi during the 1950s, so the idea that a black boy, a child, could harm an adult, white woman amid this repression is nonsense. One cannot ascertain Till's intention or what his whistle meant. Such a gesture is allowed to occupy the feminist imagination only because it is a racialized account of an allegedly more debased and savage masculinity placed in contrast to white womanhood, which is represented as ontologically pure and innocent. It simply is not the case that white women were innocent or ignorant of this societal arrangement called Jim Crow. They knew such a gesture would lead to Till's death. So the question, given the asymmetry between the black boy and the white woman protected by the extra-legal violence of Jim Crow, is, what was her intent and her desire to bring about the death of a black boy who whistled? Even as a 12-year-old child, Simeon Wright knew that segregation was enforced by violence. There were all sorts of other ways of keeping us in our place impoverished, without power, and under their thumb. Basically, we were not free, could not choose our own destiny, and might as well have been. 103. Living in South Africa under the apartheid regime rather than America. The violent system of Jim Crow laws was backed by the intimidation of the Ku Klux Klan, the White Citizens Council, and other vicious segregationist groups. Any black person brave enough to violate this system was immediately confronted by angry white men with murder on their minds. 122. The white woman or, rather, white womanhood is the linchpin of white supremacy. It is the representation of the order aimed to be sustained by the power and organization of society. Cleaver understood that black manhood was engineered to be subservient to this will, consequently, the body of the black male was both disposable to this social order and in violation of it. While we as scholars, thinkers, or students can disagree with and rightfully condemn the reactionary rationalization of Cleaver's tending toward rape, we cannot, as either students of history or theorists, overlook his analysis of the society that raped black men and then murdered them as rapists. To this day, Cleaver has been the only thinker brave enough to take on the taboo subject of white women's role in the racial and sexual violation of black men. Rather than some crazed rapist, Cleaver shows himself to be a vulnerable man enraged by the denial of his desire for little Jesus but aware of the white womanhood that made him enriched convicts. Cleaver was among the first thinkers to explain how the homo-heterosexual binary cannot capture the dynamic erotics that fuel white desire for the death of black men and boys. The history and practice of black male sexual exploitation has shown itself to exceed the delineations marked by sex with men, homo, and sex with women, hetero, sexual identities of our times. The abuse of black men shows that their suffering occurs within the manipulation of multiple aspects of sexuality. The black male was raped by both white men and women. He is dehumanized by a violence that is inenumerable under our present categories used to describe sexual violence. The context of Cleaver's rage, and his resistance to our present order as part of the ideological rationalizations mandating his dismissal as theorist, must be analyzed alongside this limitation of our times. If the university remains dedicated to condemning him as a rapist, then it must also condemn the world of rape that gave rise to his reactionary insurrectionism. The sexual violence and rape of black males is still an operating, but largely ignored, dynamic of American racism exercised against black men and boys. The next chapter analyzes how the maleness of black men and boys disadvantages them throughout American society and why the sexualization of black males is obfuscated in our academic accounts of black male oppression. 3. Racist misandry, class warfare, and the disciplinary propagation of the super-predator mythology. The case against Lil B. Michael Lewis was really about accommodating a powerful racist political socio-economic agenda that at once invented and condemned black boys as super-predators. 1. The sensibilities of the black American intellectual concerning race have historically been cemented to their ascendancy within empire. How one writes about race, offering hope for change in opposition to the totality of racism, and communicates an aspiration for the possibilities made available by American ideals such as freedom, justice, and equality has been the demarcation between what is called radical and what is called progressive. In The Failure of the Negro Intellectual, 1973, E. Franklin Frazier describes black intellectualization as the deniggerization of black scholarship, a retreat from using black experience as the foundation of theorizing the blackness, or an emptying of his/her life of meaningful content and ridding him of all Negro identification. 2. The study of black folk under the integrationist milieu shows the danger that black intellectuals, this black bourgeoisie, pose to our conceptualizations of, our thinking about, blackness, which was described in Carter G. Woodson's The Miseducation of the Negro, 1933. In trying to distort the content of blackness to fit within the confines of disciplinary study, the study of black folk by the academic class reflects the desire of black intellectuals to be the beneficiaries of the anthropological history, and consequently the post-racial possibilities articulated through white humanity while desperately seeking to separate themselves, as a class, from the pathological representation, associated with the nigger that decadent racial connotation inhibiting they. Rec. 105. Omission of their spiritual transcendence to a more bourgeois class. Assimilating canonical knowledge, then, acts as the means by which life is grasped, revelation pulling the black intellectual away from the wretchedness sown into the flesh of black people and the death of niggers. It is here that he, the black male, the nigger, is avoided. As Frazier notes, one is reminded of the words of Langston Hughes in Ask Your Mama, where he says that the African visitor finds that in the American social supermarket blacks for sale range from intellectuals to entertainers. Thus, it appears that the price of the slow integration which the Negroes are experiencing must be bought at the price of abject conformity in thinking. 3. The effect of racism is much more complicated than the blanket history of exclusion usually offered as the master narrative of slow, arduous progress in the academy. It is undeniably true that black scholarship was denied entrance into the American university, while the scholarship and thought allowed in the academy was moderate and rewarded for taking integrationist stances far removed from the political and philosophical tone of the black, nationalist and anti-colonial traditions thought to originate primarily in the masculinist rage of the black male. For this historical problem by which the black thinker is allowed to become an institutionally supported black intellectual is not unlike the disciplinary constraints and erasures that are currently limiting the theoretical works surveyed and subjects taken up in current works on American racism dealing with black men and boys. The black male, his realities as both the black man and the black boy, is antithetical to the upward trajectory of the black academic class. His existence is a stark reminder of the reality of racism and remains a contradiction to the mythology of racial progress held so dear by many a black academic. Because black maleness is pessimism, literally the foundation of the dissatisfaction and hopelessness in the order of anti-blackness sustained by society and thought, the study of his actual being is shunned, erased for the convenience of maintaining a political narrative of racial advancement and equality able to be explained by less material and more intersectional/post-structural theoretical accounts. The theory and conceptualizations of the world originating from the life of the black male are altogether ignored, and his death, which exposes the machinations of anti-black racism peacefully coexisting among the symbols used to rationalize the story of racism's slow demise in America, are de-emphasized for the recognition of more ideal intersectional subjects. The black male is the victim of disciplinary circumstance. Our current orders of knowledge intuitively assert that masculinity remains invulnerable to the gendered violence, that appear, on first glance to be parasitic to the female body. This ontological assertion holding that sociological phenomena should be recognized as gendered only when women experience them has led to an ahistorical assertion, namely, that certain violence, continue to make women vulnerable, but since they are female violence, they are not experi. 106. Inst by males. The suffering of the black male, however, stands in sharp contrast to this analytic calculus often deployed by academics. Because there is no attempt to reconcile his alleged theoretical privilege as a male with his material disadvantage as black and male in this society, black maleness is largely determined by the ahistorical synonymousness to white maleness more generally. There is no ontological semiotic attempt to categorize the black male's historical and sociological vulnerabilities within the male category. He is simply overdetermined and imperceptible within the multiple male configurations that name him. Under disciplinary arrangements of gender and sexuality, the unemployment and underemployment of the black male, his lack of high school education and college matriculation, his disproportionate physical and sexual abuse at the hands of black men and women, foster parents, and the police, and his disproportionate death and incarceration are obscured. Our understanding of gender makes the disparities under which racial males suffer ultimately irrelevant to the theories that account for black maleness itself. Rather than simply fight for the inclusion of black males as gendered and, by consequence, affected by gendered violence, this chapter situates the vulnerability of black males theoretically by analyzing the disciplinary obstructions to his study. How does one think of racist misandry, the particular hate of the black male? What explains the erasure of black male vulnerability within disciplines and the theories that emerge from them in the face of the proliferating facts of black male demise? How enduring does sociological or historical disadvantage have to be, how severe, before it becomes encased within referred to by his peculiar location as black and male? The conceptual exploration of black male vulnerability of his dehumanization economically, politically, and sexually must confront his material reality, and that confrontation should bridge the gap between theory and facts. The violence of poverty, black males and the stigma of criminality. It is no secret that the modernization of America's economy during the 1970s and 1980s had dire consequences for black men. 5. The post-civil rights economic prospects for black men, who traditionally had been blue-collar workers and laborers, were marked by poverty and growing unemployment in the second half of the 20th century. As the economist Amadou Jackie Kaba observes, unlike their female counterparts, who have seen tremendous economic, political, and educational gains over the past several decades, black men have not seen great strides in their mobility from poverty or comparable gains in education. In many ways, their position indicates only further social and political marginalization. 6. In the late 1970s, James B. Stewart and Joseph W. Scott observed that, because they are racialized men, black males suffer from deliberate and institutional programs designed to remove them from society. 107. Stewart and Scott maintained that the institutional decimation of black men through police violence and incarceration emerged from a political economy that deliberately confined young black men to poverty, exploited black males for cheap labor, and rationalized their death as a consequence of their deviance and undesirability in American society. 7. Unfortunately, the institutional decimation of black males has continued uninterrupted for the past several decades. The consequences of this practice have been so severe that some authors have begun referring to poor black male youth as disconnected and economically doomed, since long-term disconnection correlates highly with low-income family backgrounds but also with poor future economic prospects for the individuals themselves, their spouses or partners, their communities, and their children. 8. In short, black males exist in a world of violence, predicated on a very tangible social exclusion whereby they become sanctioned by society, not participants within it. Recent research finds that employers not only are less likely to hire black men after they are incarcerated but also discriminate against black men more generally because the high rates of crime and incarceration among young black men are likely to reduce the employment prospects of those with no criminal background themselves. Employers frequently cannot distinguish accurately between those who do and do not have criminal backgrounds. 9. In fact, black men with no criminal records and degrees are less likely be called back for interviews than white men with criminal records. 10. The strong cultural associations of black males with criminality and danger allows employers to legitimize their racial biases as sound business sense. For many blacks, job discrimination begins with the reading of their names, since a black-sounding male name often results in being eliminated from the callback pool. 11. Black males are severely burdened by their association with criminality. Black males with criminal records have little to no prospects for work, while black men with degrees often receive little to no benefits from their credentials. 12. Black men who are rated equal in performance and qualification to their white counterparts are paid less, despite their productivity. 13. Even in those instances where black boys find themselves reared in a viable middle-class family, they are much more likely to be victims of downward mobility, or falling out of the middle class as adult black men due to employment discrimination. 14. The organizations of black men continue to focus on job discrimination and their labor exploitation without a serious consideration of black males as undesirable workers. In liberal arts and humanities disciplines, the conversation about black men's economic position is continually framed around income and wage differentials between men and women, with little attention given to black males' employability or the stereotypes applied to the black male worker. The assumptions about black men in the workplace are largely derivative of the patriarchal thesis deployed by second-wave feminism, which 108. Holds that black men have more power, authority, and economic standing than their female counterparts in professional occupations. 15. Overwhelmingly, black men as a group are blue-collar workers, however, for the few who occupy the white, skilled labor sectors of America, assumptions of male privilege and power have followed. 16. Historically, black men often fare worse than black women in professional and skilled employment settings because of the different stereotypes applied to black males and the level of education between the groups. 17. Black men are often associated with such negative stereotypes that any assertive act of speech or demonstration of leadership is thought to be threatening. In these professional executive environments, black men are penalized for exhibiting agentic characteristics, assertiveness, self-confidence, conviction, while black women are not. 18. This penalty is so severe that a disarming mechanism, e.g., a baby face, humor, a skill or quirk that allays the threats that whites perceive black males to pose to them is recommended for black men. 19. Even in middle to top-tier jobs, criminality and racist myths follow black men to boardrooms. Class and education simply do not protect black men from the racist stereotypes attached to their lower-class counterparts. For black men, work or, more accurately, the denial of work is a sexually specific refusal. The denial of work cannot be articulated as a common sociological or economic phenomenon, it is not simply a class problem. While unemployment can and does affect all racial groups in America, the black male is deprived of work as a means to sustain both the prison and his status at the bottom of the economic hierarchy. Unable to compete for jobs with their white counterparts or obtain jobs like their black female counterparts, many black men turn to illegal activities as a means of economic sustenance and survival, inevitably placing them in contact with the criminal justice system, the police state, and the prison industrial complex. The relationship among poverty, incarceration, and black male vulnerability is not abstract. In Portsmouth, Virginia, a young black man named Jamichiel Mitchell, who was poor and had a history of mental problems, was arrested for stealing a bottle of Mountain Dew, a Snickers bar and a zebra cake worth a total of $5 from a 7-Eleven. He was incarcerated for 4 months without trial. On August 21, 2015, he was found dead from starvation. His body was extremely emaciated and practically had no muscle mass left when it was found. 20. Poverty creates conditions that make young, uneducated, and unemployed black males into scavengers. They are forced to live or die by chance. It is this peculiar reality where criminality, the denial of work, poverty, and black maleness push black men and boys toward the prison and ultimately toward death at the hands of the police or of other black males forced to scavenge for survival. The system that excludes black males from work and life is creating logics of death that are sustained and accepted by both black and white members of society. We turn from the poor, we do not theorize. 109. About them. We acknowledge their position and, like the aristocrats of old, express some regret for their station in life. This class bias from which black people generally, but black males particularly, are observed is saturated with condemnation, not earnestness or understanding. Unprepared and lacking options for employment, many black men turn to illegal activities as a means of economic sustenance. Participating in criminal activities in an effort to survive within a society that will not educate, hire, or train black men and boys inevitably places these young black males in contact with the criminal justice system and the ever-expanding prison industrial complex. Following the institutional decimation of black men pointed out in Stewart and Scott's work on the relationship between prisons and poverty, Michelle Alexander's The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness, 2010, argues that mass incarceration is the most damaging manifestation of the backlash against the civil rights movement. 21. Mass incarceration destroys black families, removes fathers from homes, and makes black men, both literally and figuratively, a disenfranchised and unemployed undercaste. According to Alexander, the prison industrial complex targets black men. Our criminal justice system has for decades been infected with a mindset that views black boys and men in particular as a problem to be dealt with, managed and controlled. This mindset has fueled a brutal war on drugs, a get tough movement and a prison building boom unprecedented in world history. 22. This largely overlooked aspect of incarceration, which both feeds and feeds off of the poverty of black men, remains descriptive in most scholarly works dealing with black males. The war on drugs as well as policies legitimizing racial profiling and illegal search and seizure on black male bodies have legitimized not only the surveillance itself but also public fears of black males. Black males who come in contact with the criminal justice system are stained by the crest of the state. Black men are not only dehumanized as prisoners, but their lives are forever affected as criminals. This grim reality is proof of not only racism but also the consequences of the peculiar sexual violence and caricatures that have come to represent black males as deviants and rapists in this society. As Deva Pager points out, at any given time, roughly 12% of all young black men between the ages of 25 and 29 are behind bars, compared to less than 2% of white men in the same age group. Roughly a third are under criminal justice supervision. Over the course of a lifetime, nearly 1 in 3 young black men and well over half of young black high school dropouts will spend some time in prison. According to these estimates, young black men are more likely to go to prison than to attend college, serve in the military, or, in the case of high school dropouts, be in the labor market. Prison. 110. is no longer a rare or extreme event among our nation's most marginalized groups. Rather, it has now become a normal and anticipated marker in the transition to adulthood. 23. The closeness young black men have to prison is rarely thought of as a peculiar kind of sexual violence. Eldridge Cleaver and black male political prisoners like him boldly announced the realities of incarceration, but very little understanding remains of the effects of incarceration on black males and its relation to their specific sexual disadvantages in society. While black men and boys are spoken about with an eye to the seeming inevitability of their status as criminals and, eventually, prisoners, contemporary theory pays no attention to the endless ways in which imprisonment and policing are a kind of sexual violence initiated by the objectification and surveilling of the black male body. Poor young black men are thought to be thugs and in need of correction. Many black men who are not imprisoned or dead still live their lives controlled by the state. Young black men who are on probation not only endure the economic consequences of their conviction but also are reminded daily of their unfreedom by the state. Victor Rios argues, when a young person is on probation, he is left with few rights, he can be stopped and searched for no reason, and can be arrested for non-criminal transgressions such as hanging out with his friends or walking in the wrong part of the neighborhood. 24. The overrepresentation of young black men in prison limits the ability of scientists, clinicians, and doctors to gain valuable information about their health. Becky Pettit believes this is an epistemological problem with real political and policy consequences. By not seeing black men who are incarcerated, the study of black men is deprived by a collective blindness that hinders the establishment of social facts, conceals inequality, and undermines the foundation of social science research, including that used in the design and evaluation of social policy. 25. Similarly, Emily Wong has argued that incarceration makes the tracking of black males' health problems especially difficult. Her findings suggest that the high rates of incarceration of black men during the past 3 decades may have accounted for up to 65% of the loss to follow-up among black men in clinical studies. Because incarceration affects black men disproportionately, we know significantly less about their health outcomes than about those of white men and women or of black women. 26. Perhaps the greatest irony of these realities is while the sociologists, demographers, and criminologists issue warnings about the ignorance we share in not knowing enough about the actual conditions and life chances of black males, scholars in the liberal arts insist we know far too much already and should research their suffering less. Under the current gender regime, these black males, their lives now absent from society, remain simultaneously 111. Unpresented and erased in theory. Gender theorists insist that we know about them intuitively, so we need no account of their subjectivity in theory beyond the problems, black masculinity, they present for other identities. Such intuition is in reality merely the rationalization of ignorance. We claim to see and know what cannot yet actually be known, because we understand black males as negative entities we wish to avoid. There is simply not enough information about the black males vacated from society through death or prison to know all of what theory claims. The prison, like death, prevents our ability to observe and study black men and boys as they live. This blindness of black male life means that as scholars and observers we fail to perceive the extent of black male disadvantage and vulnerability. We turn from evidence simply because we trust the allure of a construct like black masculinity to do the work of evidence. The story of black men's failures or personal narratives of their violent behavior stand in for facts about black men. Consequently, our understanding of the actual conditions of black men rarely rises above this level. Little Niggers, Elaine Brown's analysis of the super-predator mythology, the concrete flux of anti-blackness, those material dynamics of social pressure and anti-black rage that animate policy, police state violence, and white vigilantism are doctrinaire societal obsessions convinced of their desire for the death of black men. The plexus of white supremacism in American society is not a simple naming or practicing of animus against blacks. The lifeline, blood, and sustenance of white supremacy is the psychical complacency and negrophobia that all people in America have of the nigger, that wretched poor black child, she who mothers them and he who multiples. Despite the democratic prose of equality, the reality is that addressing the social inequities as they affect black men and boys requires real structural, psychological, economic, and legal change. As Toby Jenkins remarks, the challenge reflects a social oxymoron, seeking to advance the status of a population that the larger society has systematically oppressed. On one hand, society espouses rhetoric of concern and desire to elevate black males, but on the other hand, society practices a policy of oppression, prejudice, and disregard. Put differently, the experience of the black man in America seems to be one in which he is called Mr. but is treated with a niggardly regard. And the result is the positioning of black males at the lower rungs of society and their experiencing underachievement in almost all aspects of life. 27. From this oxymoronic state springs contradictory thinking about race and racism that asserts the sociological conditions, the external environmental. 112. Problems in poor black urban spaces, as evidence of a more fundamental and inheritable cultural disposition toward deviance, criminality, and murder. This is the milieu from which Little B, Michael Lewis, springs. Lewis is known to most as an out-of-control thug who killed a man at 13. 28 in 1997, he was arrested for killing Darrell Woods in front of his 2 children and wife. While many activists continue to maintain Lewis's innocence, the issue in which this work is particularly interested is more about the stereotypes of black men and the black community used to justify the wrath of the state and public sentiment used to convict Lewis. The sexualized racist narrative surrounding Little B adamantly asserted that he killed Woods to prove his toughness, his manhood. 29 Because Lewis was a black boy, his journey to manhood was dictated by fulfilling his savage instinct to kill. In the mind of the public, Little B's childhood, the life of a black boy, represented the evilness of black manhood made manifest. There was no exemption from the public, there was no sympathy for him as a child, because ultimately he was not a child or even a human. At his core, he was a nigger. Little B was the result of the pathology of the nigger, let loose, the warning white America has heralded since slavery: if you give these blacks freedom, they will turn into beasts. Little B was the symbolic proof to the white imagination that a nigger, even a nigger child, must be ruled. Commenting on the repetitiveness of the Atlanta Journal-Constitutions describing Little B, a child, as evil, Elaine Brown realized that the term was meant to express a phobia, some sort of primal fear of the beast within. As though Little B were a mythical wolf boy. 30 An editorial in that newspaper argued that Little B was a young killer and that many of these young killers are living outside the bounds of normal social interaction, tiny thugs who kill at the slightest insult or sometimes without any provocation. 31 But the Atlanta Journal-Constitution simply reproduced the decades-long symbolism that marries young black males to criminals. Melissa Harris Barlow's monumental study Race and the Problem of Crime in Time and Newsweek cover stories, 1946 to 1995 argues that crime began to be racialized in the current form in the 1960s, when criminals began to be equated with young black males. 32 As a reaction to the push from the black community for civil and political rights, a national campaign was launched by a cover story in Newsweek in March 1965 that sought to make crime generally synonymous with black men specifically. The ideological work done to solidify the connection between crime and the young black male in the mid-1960s defined the discourse about race for decades to come and marked an important dimension of the shift from traditional to modern, symbolic racism. This modern racism, fixated on the criminality of the young black male, facilitated the public consent for the extreme levels of coercive control applied to a substantial proportion of the African American population. 33 It is here that we see the levels of violence that spell death and ruin for blacks in America being justified as sank. 113. Actions against black communities in an effort to control both the deviant impulse and the birth of young black males. The ideology that started as a reaction to the political and economic mobilization quickly became a core belief of American society, eventually seeking to be validated by various conjectures in the social sciences. In 1995, John DiIulio coined the term superpredator to describe the burgeoning crime wave due to young black males. In The Coming of the Superpredators, he argued that a crime wave was coming and that, while the trouble will be greatest in black inner-city neighborhoods, other places are also certain to have burgeoning youth crime problems that will spill over into upscale central city districts, inner-ring suburbs, and even the rural heartland. 34 DiIulio meshed the myths of scientific racism with a post-civil rights America focused on culture and environment to persuade a 20th-century American public that this was really not about race but about the cultural failures and moral poverty of poor urban communities. According to DiIulio, moral poverty is the poverty of being without loving, capable, responsible adults who teach you right from wrong. It is the poverty of being without parents and other authorities who habituate you to feel joy at others' joy, pain at others' pain, happiness when you do right, remorse when you do wrong. At the extremity of moral poverty, however, DiIulio presents blackness, unnamed but visible through the imagery of a problem people identified by the raw concepts of their social condition. He says, in the extreme, moral poverty is the poverty of growing up surrounded by deviant, delinquent, and criminal adults in abusive, violence-ridden, fatherless, godless, and jobless settings. 35 Despite attempts to pitch this theory as non-racial and scientific, DiIulio ultimately identifies his target, the young black male, and warns, not only is the number of young black criminals likely to surge, but also the black crime rate, both black on black and black on white, is increasing, so that as many as half of these juvenile super predators could be young black males. 36 DiIulio's attack on black men and boys is foundationally based in the view that all that's left of the black community in some pockets of urban America is deviant, delinquent, and criminal adults surrounded by severely abused and neglected children, virtually all of whom were born out of wedlock. 37 Like the analysis offered by Angela Davis concerning the myth of the black rapist. These theories show how the stereotypes of black men and boys as predators are symbiotic to the racist sexual mythology concerning black women and girls, both of which pathologize the whole black community. 38 Just as DiIulio depicts black men and boys as stone-cold predators, he depicts the black mother and, by extension, the black community as neglectful and dangerous, since the abject moral poverty that creates super predators begins very early in life in homes where unconditional love is nowhere but unmerciful abuse is common. 39 This theme of black pathology gets scientific language toward the end of 1996 in the book Body Count, Moral Poverty and How to. 114. Win America's War Against Crime and Drugs, which argues that black urban spaces are best understood as criminogenic communities, or places where the social forces that create predatory criminals are far more numerous than the social forces that create decent, law-abiding citizens. The problem, according to DiIulio and his co-authors, is that most inner-city children grow up surrounded by teenagers and adults who are themselves deviant, delinquent, or criminal. 40 Although DiIulio rejected his super-predator thesis years later, the language and imagery of the black super-predator remains imprinted on the nation's collective psyche, as does the violent mythology of the black communities from which these black men and boys come. 41. Internalized vulnerabilities, black male vulnerability among other blacks. While there can be no denial of the prevalence and destruction caused by white violence against black men and boys, it is not the only dynamic that threatens black male life. In black communities, black men and boys are also victims of domestic and sexual abuse at rates far higher than those for their white male counterparts. Black males are thought to be too dangerous to actually be victims of domestic and sexual violence. While conversations concerning police brutality or racism are common, albeit misunderstood, there is rarely any attention to the ways in which sexual and domestic violence affect black men in their own communities. The hypermasculine stereotypes of black males make it almost unfathomable for many onlookers to see black men and boys as victims of women's violence or rage. And in those few instances that such conversations become somewhat possible, they are mischaracterized as an irrelevant phenomenon that ultimately deflects from the prevalence of female domestic and sexual abuse. In reality, black men and boys suffer physical and sexual abuse from men and women within their communities. This fact remains unacknowledged in current academic disciplines governed by the calculus of identity, since any centering of the black male, even when addressing his specific experiences and dynamics of trauma, are deemed to be unjustified. He is simply the wrong body, thought to be undeserving of the position as subject/subject. Typical of the ways in which black men are overdetermined by the corpse, the dead black male body, conversations concerning abuse of black males have been erased altogether under current theorizations of black masculinity. In other words, the only oppression black males can have is the death caused by racism. Since domestic and sexual violence exceed the limits of this conceptual boundary, it is not seen, it is thought to be non-existent and irrelevant to our current understandings of black men and boys. Historically, black men have been well represented as victims of both intimate partner violence, IPV, and intimate partner homicide, IPH, in Gov. 115. Ernment reports since the 1970s. 42 regarding IPH, among blacks the gender ratio was below 1.0 prior to the mid-1980s, as fewer black females than black males were murdered by intimate partners. By the mid-1990s, the ratio reached 1.5 black female victims for every black male. 43 in fact, between 1976 and 1989 more black men were killed by their wives than black women were killed by their husbands. After 1990 the order was reversed, and the murder rate among black wives and ex-wives was higher than that among black husbands and ex-husbands. 44 overall, black communities endure higher rates of IPV than white communities, as both black men and black women are more likely to experience domestic violence than their white counterparts. Reporting for the U.S. Department of Justice, Callie Renison and Sarah Welchens observed that blacks were victimized by intimate partners at significantly higher rates than persons of any other race between 1993 and 1998. Black females experienced intimate partner violence at a rate 35% higher than that of white females, and about 2.5 times the rate of women of other races. Black males experienced intimate partner violence at a rate about 62% higher than that of white males and about 2.5 times the rate of men of other races. 45 The National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey, 2010, makes a similar case for considering black men as victims of IPV. According to the report, while an estimated 40.9% of black women, or roughly 6 million black women, will experience some form of IPV in their lifetime, 36.8%, or about 4.6 million, black men will, as well. 46 The historical patterns of black male victimization and death are often left out of the narratives concerning the nature of domestic violence to sustain the almost exclusive focus currently held by gender theorists on women as victims and men as perpetrators. Contrary to contemporary theory, which insists on masculinity as the sole cause of domestic abuse, IPV and IPH in the black community, like that in the white community, is heavily correlated with the concentration of poverty in these areas. 47 In reality, black men and women are subject to this kind of violence. It is not simply patriarchal, as if it were perpetrated exclusively by males. Intimate partner violence is an extension of the violence found in neglected communities, which enters homes through the psychology and interpersonal relationships of men and women affected by economic, political, and various other environmental traumas. Efforts to center black male victims in discussions of IPV are often cast as erasure of the real victims of domestic abuse, women. Often, attempts to discuss the suffering of black males, whether they are husbands, boyfriends, or children, are dismissed as irrelevant to the more important issue of black women's victimization by men. Among scholars, male and female, a belief exists that if a black man is attacked by a black woman, he deserves it, or because he is male, it is his obligation to de-escalate female aggression toward him, even if it means he is physically or verbally assaulted in the process. These reactions are the outgrowth of a deeply held conviction that men are the perpetra. 116. Tours, not the victims, of domestic violence. In liberal arts disciplines, domestic violence is thought of almost exclusively as patriarchal violence. In fact, Bell Hooks has argued that the term domestic violence should be replaced with patriarchal violence, because it continually reminds the listener that violence in the home is linked to sexism and sexist thinking, to male domination. 48. Often the humanities appeal to intuitive observations and personal experience to supplant empirical study and evidence as in the social sciences. The effect of such appeals, however, in the case of underreported or unpopular phenomena can contribute to the further marginality and invisibility of social practices. Academic fields continue to discount the rates and consequences of domestic abuse and violence on the psychology and personhood of black males, simply because the epistemic traditions of these disciplines allow evidence to be discounted for personal experience. Under this schema, if the speaker has not seen black men or boys abused, then there is a case for suggesting black men and boys are not abused, or that they are not abused to an extent that is significant enough to warrant discussion as a social problem similar in magnitude to the abuse of women. These conversations function as an extension of disciplinary politics rather than the prevalence of IPV and IPH throughout society. It is common for domestic violence to be used as evidence for establishing patriarchy as the political dividing line between black men and women, as well for black women's need of feminist politics concerned with their particular vulnerability due to their race and gender. 49. Very little discussion of race and IPV deals with the mental, economic, or environmental causes of these conflicts or the populations identified by the National Crime Victimization Survey's qualitative reports of abuse. These discourses assume that ending domestic violence against women is a matter of eliminating toxic masculinities and patriarchy instead of ameliorating the conditions in which these populations find themselves or improving their access to mental health or substance abuse treatment. Intimate partner violence and homicide and sexual violence against black men and boys offer evidence that our understanding of the oppression of black males also has an ideological dimension that is internalized not only by the larger white society but also by members of their own racial group. These internalized vulnerabilities, so to speak, make black men potential victims of all those who engage them. Because society dehumanizes black men and boys, constructing them as invulnerable to offense, individuals recognize that there is little punishment for taking violent action against this group. Internalizing black male vulnerabilities is not about individuals simply believing stereotypes about black males. It is about how individuals are socialized to understand that society's conceptualization of black males as criminal and savage empowers anyone to act against black men and boys without fear of punishment. Internalizing the vulnerable social positions of populations, as in the case of black men, offers individuals a providential rationale for calm. 117. Omitting violence or acting against individuals from groups that society thinks of as evil in the flesh. The pervasiveness of misandric myths about black men has allowed stereotypes and antipathies to be internalized throughout the society without question. Within the consciousness of individuals, internalized vulnerability exists as an almost intuitive knowledge of the fungibility of black males in society, so that the social or personal relation or contact an individual has with a black male offers a level of power over that black male body.